Okay. I am calling to order the July 6, 2021 Placer County Board of Supervisors, and we will start with a flag salute led by Supervisor Gore.
Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And one item I'll point out is that Supervisor Gustafson is with us, but by way of Zoom. Good morning, Cindy.
Good morning.
And now I'm going to turn the meeting actually over to County Council. We have two off-agenda items for consideration today, and Karen is going to introduce that for us.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2b2, the board may consider an item that is not on the agenda, provided the board makes findings of the need to take action arose after the agenda was posted. This will require a 4/5 vote to add this to the agenda. The first item is a proposed letter that would be sent to the state regarding shortfalls in service by Suddenlink, which is a broadband service provider in the area. The letter outlines the inability of Suddenlink to maintain sufficient customer service standards, as well as network congestion, substandard repairs, and requests that the state look into this. This letter was received late on Friday after the agenda was posted. It does have a time constraint that necessitates that if the board wishes to authorize the chair to sign this letter, that we would need to take action today. So my first request to the board is whether somebody would like to make a motion to consider this item be placed on the agenda for action.
And then
I'd make that
we'll
motion.
discuss it and consider it, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Cindy.
Yes, I'll make the motion. That's what I said.
Motion Gustafson, second Holmes. All roll call, please.
Gore? Aye. Holmes? Aye. Jones? Aye. Gustafson?
Aye.
Wygant?
Yes.
Now, we would need to also open this up for public comment if there is any.
Right.
And if there's any questions by the board that I can answer regarding the letter.
Should we take this item up now, or do you want to?
I'd suggest we take it up now.
Okay. And Cindy, are you going to discuss this first, or is?
Sure, I can cover it. We had, over 52 customers that we've been dealing with, some representing large HOAs in which Suddenlink has failed in service. So we started monthly meetings with Suddenlink and a number of our fellow jurisdictions, including Nevada County, Mono County, the towns of Truckee and the town of Mammoth, as well as all of their legal counsels and IT professionals. And throughout this process, we've involved the California Public Utilities Commission. I've attended many of these meetings. We have not gotten resolution. We've been asking for over 6 months to have a customer service standard that they're required to produce. And they have not done that. And as of late Friday, the jurisdictions had been working on this letter, and we found there's a reason to get it to the CPUC by this Friday in order for them to consider before Suddenlink's franchise agreement is renewed for another 10 years in the state of California. So as a joint effort with these other jurisdictions, we spoke yesterday on the holiday to work out the final details of this letter, and I'd appreciate everyone's support.
Thank you, Cindy. Any questions, comments by board members? Seeing none, is there anyone from the public who'd like to address this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
I'll move approval.
Motion, Gustafson, second Holm. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. And the second off-agenda item for consideration, Karen.
Again, pursuant to Government Code 54954.2B2, the board may consider an item that was not on the agenda if it makes findings that it needs to take action after the agenda was posted. The next item before the board is a resolution proclaiming return of governing power for school COVID safety protocols to the school districts. This agenda, this particular resolution was provided to us late in the week after the agenda was posted last week. Given that the school districts, some of them will be starting classes up on the 1st of August, the request was made by the chair that we consider this item today. This resolution recognizes the World Health Organization and UNICEF that both state that children 5 years and under should not be required to wear masks, advise that decisions whether to impose mask requirement on children ages 6 and 11 should be based on several factors, including impact of wearing a mask on the child's psychological development. It should be noted that this resolution does not mandate to the Placer County Board of Education to take certain actions, but it affirms the Placer County goal of assisting the return of governing power for school safety protocols to the school districts themselves, and advocates for parental choice for masking and vaccinating their children. I request that the board consider whether they wish to put this on the agenda to take action. Again, it will require a 4/5 vote.
Motion Jones, excuse me, second Holmes. Roll call, please.
Gore?
Aye.
Holmes? Jones? Gustafson?
Aye.
Wygant?
Yes. Okay, so now we will take up that item, and I'll just cover briefly the chronology around the issue. One of our mayors talked to me last Sunday about whether or not the board might have an appetite for considering this item. I told her that I'd be happy to put it on the agenda. Bonnie sent me a copy of a resolution from El Dorado County that's very similar on Monday. And if you go forward as it relates to when this item could be on the agenda, I'm gone next week. Supervisor Gore is gone at the end of July. That leaves the week after this next one. We have a workshop that day, but it might make for a pretty disastrous hearing if we attempted to consider this item. So we have a copy of the resolution that Karen addressed in front of us. And with that, I'll open it up to the board for any comments or questions at this time. Bonnie.
Thank you, Supervisor Wygant. I think based on the timeline, it's appropriate that we look at making the decision to support this. I think the part that's most important to me, and I actually had an opportunity to speak with our superintendent of schools, Gail Garbolino Mojica, last week. And I don't know if we've had an opportunity to speak with her, but that being said, really my hope is that we encourage for local control. And that's been our board's position for this past year and a half, of allowing local jurisdictions, whether it's school districts or counties, to have some local control, because what happens here in Placer County is certainly different than in Los Angeles County. The focus of this resolution is to encourage that we return that governing power to the school districts themselves, and that we support how we can with our health officer providing the information needed to those school boards. So I am certainly supportive of this resolution in that it would certainly assist a number of the school board members who have contacted me about their concern about allowing for decisions at the school level, at the school district level, about what works best for their families and their students. So I'm supportive of the resolution.
Thanks, Bonnie. Cindy.
I didn't have any further comments. Thank you, though.
Yeah.
tricking you.
Your
That's my
light is
light.
on, but that's because Suzanne is sitting. Doesn't take me long.
I didn't realize that either, but yeah, the wrong light.
Yeah, so we'll figure out this Zoom thing and.
Just a
everything
couple
else.
of comments. that I also had been contacted by many constituents about this issue. I think primarily because I served on the Placer County Board of Education for 10 years, and it is an issue that's near and dear to my heart. But in addition to that, I was contacted, and I'm sure all of us were contacted by Congressman McClintock's office, because he also sent a letter of support to the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors and wanted to include a letter of support to our county. It's just that we did ours a little bit too fast, as well as Assemblyman Kevin Kiley supported this same motion for El Dorado County, and also their sheriff, and I'm sure we would have had all of that support as well. So I'm in full support of this and have been hopeful that this would come to pass. Thank you all.
Thanks, Suzanne. And I'll just add before I open it up to the public that for the public, particularly a lot of the folks that emailed us within the last few days, that this agenda is a great example of the challenge in putting together an agenda every other week. There are a lot of legal requirements, so it's not easy to just pop something on the agenda at the last minute. But we do have this venue for considering things at a last minute. And then the other comment I would make that, as Bonnie articulated, this board on several occasions over the last 18 months has articulated and sent letters and passed one resolution really describing our desire to have local control over our health policy and not state-driven policy. We've done that several times, so I too consider us to be a continuum of basically policy that the board has been pursuing. So with that, I'll open this up to the public for anyone who'd like to address this item specifically.
Hi, my name is Nicole Young. I'm with an organization called Moms for Liberty. So we are a national organization, and we're basically trying to safeguard liberties for our children. And I just want to extend my thanks to the board. You guys have always been very, very protective of the liberties of the citizens of Placer County. I appreciate you hearing this agenda item. We wrote a resolution. If you'd like to see it, you can make your you can read it, you can disregard it, you can write your own, make revisions on what we did. But do I present it to the clerk of the board?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I have only 3, but thank you. And again, I just wanted to extend my gratitude for hearing this and hearing the voices of your constituents. Thank you.
Thank you. Please come forward.
I go by Salam. I just want to put out there that making children wear masks throughout the school day is child abuse, and this practice needs to end right away.
My name is Tina. I have to say I agree with Salem. And also I'm loving the idea that we would give the schools the control over this as opposed to even the counties or the state. So this is a great step in the right direction. Thank you.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Wendy Beal, and I am also with Moms for Liberty. I just want to thank you all so much for all you have done for us through this pandemic. I don't think I would still be living in California had it not been for Placer County. I'll just be very honest with you. You guys have been instrumental in so many aspects of just our way of living here, and I agree with Supervisor Gore that it is different in Placer County than it is in San Francisco. I'm very thankful that you all have decided to listen to this item. We came here to ask for a special board meeting, but we're so thankful that you are open to this and also encouraged to hear the support of the letter from El Dorado. We basically wrote our resolution and utilized theirs. We've been working with them as well to come up with a very similar resolution, so you'll see that in our resolution. So I just wanted to thank you all so much for all you do, and we just appreciate you so much, and just encourage you guys to keep fighting for our families, for our children, and we're gonna keep moving along with working with the school boards to encourage them to take these masks off our children, give them choice, give the families choice. That's all we're asking, choice to wear masks, choice to vaccinate, and not segregate our kids medically as far as vaccination versus non-vaccination. I think that's a big concern for me. My kids are completely vaccinated. I just think it's really important that we just give them each family choices. We don't know what each family has, what their kids have, so we are thankful for you guys. Thank you.
Hi, I just want to say I appreciate all of you listening to your constituents and taking the time to listen to this resolution that was put forth. And I'd also like to say, if you want to give power back to the community, give it back to the parents, not the school district. Let the parents decide. They know what's best for their children. They know when their children are unhealthy. They know when their children are struggling. They know when their children need special assistance. And a mask, they know better. So give the power back to the people by giving it back to the parents. Give it back to your constituents and listen to them. Read the resolutions and pass them. Protect our community and protect the children most of all. Thank you.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Ma'am, I need your name for the record. For the record, I need your name.
My name is Lynette.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Board. Sandy Marquez from Placer County. I just wanted to echo everything that has been shared with everyone and what Bonnie Gore said as well. I want to echo what you stated this morning. So thank you so much for your positive actions, and I look forward to continuing to attend these meetings and applaud you.
We have one via Zoom.
Good morning, Board. My name is Christopher Kenton. I'm a 44-year resident of Roseville. I just want to say thank you for answering the noble call to come up and lead our county through all of this. I appreciate your time and your efforts. I think this is a movement in the right direction, returning power to the people, to the sovereign people, to the individuals that chosen to show up here. It's a move in the right direction. You're giving the power back to the school boards, but that's still not enough. We're still advocating that the power continue to flow down towards the people from where it emanates. You guys are keeping your oath. We're saluting the flag, and we're appreciative of this. Thank you for this move in the positive direction, but this is not nearly enough. We may be facing more challenges coming up this winter when mandates and edicts and other movements of tyranny come upon our county, and we're relying on you to have leadership and to stand up against these things and remember the people who pay your salaries, and it's not about money, but the people that you represent, to remember this, because we've gone through a lot this year. We look at our communities, a fourth to a third of our businesses appear that they've been burnt out by a fire. There's people struggling to get by, and all of these sufferings that we have, and our children are suffering with these masks. They're socially isolated, and we've just had enough. And there's a silent insurrection going on in the hearts of the people right now, and you've evaded a very serious problem here by responding appropriately in the right direction. But it's still not enough, and you need to continue to move forward in this direction because it's not over by a long shot. So remember the lessons that we've learned this year, and remember the difficulties that we've had, and continue to represent us as you are today in this movement in the proper direction. I thank each and every one of you for being here today. This is the first time I've ever had a chance to be in this place. I've known your names, I've voted for you, I've experienced the repercussions of your leadership, and I thank you for that. But don't stop, and don't stop moving liberty back to the people. Thank you.
There's a Zoom call.
Kathleen, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Kathleen Crawford. I am a resident of Roseville. I have a concern in that your transparency is lacking. There is no copy of whatever this resolution or letter is on your public agenda, even as late as 9 a.m. this morning, when it could have been added and hasn't not been added to the public agenda. And although I recognize that you have an opportunity to bring something up that is of an emergency or urgent nature, I doubt that this really qualifies as such. This is a public health issue. This is an issue that here in Placer County, we have 5 pediatric cases of MIS-C, which is the heart inflammation serious complication from COVID-19 and any of the variants. We need to protect our children, and as public health measures, this should be sent back through our public health department for comment. I believe that we need to be very careful about removing masking from children who are not yet eligible for vaccination. So I would appreciate.
If you don't behave yourselves here, you won't be able to stay, so please keep that in mind. I'm sorry, go ahead with your comments.
Thank you. I appreciate the concern of the parents who are interested in this issue, but I believe that the transparency has been violated and that this is not an emergency or urgent matter, and it could be taken up again at a later time after public health comment has come in. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you for your comments.
We have one more. Grover, please go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Good morning. Mike Grover Coltharp, thank you for addressing this today, and I'm actually impressed that you added it at the last minute. I've been in Roseville for 20 years, and actually more than 20 years, and almost all of that I've been a public servant, so I know what you guys have to go through to do your job. Now, I do want to thank you for remembering that this is a county that is run by the people, and the fact that you guys made the decision that you did today shows that you recognize that. However, I do agree with Chris in that this is just the beginning. I'm not real pleased with the mask mandates and how you, the board, is actually the constitutional protection next to the sheriff for us, and allowed the state to come in and dictate what happens to our children. And so I appreciate what you've done so far, but I do ask that you consider a little more control and restrictions from the state as forcing our children to wear masks when we know that there is not enough evidence proving that masks are actually healthy for our children at school. And I look forward to you addressing that before they start so that the mask mandate is removed completely under your control by giving us the control. So just want you to consider that, because it is each one of us in this room and me in my car who have actually allowed you to sit at that seat you're sitting at right now, because it is the government of the people. And I appreciate you recognizing that. Thank you.
Okay, I'll bring this back to the board for action. We all have the resolution in front of us, and Bonnie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one other point. In the resolution, it does say that the Placer County establishes the following goals: to also advocate for parental choice for masking and vaccinating their children. So I want to share that with you. That's an important part of the resolution that I don't think we focused on. We focused on the local control for school boards, but also parental control. So with that, I'd be happy to make a motion that our board approve this resolution.
Motion Gore, second. Jones, excuse me. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. The board will, we have a long agenda item, so we're going to move on with it quickly. Next item is our consent agenda. This is a list of items that are considered for one motion. We do have to pull item 24B to talk about it specifically, but if somebody wants us to pull another item to talk about it specifically, I'm happy to do that. Anybody on the board? Anyone from the public? Seeing none, we have the consent calendar with the exception of 24B.
I'll move approval.
Motion Gore, second Holmes. Roll call, please.
Gore?
Aye.
Holmes? Jones? Gustafson?
Aye.
Whiteyan?
Yes. And who's taking up 24B?
Becky or Melissa should be, there they are.
Thanks.
Good morning, Chair Wygant, members of the
morning.
board. I'm Melissa McGee with your County Executive Office. The item requesting your board approve an agreement with Moore Isofano Goldsman Inc., a California corporation, DBA MIG, to provide facilitation, planning, and technical assistance in the development of a regional framework for working with homeless populations in an amount not to exceed $195,000, and authorize the county executive officer to sign the agreement. The contract included with this item had minor late revisions to the scope of work and the payment schedule. Updated copies were provided to you just now by the clerk of the board and was posted to the website. We would like to request that your board take action on the revised contract, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Any comments, questions from the public? It's the pleasure of the board.
I'll second.
Motion Holmes, second Gore. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. So now we will move to public comment. This is the time when anyone from the public can address something on the board, keeping in mind that we can take no action. And if you would like to do that, please come forward and state your name for the record.
Deja vu. Good morning, Supervisors. It's been a long time since I've been in maybe a year. I've provided you some documentation, as I normally do, on our legal case, and for a number of years I've been asking for assistance in addressing a county liability, a detriment to the health, safety, and welfare of my neighborhood. After years of research and 2 lawsuits by my community, it becomes clear every day that the county has not only been deceived by the business owner, but by a former planning director. Since 1984, mini storage has not been allowed in as a land use in Res Ag. You know it. I've talked to you about it. I've met with each one of you and provided you all the information on the zoning, yet no action. The Board of Supervisors was misinformed in 1998 when the planning director stated that the Tree Lake mini storage had undergone environmental review under the Tree Lake Terrace EIR. He knew it had not, and since 1995 with the zoning ordinances that mini storage was not a defined use. Placer County Code grants the tax collector powers to revoke any license under, and I quote, false pretense or in violation of any chapter of the county code. Each license application can and will be challenged for zoning compliance. An illegally zoned business then is an illegally zoned business today and will remain illegally zoned in perpetuity. It doesn't change. Well, we lost our first legal challenge due to procedural issue, and our second has at this point been dismissed. The ruling addressed 2 of 3 issues on that second one. Today you can prevent another legal challenge and cost to the county by seeing that the third issue, the merits of this case, and it's not being zoned for a residential area, and it being the only mini storage facility in the middle of a neighborhood with one access that commercial businesses and RVs run down our street. You know all the information. Not a single court document has ruled on zoning. I've provided you all of them and a brief summary. Ms. Schwab indicated in a meeting when we met with her in November of 2016 that she was more afraid of the owner suing the county than the homeowners. You are fully aware that the county is indemnified. There is no legal challenge for misrepresented or falsified documents. It's not the role of you or the county council to protect the interests of the county. It is your responsibility and oath of office to uphold the laws of this land, to see that there is equitable enforcement. There is not a single mini storage facility in Placer County in a residentially zoned area, except for this one. If you take no action, it can only perceive that you are willfully and knowingly deceiving the public and withholding public information. By continuing down this path, you're opening the county to additional litigation, since anyone in a Res Ag zoning area can now open a mini storage facility based on this precedent. I'm asking to sit with you again and present the information in a cooperative fashion. I'm asking you to direct your staff and counsel who works for you in the community to provide substantial evidence that makes the allegations false and that allows this zoning. Open.
Could you wrap up your comments, please?
I have one sentence, Supervisor. Open, honest, and transparent government is our right and your obligation.
And we also need your name for the record.
Scott Vaughn from Granite Bay. And here's a copy of my.
Thanks.
Good morning, supervisors and chair. I'm Jacqueline. I live in Placer County. And I have been, actually I have some information here. Pretty much from the beginning of this pandemic, I've been in contact with my supervisor Holmes, and I sent a letter to Dr. Oldham's office regarding the PCR test. And because the information that was coming out, even like from Dr. Fauci, was that if you cycle a sample at a high number of cycles on the PCR test, then you're going to result in a high rate of false positives, which creates a cycle of fear in the community, and that people who are asymptomatic are going to infect other people. And when I asked Dr. Oldham's office what the number of cycles were that the tests were run, she said, Katie responded to that first request with a statement that each test manufacturer runs its own test. They have their own cycle threshold. And to me, that was like, shouldn't there be a standard threshold so that, you know, there wouldn't be a high rate of false positives? And then if there was a standard, then businesses wouldn't be shut down based on a high number of cases that are fraudulent, and people wouldn't be afraid of a disease that they're not going to get from someone who's test positive but is asymptomatic. And so they wouldn't rush out to get an experimental vaccine. So this has been very concerning, and she answered with one thing that said that the PCR test was the gold standard, but she did not address any of my other questions about the PCR test. And that has, and I continue to question about that, because in December, when Gavin shut down everything again, our restaurant stayed open because we just couldn't shut down again. And as a result, we had the alcohol beverage control on our back. And so it's very concerning that all of this is based on false evidence, faulty test. And I spoke with someone who said they were a doctor at Sutter, and she informed me that in August, there are plans to shut down again because of a quote-unquote Delta variant. And there are, and like the woman who commented on the 5 pediatric cases with heart inflammation, I'd like to know if those children were vaccinated with this COVID experimental jab, because that is one of the side effects, adverse events.
Could you wrap up your comment, please? And then
yes.
Maybe a suggestion on some of the science, health-based things that you would submit maybe to Supervisor Holmes, your supervisor, but we can at least get you information from our public health officer as it relates to his opinion and or what appears to be consensus in the scientific.
I mean, I did send a letter to our health officer, and they responded the one time and then never addressed any of my additional questions or requests.
Thanks, yeah. They were pretty overwhelmed during the pandemic, but thank you.
Hi, just a quick note before my time starts. Megan is giving you a resolution that we wrote up that we would like adopted on its own and or added to the resolution that you just passed today. And I appreciate you listening.
And again, could you state your name?
Yes, thank you. My name is Lynette, and we have seen intimidation, segregation, and discrimination throughout the mandate passed by Cal OSHA on June 17th. Businesses are forced to intimidate their employees using this mandate by threatening them with their careers, licenses, livelihood, etc. School officials and CPS COVID counselors that are now implemented at public schools will have the same intimidation tactics and use them on your children. Do you know that right now California is looking into making public school grounds vaccination sites using mobile vaccination units, which we spoke of at our last Board of Supervisors meeting? Do you know that when a child steps onto school or state grounds, they become public property? According to SB 742, parents will not be allowed to protest or picket vaccination sites or mobile vaccination units and will not be able to exercise their First Amendment right. When parents find out that the government is giving their children shots on school grounds without their knowledge, what are they going to do if they cannot speak out? How are you going to respond when parents pull their children from Placer County Public Schools? We are being held hostage until we submit to government control. They are breaking us down in hopes that we do not wake up. We are awake, and we're not going to take it anymore. Placer County residents are ill-informed as to the law and their rights to say no. The shot is not fully FDA approved, and many are signing up to get it because they look to authority for guidance. The authority of Placer County is you, the Board of Supervisors, and by adopting the Cal OSHA guidelines, you are promoting and forcing the shot on our residents. The people are not being afforded informed consent due to censorship and doctors and scientists that are speaking out against this medical tyranny. Parents are not able to protect their children from the potential risk of the experimental vaccine. We want informed consent, a healthy and safe and free constitutional community. No one should be bullied, shamed, or forced into making a medical decision, and no person, especially children, should be used as an experiment. Individuals who got the COVID vaccination now most likely have a compromised immune system, and their body will not be able to recover if exposed to even a small cold. We have never been in a pandemic. The true pandemic will come in the fall when people who got this shot start getting sick and possibly die due to a common cold. There will be another lockdown coming soon. The media, CDC, OSHA, and government will lie and tell you that the new pandemic is the Delta variant and making everyone sick. They will also tell you it's the unvaccinated causing people to get sick. How is this scenario even possible if the vaccinated are protected by getting the COVID shot? How can there be even a Delta variant without the COVID virus or any virus being isolated? The big problem we face is people have been forced into a perpetual state of fear. They are unable to think logically, and then they develop cognitive dissonance. This is where we need protection. Protection from manufactured fear and threat, protection from people losing their careers and livelihood, and protection from tyranny. I'm almost done. You can step up and be that protection. Send the $77.4 million of COVID support and response funds that you received back to the federal government. This is blood money, and we do not want it. Look to God and stand up against the fear. The terrible effects of this experiment will come to light, and the full truth will be exposed, because truth can never be censored or canceled, and it will always find its way to the light.
Before you start your comments, I'm going to take public comment for another 5 minutes until 15 minutes till. We'll continue public comment after the meeting if those want to stay in or come back. Our last timed item starts at 2. We have a very full agenda today, and so we're going to try to manage this meeting as efficiently as possible, but still allow people to have their time. So go ahead.
Okay, my name is Tina. I actually had something I was going to read, but I'll summarize as quickly as I can. I have to agree with Lynette that the SB 742 that's coming down the line from the legislature, making it illegal to picket or demonstrate at a vaccine site, is alarming when you put that in conjunction with that children, especially 12 and up right now, are being vaccinated at schools by the health staff and the nurses there. If we can't voice our First Amendment rights on the schools where our children are going to school, we have a bigger problem. We feel that this is the time that you're going to have to pick a side. You're going to have to stand for something. We want freedom. You want freedom. We have to have the freedom to choose what's best for our families and for our children. And I would argue that it's not really even the county's responsibility or government control to keep us safe as much as it's a parent's control to keep our children safe. We have those choices. Placer County, when the residents find out the truth about this shot, that it's not really a vaccine, they're going to rise up and they're going to realize that you had the opportunity to do something or not. Placer County residents will respond when people start having adverse effects come the fall, and these spike proteins are causing people to get sick when they're exposed to tiny little flus or colds or normal things that we could have fought off otherwise. Placer County folks are going to find out that you have been informed of all of this information and that you today have to make a choice on what you will allow as far as freedom in Placer County. This is your opportunity to lead the state of California. No other county is doing this yet. But it is, we want Placer County to be educated on the laws, mandates, the experiments, the CalGina. We need leaders here in Placer County. The resolution that we are going to present is going to give the protection to the residents, and it will give them the time and the forethought to decide without pressure and without threat and without shame if they want to be a part of this experiment or not. Protection will be passing this resolution to alert the public of the truth. What you see happening across the US and around the world is evil. It can't be denied anymore. People are waking up. People are going to look to you, and we will stand with you. If you pass this, we will support you. And if you choose not to protect us, I guarantee that when the truth fully comes out, the people will be looking to you as to why. They're going to be angry. They're not going to be angry with us because we've provided the truth. They will be angry with you. Time is of the essence. Please support the residents of Placer County by passing this resolution.
Hello, my name is Salam. I just wanted to give a quick summary of a resolution that I and my fellow residents of Placer County here spent a lot of time putting together. We've distributed copies to you by email, I believe. Just want a real quick summary that what we're asking for is that there be no vaccine mandates, there be no vaccine passport mandates passed in this county, that there will be no further mask mandates in this county, that any signs requiring such be removed from all county facilities, that no businesses be allowed to refuse people service for not wearing a mask or not having a vaccine. And so this resolution, we will hopefully have a chance to read it into the record, because we really want the rest of the people who are in attendance, the people to know what we've put together. But we will be submitting it to you and hope that you will take it up formally and consider it at a future board meeting. Thank you.
My name's Jason Wedge, and I want to give just a quick analogy. So I'm a Christian man, and I believe every workplace, including all county workplaces, should have a form to be filled out describing if the employee has given their life to Jesus. This information should be updated every 2 weeks, and records kept in a database for the church to request when they deem necessary. I believe this is a necessity to maintain the health of our community, and I'm sure we can find some science to claim that a community in its religious unity, it is a much healthier community. With the database collected from employers, we can regularly send out material stating that becoming a Christian can benefit your health and those around you. We can even send out missionaries to these anti-Christian houses to educate and convince them that becoming a Christian is the only way to remain healthy. And if all that fails, we can send them to Christian camps where they can listen to powerful speakers until they become a Christian. Can you imagine being forced to be converted to a religious faith by your government? We live in a county where we are free to choose our religion and are free from being discriminated against if we choose differently than others. And yet, here we are at the verge of not being free to choose to not take part in an experimental medical procedure. We can be discriminated against and even lose our jobs if we choose wrongly. The bottom line is no one needs to know my religion or my medical history. And by being asked or discriminated against for not answering goes against anyone's basic constitutional rights. Placer County needs to adopt the resolution that was just presented. This is not the first nor will be the last attempt infringement that seeks to hinder the constitutionally protected rights of Placer County residents for the encroachment of state and federal government mandates. This is why I do encourage the Board of Supervisors to make Placer County the first recognized constitutional county in California, to communicate to the rest of the state that our local representatives respect the Constitution, to which each swore an oath to uphold and defend, to protect the unalienable rights of our citizens, and to be an example for the counties to follow. Thank you.
Okay, this will be the last public comment until the end of the meeting.
My name is David, and I want to let you guys know that everything that's happened from the time the pandemic started to now is illegal. Okay, there's a major lawsuit called Crimes Against Humanity that's happening in Germany. The lead attorney on that case is registered or is a member of the bar in California. And you guys have pretty much violated every law from international to state law and civil law and criminal law. And with that being said, we need to end this thing and get rid of it. And you guys need to start working for the people, okay? 50,000 people have died so far, okay? That's a lot of people. Now you guys want to go after the children. And when people start dying from this, I'm gonna claim my legal right to legal self-defense. I'll tell you that right now, okay? So you guys better stop violating the law, period. I'm done. Later.
Okay, so we're now going to take up board member reports and county executive reports. We're doing board reports and county exec reports, if you have any. And Suzanne does.
Yes, this is just a short update on the Los Lagos Parkway project. I'm happy to report that we have completed the initial phase of the vegetation abatement and fire safety cleanup. As supervisor, I would like to say that I could not be happier with the results so far, and so I wanted to publicly thank those involved for their hard work, and that's most notably is Andy Fisher in Parks, and of course Casey Lyons and Miranda Glick for the great job they did interacting with the Los Lagos HOA and addressing their concerns. The HOA put their trust in Placer County, and it was not misplaced. I wanted to thank all of them for the outstanding job that they did, and we wouldn't have been able to complete all of that without the help of Chief Estes, Chief Macwood, and CAL FIRE and the CCC crews. And also wanted to thank Dave DeFonte and Becky Riggin for, and everyone in the CEO's office. Last but not least, Karen Schwab and Clayton and Maggie Tides and County Counsel's office. Your guidance was indispensable. I'm sure, I hope I didn't forget anybody, because I just wanted to make sure everybody knows how appreciative the HOA is, and I am, for an excellent job, well done. And, you know, we had a group of concerned citizens that came here before the board. I think it might have been my third meeting. And so the fact that the county came to my call for help in resolving the problem was wonderful. I can't thank you all enough.
Yes, thanks, Susanna. The photographs look great, by the way, so
thank you.
Look forward to seeing it. Any other board members? Todd?
Just one item. I know, you know, as we lead into this wildfire season, one of the areas that has created a lot of interest and need is the chipper program. And I just wanted to reach out. I know a number of you may be getting requests. We're really back up right now, honestly, a number of weeks to actually come back and people get out and address some of their defensible space issues. We're working with our probation group to identify folks to really expand the staffing size. So I'll come back with you in the next couple of weeks about our opportunities to kind of expand that effort. I know Marshall Hopper and Becky Reagan have been really driving on this issue, but I wanted to let you know, many of you that are looking and needing assistance around defensible space our interest is trying to get that chipper program expanded out as much as possible. So more to come there, but if you do get calls, I just want to let you know that we are working on that and getting the staff to do that.
Thanks, Tom. Okay, we'll now take up our first timed item, 9:15, which is appointed county council fees for indigent defense. Becky.
Good morning, Chair Wygant, members of the board. Becky Riggin from the County Executive Office. We are here to introduce and waive oral reading of an ordinance amending Placer County Code Chapter 2, Section 2.1, Section C and D, Indigent Public Defense Program fees, to increase the hourly rates for private counsel appointed by Placer County Superior Court to represent indigent individuals. Judge Penny and Court CEO Jake Chatters are in the audience today to speak in support of this item, and Melissa McGee in the County Executive Office served as lead staff on this item, so I'll have her present today.
Good morning again, Chair Wygant, members of the board, Melissa McGee, Staff Services Analyst with your County Executive Office. The appointed counsel, otherwise known as panel attorneys, are assigned by the court in cases where the county's contracted indigent defense firms cannot represent a client due to a conflict of interest. Penal Code Section 987.2 and Probate Code Sections 1470 and 1472 state that counties are responsible for compensation of appointed counsel in these cases where a conflict of interest exists with contracted indigent defense firms. These codes also state that the courts shall determine reasonable compensation for these appointed counsel. Placer Superior Court reports that there are currently only 2 attorneys willing to accept these cases, which represents a challenge in providing the legally required representation in cases where conflict exists. For comparison, in 2005, there were 24 attorneys on this panel. Recently, county staff collaborated with Placer Superior Court to study current competitive rates for appointed counsel and indigent defense attorneys in the region. The item before you today is the result of that study, which found that Placer's fee rates, which were last adjusted in 2004, were significantly lower than rates offered in neighboring counties. The adjusted fee schedule as part of this item reflects an average 57% increase in fee rates across the 6 case classifications. The proposed fee rates are now comparable to those offered in neighboring counties. It is hoped that these updated fees will increase the number of private attorneys willing to serve as appointed counsel. The fiscal impact of this item is estimated to be around $60,000 per year, and funding is included in the fiscal year 2021-22 budget. If approved by your board today, this item will return to your board for adoption at your July 27th meeting, and the fees are planned to go into effect on September 1st, 2021. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thanks. Any questions from board members? I see none. I'll open it up to the public for any questions or comments.
I would say that Jacqueline, Placer County, I would say that the indigent are not paying taxes into the community. And that is a case where I believe that council could donate and serve in an area to help the indigent, that it's not about money, that they're, you know, they don't need to be paid more to help the undeserving or non-tax paying. So I think, you know, I would not support increasing fees to pay for counsel for indigent.
My name is Tina, and I was scribbling notes as you were talking, so maybe I missed it. But I would be curious to know, what are the hourly rates now, and what are we proposing to raise them to?
Yeah, why don't you just direct your questions to the board, then the board will get the answers to those. But first, let's see if anybody else wants to. Anyone else wish to make any comments or ask any questions? So, okay, let's hear that first then.
Grover, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, Grover. So I guess my question is, you know, when this pandemic happened and all of our businesses were being
attacked by our state and county public officials through the health department, they didn't get free representation in court. So I'm trying to figure out why we're even addressing increasing fees for people that the reason they're in court because they're committing local crimes, and typically those are the transients who are camping and doing the things that the codes weren't supposed to allow us to do. So why are we giving them more services when our own citizens who own businesses being shut down, they didn't get any legal assistance? So maybe I'm not understanding this right.
If you may want to address those briefly, but the question was with regards to current and proposed pay, and that is in the staff report, which is available on the agenda, which was out last week, so somebody can look that information up in more detail if they want. It also compares us with other jurisdictions, but did you want to address that more?
I'm happy to go through the fees. So for Class 1A classification, which is capital punishment, the current pay rate as of 2004, which was when it was last updated, current is $85 and proposed is $155. For Class 1B, the case type is non-capital with a maximum life sentence. The current pay rate from 2004 is $75 and the proposed pay rate is $110. For Class 2, all crimes with punishment of greater than 5 years or life sentence, current pay rate is $65 and the proposed pay rate is $100. For Class 3, all other felonies and juvenile delinquency allegations, the current pay rate is $60 and the proposed pay rate is $90. For probate case types, conservatorships and guardianships, the current pay rate is $60 and the proposed pay rate is $90. And finally, for Class 4 classification case types, misdemeanors and miscellaneous civil, the current pay rate is $50 and the proposed pay rate is $80.
Thank you. Okay. With that, then I'll bring it back to the board for action.
And I'll second with a reminder that everyone is allowed representation under the law. And so this is an opportunity to provide those attorneys who are representing people a reasonable wage so that everybody has representation under the law.
And I actually think it's in the Bill of Rights and the Constitution of the United States.
Okay, so we have a motion, Holmes, second Gore. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And Becky, did you have another comment?
Just a quick comment. I want to follow up on Supervisor Holmes' comment. It is the Sixth Amendment of the United States Constitution that requires the United States government to provide free legal counsel to indigent defense in criminal cases.
Yeah. Thanks, Becky. You were close, Jim. Okay, we'll now take up our 9:40 timed item, auditor, which is the Audit Committee Annual Report. And I'm sorry, I skipped an item. I should know what I'm doing at this stage of my life. We're going to take our 9:25 timed item, which is a presentation from PG&E on their Community Wildfire Safety Program. So our Director of Emergency Services, Dave Atkinson, is going to kick that off, followed by Brandon. So good to see you, Brandon.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Dave Atkinson, your Assistant Director of Emergency Services. Of course, as you are keenly aware, 2020 was a devastating wildfire season, and unfortunately 2021 is trending in the same direction for here in the West. During our presentation to your board in May, we were pleased to report on several projects that Placer, our agency partners, and our community members have been engaged in regarding wildfire preparedness and mitigation. The private sector also has a role to play in wildfire prevention and mitigation. And as noted in the staff report, PG&E has a significant amount of transmission and distribution infrastructure located in higher fire threat areas. With me this morning is Brandon Sanders, who will be providing your board with an update on PG&E's wildfire safety program, including changes to their PSPS, or Public Safety Power Shutoff program.
Thanks, Dave.
Thank you, Dave. Good morning, Chairman Wygant, Supervisors. Brandon Sanders, Sierra Division Public Affairs, PG&E. Appreciate the opportunity to come before you again today. I know over the last few years I've had an opportunity to meet with many of you personally. Supervisor Jones, we have not personally met. I hope that now that things are open up a little bit more, I'd love to spend some time with you to talk about this subject matter. So I'm going to move through these slides quickly, just acknowledging that the agenda is pretty compacted. So just a quick review. Large swaths of Placer County, as everyone well knows, are within the CPUC's high fire threat district. And essentially half of the equipment across the county is within that fire threat district. What's interesting is only about a fifth of the customers in Placer County are within that high fire threat district. So it just kind of gives you a sense of the expansive landscapes that we cover to serve rural communities. This is sort of the three focal areas for our program. I won't go into those in extreme detail, but we're looking to reduce wildfire potential, improve our situational awareness, and reduce impacts of PSPS to the maximum extent possible to our customers. A couple of things that are new this year. It looks like this slide is a little washed out, but wanting to focus on the box on the right. So we have greatly increased our customer supports under this program, including in-language collateral, providing batteries to those who have a medical need for those resources. We've made sure that all of our community resource centers are ADA compliant. We're providing partnership through food banks locally, including the Placer Food Bank and the Placer Community Foundation, in a number of ways to support the community during these events. And we have a lot of sort of one-off partnerships with nonprofits throughout the county. This is sort of some high-level information about what we've done and what we're doing. You'll notice that in the 21 plan, the numbers are kind of low. That's because we were almost the most aggressive of all the counties in Placer when this program came into being. We've done a lot of work that I'll illustrate on a map here. This is some system hardening work that's occurred in the communities of Colfax and Forest Hill, essentially going back with a coated conductor versus a bare aluminum conductor, wider cross arms, deeper set poles, and the like, just enhancing the resiliency of those specific areas where the fire threat is greatest. The sectionalizing devices are probably the biggest benefit to the county. As you can see, we've really focused that work in the Auburn area and also in Loomis. I will point out one that's kind of cool that I worked with our team on is the one that's to the east of Lincoln. That was an overhead feed coming into Sun City Lincoln Hills, the Villas project, which is an assisted living facility. It was impacted early on by PSPS because of the system configuration. We've subsequently installed a switch there and mitigated any impacts to the city of Lincoln proper. There still will be unincorporated areas of Lincoln that could potentially be affected in the rural areas. Additionally, for Rockland, we were able to put in some sectionalizing devices to effectively remove Rockland from any future PSPS scopes. We're pretty proud of that. And really the emphasis has been around the city of Auburn, and we've greatly diminished the prospects for PSPS within the city centers that are sort of outside of that high fire threat area. This is something that's really interesting, and it's available to everyone, including customers and constituents. We have installed almost 20 weather stations throughout the county that provide real-time visibility into field conditions. That information is publicly available on our website. Additionally, we have installed 8 high-definition cameras throughout the county that assist with fire detection, not only for PG&E, but for our local fire cooperators. We have done some extensive vegetation management work. That's probably the highest risk during high wind events is vegetative contact with our conductor. We continue to be very aggressive on that, not just in Placer, but in surrounding counties. Just a quick review. So what causes a PSPS? You've got high wind conditions that sort of come to a confluence with low humidity, extreme low fuel moisture, fire season scenarios such as what we're walking into this year. And so this just kind of lines out. After we de-energize circuits, we have to then patrol those circuits to validate that they are still intact before we re-energize. So that's why you see some time elapse before we can fully restore customers, especially in the more remote areas of the county. Again, confluence of factors leading into PSPS. This is all based on meteorological science. We have a state-of-the-art meteorology team out of our San Ramon Operations Center that monitor all of this daily. You can find forecasted conditions on our website, and I'll get to those web links here in a moment. Here you have sort of the customer communication protocol, if you will. We have visibility into field conditions up to 2 or 3 days in advance, at which point we'll notify our cooperators, such as the County Office of Emergency Services. We have public safety specialists to interface with your local fire chiefs, and we'll continue that cadence of communication before, during, and after a PSPS. This just highlights some of the partnerships we have in place. The California Foundation for Independent Living Centers is sort of an umbrella organization that we're supporting to then trickle down further customer supports for those customers with access and functional needs. Noted here is the Placer Food Bank, and we're also offering resources through the California Council for the Blind. We also have a really great partnership with Lighthouse Counseling and Family Resource Center, excellent organization. It was Nonprofit of the Year in 2020. Really proud of that. And then Seniors First is another food assistance organization that we partner with. So I'm going to close on this slide. As you can see here, there's a wealth of information on our website. If you go to pge.com/weather, you can access the weather data. If you're looking for information on backup power for your residents, you can visit pge.com/backuppower. It's very important that if you're using a personal generator, it's installed correctly for the safety of our line workers out in the field. And you can also sign up for address alerts for addresses that may not be your own. So if you have an elderly relative in a remote part of the county that you'd like to be notified if they're going to be affected, you can get that. But just really a wealth of information. It's all housed at pge.com/wildfire safety. And there is an annex of slides here that go into greater detail on some of the nuances of it. And again, I'd be happy to join one of your MAC meetings or meet with you and your staff in person to discuss all of this further. Thank you.
Thanks, Brandon. Appreciate presentation. Any questions? First of all, I just want to compliment, when we started out on this journey, I've observed and greatly appreciate the fact that you are so much more exacting as to the weather conditions and where you do shut down the power and when you shut it down and the length of time. So appreciate that, and look forward to continued improvements as we work through this together. But
thank you.
Robert, I had a question.
Yeah, Cindy, there you are.
Sorry, up here above you, Robert.
Hello, Supervisor.
Brandon, thank you, and I wanted to echo the comments that were made, that Robert made as well. We really appreciate how attentive PG&E has been to a lot of our concerns. On the system hardening, you've done 3 miles. Are you continuing that this year in 2021?
We're continually scoping additional system hardening projects. As you know, Supervisor Gustafson, and as I can share with your colleagues who may also know, one of the focal points on our efforts on mitigation have been the installation of microgrids in Colfax and Forest Hill. That work is complete. Those are ready to go. That's going to allow us to safely energize the underground portions of the system within those communities to keep essential services such as gas stations, fire stations, and the school, and a few other items energized. So, but yes, we're continually looking for opportunities, and we would welcome feedback from your team as to where you think those opportunities might lie.
Well, in those remote areas, you know how critical it was when people ran out of fuel for their generators, when we had the extended outage 2 years ago. It was pretty critical for those. The other thing I thought that was in the annex slides was about the battery backups for those with health conditions where they need power. I thought that was tremendously interesting. I didn't know that was available, and I'm so glad to hear that from my constituents who have health issues and need powered equipment.
Yes, that all that information can be accessed at disabilitydisasteraccess.org. That's sort of the compilation of all of our customer supports for those with access and functional needs. So thank you for calling that out.
Anything else, Cindy? Yeah, looks like.
I think she's got some bad reception.
Yeah, why don't we go to Jim for the time being, and then Cindy has
Thank
something
you,
else.
Mr. Chair. Brandon, thank you so much for keeping us updated. Appreciate the outreach, and particularly when one of my constituents needs help, you've always been available, and I really appreciate you reaching back out to us and to those constituents that have issues. So thanks again.
Thank you, sir.
Do we have anything else? Cindy, do you have more?
No, I just wanted to thank Brandon. I'm sorry my internet is unstable, but I'm trying to listen to my phone as well, so I stay in touch. Thanks, Robert.
Thanks, Cindy. Okay, see no other questions or comments from board members. I'll open it up to the public. Thanks, Brandon.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Anyone from the public wish to address this item, please come forward and state your name.
Hi, Sandy, Placer County again. Thank you so much for that presentation. I had a question about prevention or preventative measures. There's been some talk that I've heard about where there's possibly geological or underground activity that could contribute to wildfires, or that, you know, might contribute to wildfires. And also, there's been some talk about substances that could make vegetation a little bit more prone to catching fire. I don't know if that's something that has been looked into at all by PG&E as possibly contributing to wildfires or to trying to mitigate wildfires.
I'll see if we have any answers. Did you have, we'll wait till the end, Brandon, so catch all of them we might have.
Hi, my name is Jennifer. I'm a resident of Placer County, and I have the privilege of having NID water out in the middle of nowhere to keep my property wet. And I was just wondering how that was going to be factored in, having the canals going, having the water go through to come down to help protect the property from catching fire by being able to keep it wet. So I don't know how that falls in. The rest of this plan looks wonderful for the city, but out in the country it's a little bit different because we don't have fire hydrants and things like that. We can do things like put water tanks on our property and such, but if we can't refill them and there's a fire that breaks out near us, how we can protect our home and our family. Thank you.
Anyone else from the public here? And do we have any on Zoom? So Brandon, do you want to go ahead?
I'd just like to make a quick statement that just so the public is aware that outside countries do have access to our power grids now that Biden has turned over the executive order in regards to our power grids. So I'd just like to say that not only can PG&E shut off our power grids, but so can other countries. So.
And could you state your name again for the record?
Lynette, thank you.
Thanks. And Brent, yes, please.
Thank you, Chairman Wygant. I always welcome an opportunity to clarify things so that they don't, travel too far. So in terms of geologic risk from wildfire, I'm not personally aware of that. I mean, things like earthquakes, of course, can cause fire incidents. But in terms of how we operate our system, I mean, the only sort of consideration from a geologic standpoint might be like dam safety or installation of underground circuitry. So I don't really view that as a concern. In terms of substances that can cause a vegetation to be more fire prone, I mean, any dead vegetation is going to be fire prone. I think the best advice we can give everyone is just to ensure that you're compliant with Public Resources Code 4291. You're completing all your defensible space. Great resources all across the county through the fire safe councils. You've got a deputy chief here on the Auburn City Council. ReadyForWildfire.org is a good resource. And then in terms of other countries having access to our grid operations, that's just not true. The North American Reliability Corporation is the governing body over the American transmission grid, so that's not possible. Thanks.
Thanks. Dave, did you have something else?
I just wanted to, the lady made a comment about the water and that's really the part of the Office of Emergency Services does to coordinate with PG&E, with PCWA, NID to make sure that everything keeps flowing and keeps moving because we obviously know that's incredibly important, especially in these high fire times.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. As an NID customer, I appreciate that also. Thanks. Okay, this was just a report, no action necessary. And now we will take up the Auditor Committee annual report. So Jay, I think, is going to kick that off, or Andy?
Good afternoon, Chairman Wygant, members of the board, Karen and Todd. Andy Sisk, County Auditor Controller. We're here today to present the annual discharge of the Audit Committee's responsibilities for fiscal 2021. As stated in the board packet, the Audit Committee has been around for over 13 years. Jim Holmes, Supervisor Holmes, has sat on the Audit Committee since inception. And then during the fiscal year, we did have a rotation of supervisors. Supervisor Gore was on the Audit Committee to start the fiscal year, and then Suzanne Jones took over for Bonnie mid-year and is currently serving on our Audit Committee. And then last, the public member that served on the Audit Committee, Wayne Nader, recently resigned from the Audit Committee, and we did a recruitment, and we were fortunate to bring on Jay Panzica. A little bit of background about Jay before I have him come up and talk to you. Jay has a lot of governmental experience, close to 25 to 30 years of governmental experience. He worked for the city of Roseville as CFO for 5 years. He's currently retired. And one of the things, of course, that impressed me with some of my interviews with Jay is that he has prepared financial statements for over 20 years and has actually reviewed numerous financial statements as part of the GFOA, the Government Finance Officers Association, who gives the award for the Certificate of Excellence in Financial Reporting. So without further ado, I'll bring up Jay Panzica.
Thanks, Andy.
Morning, Board.
Morning.
Nice to meet you. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to participate in this committee. It's quite an honor, and it's kind of fun to get back into the business. I do want to put a particular thank you to Bonnie Gore, because she's the one that told me about the opportunity and kind of twisted my arm a little bit to come and do it, so I'm happy to do it. No, it's always been good. As you mentioned, I've been in this business for a very long time, and I've always found it quite rewarding to do it, so I'm glad I can continue in retirement. So as you mentioned, the purpose is to discharge our duties as far as the financial reports for the year. And I want to talk a little bit about what these audits are and what the committee does. There's really two types of audits that they're really involved with in two general categories. One is external and one's internal. So I'll start with the externals. That is an audit of the financial reports of the city that's performed every year by an external auditor. This particular year, it was done by Clifton Larson Allen. This is the first year that this auditor did our records for the city. The bad news is, as far as the county's concerned, that's a lot of work the very first year when you break in a new CPA. So it's a lot of work. So combine that with the COVID restrictions, this was one heck of a year for them to perform the CAFR. And so the good news is, here it is, this wonderful report that I'm sure you guys read from cover to cover, just like all of us. And so that has been done, and it was very successful. In addition to that, the auditors gave an unqualified response to it, saying that we had no material weaknesses, so it was very, very good. The second component of this audit is then submitting this to the GFOA, which is the Government Finance Officers Association. They go through it and make sure it does certain things. And mainly what their goal is to make sure that this takes a lot of data and turns it into information for people to read and understand. There's a management discussion in front of it so the general public can read and say, understand what's going on. Obviously, there's a lot of numbers that involved with it, but the goal is to make sure that other people can see it, and it serves as a document for the people to understand what's going on in their county. The county has had a 20-year run of receiving this award, and I can assure you, after reading one or two of these, it's not a walk in the park. It's not a rubber stamp. You have to meet certain requirements, and those requirements change every year to make it more and more specific and more useful to the public. And so this has been submitted now. We'll see how it goes. Then moving on to the internal, which is the other type of audits. These are ones that are requested by staff or by you or by the public to audit something specifically. The county this past year completed almost their entire work plan for the year. We're now currently developing the work plan for next year. That's work in itself, deciding and prioritizing what should be audited. As a note, these audits are published on the website so the public can read and see what's going on, so they understand what the committee's doing. In the letter you received today, there's a list of many accomplishments that the committee did last year. I won't go through all of them, but there's one I think specifically we would like to talk about real briefly. Back in about 2016, the grand jury requested or thought that the county should have a whistleblower program. So within a year, in 2017, the county was able to implement this whistleblower program and get it going for internal staff. Once that was done, since then we've worked with external people, and now that went open to the public in last April. So now it's open to the public. They can come in and request or try to inform the county of something that they would like us to look into. This has been going good now that we have now been getting requests and input, so I believe that's been a successful program. And with that, I'd like to say that the committee has decided that, or recommends that the report be accepted, and that the county auditor did a good job of what he's doing. And with that, I'd like to turn over for questions. I can't answer a lot since I've attended one meeting this year, so I really don't want to step on someone's feet, but with that, I'll turn it back for questions.
Start with Suzanne.
Yes, this is kind of directed at Andy. Mm-hmm. Nothing clears a room faster than auditor talk. But I do want to say, I appreciate you, and I'm looking forward to serving on the audit committee, and I'm looking forward to working with you as well.
Jim.
First of all, Jay, thank you so much for accepting this challenge. I feel comfortable because of your background. The audit committee, I was one of the founding members, I suppose. And what I really appreciate is I get the reports and I can understand what you guys do. And I really appreciate Andy and your staff's performance in bringing all those items together. So I welcome working with you for the next 3 years anyhow. And please stay. And lastly, I just want to give a thank you to Wayne Nader for 12 years of his service on the County Audit Committee. He was one of the first ones when we started this, and he did a really excellent job. So good work, everybody. I really appreciate it.
Thanks. Bonnie.
Thank you. First of all, Jay, glad that you were able to serve on the committee. I certainly know your background. You did an excellent job with the city of Roseville, and we might be worried, Andy, because he's good at what he does, which means he might ask some questions, which isn't a bad thing. But really glad that you serve, and I appreciate you pointing out, Jay, the work that Andy's team did this past year. So in addition to their regular duties and doing the audits, making sure the external audits were taken care of and the internal audits, then there was all the COVID work that you and your team had to do. And we all suffered through challenges with the impacts that COVID had on our workplaces, but the amount of additional work to our county staff, to your team, really appreciate your hard work, and so let your team know that we appreciate it. The extra work was challenging, and so thank you very much.
Ditto. Okay, I'll open this up to the public for any comments or questions. Seeing none, this was just a report. We don't have to take any action, but welcome, Jay, and good seeing you again, and thanks to Andy, you and all your staff. Thank you. We'll now take up our 9:55 timed item, which is annexation community facilities district in the Sunset area. Michelle.
Good morning, Michelle Kingsbury with Cedra, Principal Management Analyst. The item before you today is another administrative item as we're proceeding forward in implementing the Sunset Area Plan. This is to annex 1111 Tinker Road, which is an approximate 5-acre parcel located within the Sunset area. They have a parcel map that's currently processing through Cedra, and as part of their conditions of approval, they're required to annex into the CFD 2012-1, which is our Sunset Fire and Emergency Services CFD, to provide revenues that support the enhanced fire services out there. With that, I know that's a brief presentation, but I'm happy to answer any questions for you, or we can proceed forward with public hearing and ballot and the action items before you today.
Thanks, Michelle. Questions of Michelle from the board? Seeing none, we need to tabulate the ballots.
We received one ballot and it's in favor.
So with that, any questions, comments from the public? Seeing none, bring it back to the board.
I'll move approval. I'll second.
Motion Gore, second Jones. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. And the next 10 o'clock item is it's a Sunset Area Plan Community Facilities District, and that's also Michelle. So.
Hi, for the record, good morning again, Michelle Kingsbury from Cedra. This item, staff is requesting to open the public hearing and request continuance to a date and time certain at the next board meeting. Unfortunately, we didn't get some paperwork over the holiday that we needed for this item, so we're requesting continuance of it.
So do we need a time certain?
Chairman, we can move this to Tuesday, July 27th, 2021 at 9:25 a.m.
Great. It's a pleasure of the board.
I'll move for a continuance until the said date and time.
Motion Gore, second Jones. Anyone from the public? All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
We'll now take up our 10:05 timed item, which Placer Vineyard specific plan change order contract with TRC companies. And Rebecca. Here she is.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Rebecca Tabor, Deputy Director for the Engineering and Surveying Division. This item before you is a contract amendment for the TRC company's consultant inspection for the Placer Vineyards Property 1A project. It's been under construction by Lennar Homes since April of 2020. And at this time, we just need a few more months to get the project completed. And so, as shown on your page 75 of your staff report, I knew it was page 75. The actions requested, as listed in your board packet, are 1, to approve a change order to a contract with TRC companies in the amount of $60,000, increasing the maximum amount to $459,886. And 2, to authorize the purchasing manager to sign all required documents. And I'm happy to answer any questions if you have some.
Any questions of Rebecca? Seeing none, any questions, comments from the public? Seeing none. Pleasure of the board. Motion Gore, second Jones. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Very much.
Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you
Motion
very much.
passes. Our 10:10 timed item is applicants with regards to the Tourism Business Improvement District and Leah. Here she is.
Got my workout for the day. I'm so sorry about that. Hi.
No, not a problem. Good morning.
Good morning. Leah Rosasco with the Board of Supervisors office. Here this morning to ask your board to make a recommendation to nominate a representative to the Tourism Business Improvement District for Eastern Placer County. There are 16 seats on this board, and one of which is to be represented by the Board of Supervisors. The 2 applicants are Sue Ray Ireland and Sarah Coolidge, and you are being asked to appoint one of those 2 to represent Placer County on this board. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them for you.
Any questions of Leah at this point? Jim?
Oh, I just want, excuse me. Oh, hello, Leah.
Hi.
I just wanted to point out that in the staff report, Sue Ray Ireland's name is misspelled.
I apologize for that.
That's okay. You added a D. There's no D on it.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
I just want to let you know I read this stuff.
I'm glad that's why we did it on purpose, just to see if you'd catch it.
It was a test.
You passed.
Any other questions by board members at this point, or comments? Anyone from the public wish to comment on this item? What is there a motion from the board?
I thought we were going to have one or both applicants speak. I wasn't sure if they were available.
It is my understanding that one of the applicants was going to be here.
One is?
Sue Ray.
Okay.
And I believe
Sure.
Sarah is on Zoom.
Okay.
Thank you, Cindy. Okay, so let's proceed and please come forward and state your name for the record.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Sue Ray Ireland. I'm a Placer County resident. I'm interested in representing the Board of Supervisors on this particular board out of a long-standing passion that I have really for understanding and protecting the ecological systems at Lake Tahoe that create the spectacular place where we live, and how our communities live and grow and thrive within that fragile environment. That is a struggle we have been having for the whole 35 years I've lived in Lake Tahoe. I expect if I live 35 more years in Lake Tahoe, we will still be struggling with that. Years ago, when I was a teacher at Sierra Nevada College, I taught environmental planning, and I gave my students a senior project of, is there a way to accommodate exactly the same population that we have in Lake Tahoe today in a way that avoids impacting the clarity of Lake Tahoe? And I saw 14 examples of how we could do that. The question is not whether, the question has always been how. To me, that illustrates the difficulty and the opportunity that this particular board has at its core. Every dollar expended in service of tourism in North Lake Tahoe will not be about whether we have tourism. We have a tourist-based economy. We always have, we always will. The question is always going to be about how. Representing this particular board in that improvement district is one seat of many. The way that a broader viewpoint for all of the people who live in eastern Placer County can be fairly represented will be based on listening, based on collaboration, based on the ability to find a solution that is that helps achieve the stated objectives of the improvement district itself in a way that allows a resident community to feel more comfortable. I know you all know how in the last couple of years, as COVID restrictions have clamped down, people have come to the mountains from all over, and some of their interactions in our communities have been very positive, and some of them have not been. How we manage that is critical, and I have spent a professional life and a personal life in North Tahoe figuring out how to find solutions to those, to that fundamental question and that fundamental struggle. I would be very proud to represent this board and the broader resident and long-term visitor experience on the Tourism Business Improvement District Board. Thank you.
Thank you. And is the other applicant available by Zoom? Yeah, thank you.
Sarah, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
We're having difficulty hearing you. Can you hear us?
Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you saying something. Occasionally Zoom lets me down. So my name is Sarah Coolidge, and as you know, I've applied for this position on the TBID board. And I'm thrilled that Sue Ray is also applying because I believe that both of us have a lot to offer our community, and we have a lot of long-term experience up here. What I am most interested in is assuring that the community as a whole is best represented on this board. And although it is true that I serve on the North Tahoe Public Utility District's Board of Directors, I'm an elected official, this is not the only interest that I have. Everyone here shops in Truckee, buys things in Tahoe City, heads on over to Incline to meet with friends. We are a region. We are always a region, and we have regional issues. So as somebody on the TBID board, what I would want to represent most entirely is the community as a whole. I have been involved in Tahoe Truckee for over 50 years. I raised my family here. I've had my career here. And what I bring that may be a little bit different than other people that apply for this type of seat is a dedication to long-term vision and powerful belief that we can create solutions to some of these issues that we have, and that it is going to require new thinking, new innovation, new ways of interacting. And this is an opportunity to really do that. It's the beginning of a new board, it's the beginning of a new system, and we can set a standard here to make huge differences in our community and the issues that we face. Once again, I appreciate a chance to speak with you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions, comments by the board members this time before I open it up to the public? Seeing none, is there anyone from the public who'd like to address this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for discussion and consideration.
Robert?
Yes. We can't
Sorry.
see you now, but we can hear you, Cindy.
Boy, who would have known? Maybe Suddenlink has their broadband service up here. I'm not sure.
It looks like I'm back, so
Yeah,
I'll
we can see
try
you
to
now,
look
too.
at you while I speak. We could not be more fortunate to have two such qualified applicants for this position. I think you all heard from both of them, and they are both incredibly talented and skilled women in our community that have done a lot for our community in their various capacities. And I've told them both this is really a tough decision as the supervisor, because I've had the chance to work professionally with both of them and have the greatest respect. But I had to choose. I feel like I'm on a TV show or something where you have to make that final decision. But I think the good news is we have a second position that is still vacant on the Capital Projects Advisory Committee that the Board of Supervisors also appoints. And so with that, I think if both are willing, what I'd like to do is nominate Sue Ray Ireland for the TBID board and ask that we bring back an item at our next meeting to nominate Sarah Coolidge for the CAP committee board. And that way we use both of these women's incredible skill set. They can work together on those recommendations, and that would be my motion.
I'll second the nomination.
Okay, you've heard the motion by Gustafson, second by Holmes. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
And may I make a comment? Thank
Yes.
you, Supervisor Gustafson, for that suggestion. I think it's terrific that we have women in our community, men and women, but women in our communities as well, stepping up to serve. And so I appreciate you both throwing your name in the hat. And I think it's great that we have another role that we can appoint Sarah to. So thank you, Supervisor Gustafson. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We'll now then take up our 10:15 timed item, which is a presentation on our an update on the Sustainable Groundwater Management Plan and Act. Chris Hansen and Josh Hunsinger are both here. So it looks like Chris is going to kick it off.
It's been a while since I've been up here, so I can use the clicker and everything, right? And do I need to keep my mask on? No. Okay. Thank you very much. I'm Chris Hansen from Public Works Environmental Engineering. I'm here also with Josh Hunsinger, our Agricultural Commissioner, to give you an update, as well as the public, an update on the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, specifically the status of the Groundwater Sustainability Plan that's due in January. As you may recall, that the Act requires that water agencies and land use agencies work together to form groundwater sustainability agencies and submit a groundwater sustainability plan by 2020. So in 2017, Placer County, along with the cities of Roseville and Lincoln, Placer County, and NID, and with participation from Cal American Water, formed the West Placer Groundwater Sustainability Agency in 2017 under a memorandum of agreement to coordinate and fund development of the plan.
we are also working with, through a memorandum of agreement, with the other agencies in the entire North American subbasin, again, to pool funds to prepare this plan. So before we get started, though, I want to bring Josh up to give you a little background, since one of our primary users of groundwater in West Placer is the agricultural community. They're one of our key stakeholders and interested parties, and so we thought you might appreciate an update on the agriculture perspective as related to groundwater and the plan that we're putting together, as well as some of the issues and concerns that they're facing today, too. So I'll hand it over to Josh for a moment.
Good morning, Josh Hunsinger, Placer County Agricultural Commissioner. It's a pleasure to be with you, and I just want to start by thanking Chris and the entire groundwater management team here in Placer County for their strong support and inclusion of agricultural concerns as this plan is being developed and brought together. As you may be aware, a significant portion of all of the groundwater used in Placer County is used for production agriculture. So agriculture is a major user of that groundwater, a significant stakeholder in this process. Based on the actions that have been implemented in other parts of the state where significant groundwater overdraft has occurred, our agricultural community has been very concerned about how this plan, how this effort would impact their ability to continue to grow crops in western Placer County. Other parts of the states where they do have overdraft concerns, they have implemented well drilling moratoriums. They've put meters on wells and told farmers they had to stop pumping at certain points, and other really pretty draconian measures that our farmers here in Placer County were very concerned about coming this direction. And so communication with the farmers has been really key in presenting exactly what the condition of our groundwater basin here is locally and what the intentions of this group are to ensure that groundwater basin, which is in relatively good shape, which is number one, our priority to keep it in that condition while allowing those beneficial uses to continue, such as production agriculture. To date, a lot of outreach has been done to the ag community, including we've worked with Chris and her team to get a good, robust mailing list, email list, contact list put together so that all of the agricultural users in western Placer County are getting regular communications as far as where this process is, opportunities for public meetings, and public input. We've had dedicated meetings for the agricultural community local in the Lincoln area so that they don't have to travel up to Auburn. We've gone to them. COVID's been a little bit of a challenge, but we have been able to do that in spite of the COVID restrictions. We've also had regular updates to like the Agricultural Commission. I give updates to our Farm Bureau and other kind of informal settings as well. And so I think at this point we are still having some concerns over the future of groundwater use as it relates to farming, but overall I do think we've done a pretty good job with outreach and education and communication around this issue. So I just want to again thank the whole team for their consideration of agriculture and making it a priority.
Yeah, thanks, Josh.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Great comment.
So, all right.
So again, I will go over with you today a background of what the Act requires, the requirements specifically for the Groundwater Sustainability Plan, including some key information that has become available more recently, such as the sustainable management criteria, the basin-wide water budgets and projects and management actions, as well as a timeline and next steps, and a discussion about ongoing responsibilities, because once we submit this plan, we go immediately into monitoring the basin and managing groundwater. So we want to be sure that you understand what that might look like. In terms of the Act, a fortunate thing about it is it does emphasize local control. While there are regulatory agencies overseeing it, such as the Department of Water Resources, the State Water Board is the enforcing agency, they really do leave it up to local groundwater agencies to define how to manage groundwater that best meets their local needs. Not all groundwater basins need to submit a groundwater sustainability plan, only high and medium priority basins as defined by the state. And the North American Subbasin, which is where Western Placer County overlies has been designated as a high priority basin, and it's not because the basin is in overdraft, it's because of future population growth and the extent that groundwater is used in some areas, and I'll talk about that a bit more in a moment. This is a map of the North American subbasin, so we know what we're talking about. It's not defined by jurisdictional boundaries because it's defined by hydrology, but as you can see there, it covers portions of Western Placer County in the orange color, as well as portions of Sutter County and the northern part of Sacramento County. There are 5 groundwater agencies that are involved in preparing this plan. You can see those listed there, including the agencies that are in West Placer working on this. We are all, again, working cooperatively on one groundwater plan for the entire basin. I wanted to talk a little bit about authorities granted by the law because we sometimes get questions on this. While the Act does grant certain authorities to groundwater sustainability agencies, such as charging fees, requiring well registration or meters on wells, this really applies to groundwater agencies that are public entities or are formed with multiple agencies as a public entity. But the West Placer Groundwater Sustainability Agency was not formed, say, under a joint powers authority. It was a memorandum of agreement. So we're not a separate public agency that can collectively charge fees and require meters. If any of those were a recommendation, we'd bring that to your board and ask you to take action on that, but those are not things that we're recommending at this time because we feel the basin is generally healthy right now and those actions are not needed. So the Act requires that we consider, when preparing our groundwater plan, beneficial users and uses of groundwater, which includes entities such as agriculture, municipal supplies, domestic wells, even the environment, such as surface water and groundwater-dependent ecosystems. And we have to manage the basin sustainably, and what that means is defined in the Act is that we have to avoid these 6 undesirable results that are defined, such as lowering of groundwater levels, reduction of groundwater storage. Seawater intrusion doesn't apply to us, but it does in some areas. Water quality degradation, land subsidence, and depletion of interconnected streams, where streams might feed groundwater and vice versa. One clarification about the water quality requirement: we are not required as groundwater agencies to rectify any current groundwater quality issues, but we can exacerbate them, like through pumping or even recharge, pushing a groundwater plume somewhere that affects other people. So we have to watch that. So we'll be monitoring groundwater quality as well as groundwater levels. The Act really emphasizes public engagement. We're required to engage with the public. We do so through a lot of outside meetings, Zoom meetings, but we're also required to bring updates into public settings such as this. So this is just a quick list of the outreach that we've done over the years, more specifically recently where we have worked basin-wide with all the agencies in the basin to do a 3-meeting series this spring, February, March, and April, where we talked about some of the new information that was available and that I'll also go over with you today. And then up until we adopt the plan and submit it, we have more outreach planned at some of the MACs and Ag Commission, et cetera. And then, of course, when we come back to you towards the end of the year to adopt the plan. We get a lot of questions as we're doing this. As we mentioned, the agriculture community is one of our primary stakeholders, and they're concerned why we're doing this. We do communicate that the basin appears relatively healthy, so they want to know why we're doing that, and as we just talked about, it's required by law for this basin, so we need to do it to make sure the basin remains sustainable. And of course, they're concerned about those fees and requiring meters and things like that, and we have assured them that we support agriculture. It's not our intent right now to charge fees, require meters, or anything like that, and hopefully we never have to do so. This is just a quick overview of the regulations regarding the groundwater plan. We've chopped it up into 3 phases, basically understanding basin conditions, developing criteria, measurable criteria where we can determine if there are issues happening in the basin, and development of projects and management actions, which are essentially like mitigation measures and an environmental impact report, that if the basin is having issues such as those undesirable results, what actions could we implement to rectify that? So in a nutshell, it can be described as who, what, where, and how. And so some of the information on that first section, we completed some draft chapters earlier in 2020, and we shared that with the public. We're required to get public input on the content of the plan. So we did that and received comments. We'll be putting some more of this information together, more about the sustainable management criteria, the monitoring that we'll be doing, and we'll be sharing that with the public. We're aiming for August. We'll get that one last round of input in before we bring it to your board for consideration. And to dive a little bit deeper into the sustainable management criteria, again, this is just measurable criteria for how are we going to determine if the basin is still sustainable or if there are any issues. And we basically are required to do that by setting thresholds, such as the measurable objective, and if you're talking water levels, it would be your desired water levels that indicate a healthy groundwater basin. And minimum thresholds, I like to call it the danger level, the lower levels that if those are exceeded, there's a problem in the basin. So we have to define those desired levels and the danger levels in our monitoring network around the basin, and then watch those to see what they're doing and if they're indicating that any of those undesirable results are occurring. And I'll just walk through a few examples quickly. I know we're behind on time, but this is one example of how we went through that process to protect domestic wells. And so our consultants went through a lot of work to identify all the domestic wells in the basin, where they're located. I don't expect anyone to see the details of this, but it basically maps out where wells are located and how densely, so the darker squares are where there's more wells per square mile. We then looked at how deep the wells are and where they're screened, so we know where they're pulling water from the basin. And then we made sure, based on where wells are located, that we have monitoring wells near those people and their groundwater wells, so we can measure what the basin conditions are like where the groundwater wells are located for our domestic users. And then we have to set those levels that I talked about. This is an example of one well where we set the objective level and the danger level at one particular well. And so what we did is set the desired levels to be average spring conditions. That's usually when the basin is nice and full. And so we can strive to keep levels at that level to keep a healthy basin. And we defined the danger level as below the shallowest well screen in that area for that particular monitoring well, because we don't want water levels to go below somebody's well screen and they're unable to pull wells. And we double check that against a historical hydrograph, and it shows that that particular well, and we do see this in a lot of wells, you can see the last drought conditions, those lower levels, that well did hit those lower levels, but then it recovered after the drought. So we're showing that this particular well, the water in that area can rebound after a drought. So we feel comfortable with that. If we can manage groundwater levels within those two thresholds, the basin should be doing okay. This is a water budget that I mentioned, and again, I don't expect anyone to see the fine details of it, but what it represents is 3 modeling scenarios. For each scenario, it shows the estimated inflows into the groundwater basin and the estimated pumping. We had to do 3 scenarios modeling current conditions. This is a 50-year projection into the future based on what we know right now. We had to model current conditions, which is if nothing changed, no future development, nothing changed in crops or anything like that, what the future might look like. And what that is showing is that inflows into the basin exceed outflows, meaning that we have positive storage, the basin is healthy. We also had to model projected conditions. That's with all the planned development. If all that planned development occurred, we have some understanding from Josh about crops, how they might change in the future. The model still shows that there's positive groundwater storage, and overall the basin appears to be healthy. Again, these are groundwater models and they're just projections. The third scenario that we had to run is projected water levels with climate change, and so that we know from scientists and what we've seen so far that if climate change conditions carry on into the future, we're likely going to see warmer temperatures, which means more evapotranspiration, less water seeping into the ground, less precipitation in the form of snow, more in the form of rain, things like that. And what the model is showing that possibly we could have lowering groundwater levels in the basin with climate change conditions. So that's something for us to keep in mind. And of course, when it comes right down to implementation and we're monitoring those monitoring wells, we're going to watch for not just basin-wide conditions, but if there's issues occurring in specific areas. So I don't want to paint too rosy of a picture that we're fine and that there shouldn't be any issues, because we know that if there are issues, they'll occur in isolated areas. But one thing also to note about that projected loss in storage is the Sacramento Groundwater Authority. I mentioned how part of our basin is in Sacramento County. A lot of the water agencies there use groundwater, and but have recently decided that in future years they're going to be more proactive about balancing the use of surface water and groundwater, using more surface water in the wet years, allowing the groundwater to recharge, and then using the groundwater in drier years. That balanced approach is called conjunctive use, and it should allow the basin to recharge, like I said, and they think they can rectify that deficit there by doing that. So we're rerunning the model scenarios to see if the models agree with that. This is just an example, again, to show the resiliency that we've seen in some of the wells in western Placer County. These are 6 of our monitoring network wells. And this shows, again, it's too small to see the details, but it's a 10-year hydrograph from 2010 to 2020. And what it's showing, again, is the drought conditions. You can see it's quite a variety of groundwater levels in each well, but most wells show that even after the drought, when water levels were low, they were able to rebound in the future. So what we've seen historically is that the basin can recover. But again, these are kind of new times with climate change and everything. And so we will be watching the basin closely to see if it can recover from this drought as well. One of the other things that we have to do in the plan is define when those undesirable results are occurring. I mentioned lowering of groundwater levels, loss in storage, things like that. One well going dry in one location does not necessarily trigger management actions or mitigation measures, like I said, but we have to define what that is. So this is an example scenario of an imaginary basin to give you a simplified example where this basin says that undesirable results are occurring when those danger levels, those minimum thresholds were exceeded in 3 monitoring wells for 2 consecutive years. So that's one way to define it. Again, one well going low in one location would not trigger it. But something more basin-wide, like 3 wells over 2 consecutive years in this basin, would indicate that. And so you can see in the hydrographs that the water levels went below that danger level, and what's even worse is they didn't recover after that. So this basin would not be considered sustainable. So that's a simplified example. These are a little more detailed examples. This is our actual basin, our actual monitoring network. So we're looking at things similar. So looking not only at individual wells, but average water levels in the basin for, say, 2 consecutive years, or it may be clusters of wells, 4 or 5 contiguous wells. If their water levels are going down in consecutive years, we would consider that an issue and want to implement some projects and management actions then. This is a similar example with water quality. I said we would need to manage and monitor water quality as well. So we could, again, look at basin-wide averages as well as individual levels in wells. If they go down by a certain amount, that would trigger projects and management actions. So we're fine-tuning those things after we kind of define these criteria, set those objective levels and danger levels. We'll go back and look at the projections for all the wells to see that they make sense before we finalize these and again get input from the public. So the last thing to talk about today is the projects and management actions. Like I said, they're like mitigation measures, but how they're defined in this act is we have to define planned and supplemental projects and management actions. Planned simply means near-term projects that could be implemented that are ready to go and would help keep the basin sustainable. Supplemental projects and management actions are more longer-term projects that we would like to do, but there's more planning involved and will be implemented down the road. And these are just some of the examples that we're considering putting in the plan. Projects such as the conjunctive use, like I mentioned, that Sacramento area plans on doing, using more surface water in wet years to allow the basin to recharge. You're probably familiar with the Placer Vineyards recharge project that Brett Story worked on, and that's where the county receives development funds from the Placer Vineyards development. I think it's $1,000 per residential unit to go towards water projects that benefit agriculture. This was like one of the mitigation measures. So we're doing a lot of studies to determine where recharge in West Placer could be best implemented and then put together some projects in the future. We're listing that as supplemental because we still need to define the projects, do environmental and permitting and things like that. The city of Lincoln is planning on expanding their recycled water use. And then potential management actions are more like policies. So they could be well permitting standards potentially requiring spacing between larger production wells in proximity to streams, maybe to protect those streams. Working with land use planning agencies and other GSA policies. So Placer County has very good groundwater protection policies, as you know. Not all of the other counties do, so we'll be watching to see if we see undesirable results occurring in other areas. We may look to those other areas to implement policies similar to Placer. So it wouldn't necessarily be West Placer would be responsible for the entire basin if there was issues elsewhere. So we're almost to the end. Timeline and next steps. This covers the timeline from when we formed our groundwater agency to when the plan is due. So those due dates are in green. January 31st is when we must submit this plan. And for any basins that are not sustainable, they have a 20-year time frame to get their basin sustainable. But as I said, we're looking like our basin is sustainable. Down in the lower, we're about at mid-2021 when we plan on releasing some more information for public comment, like I said, so that will occur around August. And then what we're required to do is come back to you with what we propose as our final draft of the plan with all of those things I talked about fine-tuned and decided upon for your review. We have to hold a public hearing. And then adopt the plan. So every agency involved in West Placer, as well as the other agencies in Sutter and Sacramento County, have to take action and adopt this plan. So we're planning on doing that in November. And then ongoing responsibilities. Like I said, once we submit this plan, we go immediately into implementation, monitoring the groundwater levels and water quality throughout the basin. We have to submit annual reports to the state, and then we have to update this groundwater plan every 5 years. Continue with public engagement, and of course that requires funding, and so your board has allotted our department funding every year to implement these activities, and so we anticipate it will require ongoing funding into the future. We're crunching what those numbers will be, so when we come back in November to adopt the plan, we will also bring a memorandum of agreement for you, which again is another cooperative agreement with all the agencies in the basin to continue these monitoring activities, submitting the annual reports and such, and we'll let you know what the costs are projected to be at that point. And I just went through the memorandum of agreement, so we'll bring back that to you again. And then ongoing public engagement. This is basically information for the public. If people are not receiving notices from us right now, they can go to one of two websites. We have a North American Subbasin Groundwater website where all the public information, the draft chapters of the plan will go. But if people are interested in what we're doing specifically in West Placer and for copies of presentations of public meetings that we do here, that's at westplacergroundwater.com. And my email, of course, is up there if anyone wants to contact me directly. And that's the end of my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Chris. Great job. Great update. I'll just start off by thanking you and the effort for communicating closely with the ag community. We're very fortunate, blessed in Placer County to have a lot of water, actually, and a good price for water as it relates to agriculture. But when I first came to the board, I think the groundwater in Sacramento at the county line was decreasing by a foot a year on average, and I understand that that's been stopped. And I think something like 70% of our rice growers on the valley floor use groundwater for irrigation. I don't know if Josh, if that's accurate, but it's important at any rate. So making sure we communicate with South Slaughter Water Agency, Nevada Irrigation District, Placer County Water Agents, they all provide ag water as well as those who rely directly on the groundwater. So as we go forward, I guess, a lot of what we're doing is reacting to requirements that we have to react to by state law. But more importantly, and most important actually, is to make sure that we develop locally really good policies that serve Placer County and our residents, and of course, maintaining that vibrant agricultural component is a critical part of virtually all of our land use policies. So do you have any comments on that, groundwater?
Yeah, there are. Thank you, Supervisor Wygant. There are a significant number of dynamics and variables there, so it's hard to give kind of one standard answer, especially for something like rice production and how much of it uses groundwater. But I will say, this year in particular, with the severe drought we're in, we're keenly aware of how relevant this conversation is, specific to South Sutter Water District, which is a large portion of our our rice crop as well as several other crops, they are allocating a significantly reduced amount of surface water, and so that is causing a much greater reliance this year on groundwater. So in a normal year, South Sutter customers do typically supplement surface water with groundwater, so it's always part of the production cycle. But in a year like this, for those rice growers who did choose to plant their crop, it's a much greater proportion of their overall water use. So it's I think it's one of those things where that not only is the recharge maybe going to be reduced this year because we just had less rainfall, obviously, but then the amount of surface water, or groundwater, excuse me, that's being pumped is greater as well. So it's kind of a double whammy on the overall groundwater situation in a year like this. But like the studies have shown, this is 1 year, and our basin is pretty good at recovering in a pretty rapid fashion.
Yeah, so more good data, of course, is always welcomed. Good, genuine scientific approach, but understanding and having the holistic approach that you're taking. So, for example, a lot of our agricultural delivery conveyance, if it's within the ravines, will actually help recharge the groundwater use when it's heavier during drought circumstances. So just understanding all of that and having data and making sure we can make our case and manage ourselves as concisely as we possibly can is going to be of great use.
Yeah, I think there's some real future opportunities around that the recharge efforts to make the basin even more sustainable that will also benefit agriculture as we identify those properties where recharge is really optimized, and maybe some partnerships with some of the farmers to create some of those recharge facilities on their properties, and that can be kind of a supplemental benefit to their farming operations as well.
Yeah, thanks. Any other questions, comments by board members? Is there anyone from the public who'd like to address this item? Please step forward and state your name for the record. Thanks.
My name is Lynette, and I just had a question. I would like to know if graphene, GRAPHENE, is implemented into our groundwater or our local water, and if so, why, and how will it affect our crops, our bodies, and our drinking water? Thank you very much.
Staff have any? I do not know. We will ask staff to look into that and get an answer for you later. Okay, this is just a report, so we'll move on now then to our 10:40 timed item, which is the annual debt disclosure training. So we're going to hear from our Treasurer Tax Collector, Janine Windeshausen. Welcome, Janine.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, County Council, and CEO. The item before you today has to do with federal regulatory requirements, specifically Securities and Exchange Commission requirements for elected officials' responsibilities related to bond disclosure. The three items before you are not action items, but nonetheless very important because elected officials, including myself and the board members, can bear personal responsibility for accurate disclosure of information regarding the county related to municipal bonds. So the items before you are to receive training on debt disclosure pursuant to the Placer County Debt Disclosure Policy and Procedures, receive a memo from Bond Counsel to County Council outlining elected officials' responsibility under federal securities requirements, and also to receive certification of Placer County's annual disclosure report filings. In October of 2020, your board adopted the Placer County Debt Disclosure Policy and Procedures, and within that policy, there are two requirements that we're dealing with today. One is training of key county officials, including the board, and the other has to do with certifying to the board that all required disclosures have been made. Today, I have with me Tristan Butcher and Jonathan Schmidt from the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office. They're both Treasurer Tax Managers, and also Chris Lynch. Megan, is he on? Do you know? Chris Lynch is with Jones Hall. He is the county's outside bond counsel. And so as the county staff is preparing financial plans for capital facilities approved by your board, one of the considerations is the issuance of municipal bonds. So as we come forward with that and any potential bond issuance, we'll be working with the board regarding disclosure, as the board has to take action to approve any future potential bonds. So with that, I'm going to turn over to Jonathan and Tristan a presentation, and they will cover all 3 items. There is a lot of information. I'm anticipating it may take about 20-25 minutes, just so you're aware.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Wygant, members of the board. As Janine said, my name is Tristan Butcher. I'm one of the Treasury Tax Managers with the Treasurer's Office. I'm going to walk you through the first half of the presentation, and then I'll turn it over to Jonathan to finish up the presentation. So just a quick review of what the debt disclosure policies and procedures are. They were approved by your board back on October 27th, 2020. The policy formalizes many long-standing practices that have actually been performed by the Treasurer's Office and then other offices like the CEO's office and County Council. The policy assigns responsibilities and includes formal steps for exercising due diligence for disclosure requirements related to county debt and identifies oversight provisions. This policy and procedure is SEC best practice, and that's why we instituted it originally and brought it to you guys for your approval. The purpose of the policies and procedures is to maintain compliance with federal securities laws relating to the Securities and Exchange Act of 1934, the Section 10B and Rule 15C2-12, which Jonathan will actually get into a little bit deeper a little later in the presentation, and then the Securities Act of 1933. Also, this policy includes other federal and state securities laws and regulations, including the recent SEC guidance. The real goal of the policy is to reduce potential exposure of the county, its officials, and employees to liability for damages and enforcement actions based on potential misstatements and omissions in disclosure documents. It also helps us to reduce borrowing costs and promoting good investor relations and to maintain the county's good reputation in the municipal market. The purpose is to ensure training and processes and oversight for appropriate county officials to facilitate and ensure legal and regulatory compliance. It also formalizes the current practices and documents activities related to ongoing disclosure obligations for outstanding debt. We also want to provide training to ensure appropriate county officers and employees have the knowledge and training recommended in the SEC guidance. The key personnel that are included in the policy, the debt policy responsibilities, is the disclosure working group, and they work on the annual and ongoing responsibilities of the annual and ongoing disclosures. And that includes the CEO's office, Mr. Leopold, the treasurer tax collector, the county auditor, and county council. The debt manager is designated by the treasurer tax collector, and this year it was me who submitted this year's filing. The debt issuance working group, and these are all items that are typically included in a bond issuance. It's the CEO's office, county council, the auditor, treasurer, bond counsel, our disclosure council, and our county's IRMA, which is the independent registered municipal advisor, and the underwriter. And then we will include other departments as needed or department heads as needed and their staff. Training, we're working with the CEO's office to identify all contributors from the county staff that need to be included in the annual training. Annual disclosure training required pursuant to board policy. So every year, Board of Supervisors, you are going to receive this training. The disclosure working group will, and then the key county managers that will also need to be included in the training going forward. SEC Disclosure Rule 15C2-12 of Securities Exchange Act of 1934. This is really the material information law or guidance that was put in place. And what material information is the information where there is a substantial likelihood it would have actual significance in the deliberation of the reasonable investor when deciding whether to buy, sell, or hold bonds. So this is really important when it comes to the Board of Supervisors, that you guys may put out information in meetings or in public statements and presentations, news releases, websites. So this is a really important thing to make sure that you're putting out true and accurate information going forward about these financings that we might be taking care of. The rule applies to the initial disclosure at the time of bond issuance when you, as the board, give approval to the issuance of bonds. The annual disclosure obligations, something that our office takes care of along with the disclosure working group with the CEO and county council. And then material events. These have a material event has to have an impact on the debt repayment. And that's including, but not limited to, the 16 primary events, which Jonathan's actually going to go into a little deeper. So I'm going to turn it over to Jonathan Schmidt.
Thank you, Tristan. My name is Jonathan Schmidt. I'm also with the Treasury Tax Collector's Office. So as Tristan alluded to earlier, sorry. These slides up here. There are really three areas that Rule 15C2-12 applies to. The first of which is that bond issuance when we're initiating a new public offering. So there's two documents associated anytime we do offer bonds to the public. The first of which is the preliminary offering statement, or also called the preliminary offering circular. And within that document, basically all the material facts are included to potential investors. And this document is disclosed prior to the sale of bonds. However, it's important for the board in that the board adopts a resolution prior to the sale of bonds, essentially stating that all the material facts are included in this document and that it is accurate to the best of the board's knowledge. Once the bonds have been authorized and sold to the public and all the pricing information has been final, that information is then included in the official statement. So the preliminary official statement and the official statement have a lot of the same data. The only difference is the final pricing information. In addition to the requirement to disclose information at the time of the sale, we also have ongoing annual disclosure obligations. And the requirements for these obligations are contained in a document called the Certificate of Disclosure. Within that certificate, it basically outlines all the relative information that has to be disclosed for each issuance that we have. And those can be pretty unique. It's really dependent on the debt that was issued. One thing that is the same for every single one is that they all require the comprehensive annual financial report, or the CAFR, from the previous fiscal year. But other than that, like I said, everything's unique. Oftentimes they will require updated tables and statistical reports that were in the official report. But if you have, say, a financing where land was involved, there may be some levy information or assessment information required. It just kind of really depends. That being said, though, the debt manager will work with pertinent staff as well as outside consultants to compile all the necessary requirements. Staff also works to vet all the information to ensure that it's accurate prior to us reporting it out to the public. Once the report has been determined to be accurate, we will post to the Municipal Security Rules Board's website, which is called EMMA, and that's where all the disclosures are published. And once those reports are published, We will then report back to the disclosure working group as well as the Board of Supervisors, which is what we're doing today. The third type of disclosure basically encompasses the material events that Tristan discussed earlier. So the SEC has outlined 16 material events that must be disclosed when and if they occur, and they must be disclosed within 10 days of following the event. So within these 16 events, we have highlighted a few here. The items in black are the ones that are typically front and center to our office. So, for example, if there was a delinquent payment, principal and interest payment, obviously we would see that right away, or a defeasance and whatnot. But there are areas within the county where we may get knowledge of something secondhand. So, for example, if, say, there was a bond that was issued that involved a private entity for, say, a private activity bond, and say that private activity went bankrupt, we would want to know about that right away, but we may get that knowledge secondhand. In other words, we may not be the first to see it. So it's very important that that county staff are also aware of some of the implications of these disclosure requirements. The SEC has a lot of leeway in terms of the enforcement actions they can take and who they can take it against. So we've listed up above some of the personnel that they can take action against, which includes the government agency, members of the governing board, governmental officials and employees, as well as some of the county's consultants, which include underwriters, financial advisors, and even bond counsel. And then some of the enforcement action they can take ranges from investigations and civil fines all the way up to criminal penalties in the most severe cases. And I should note that the SEC has increased their activity regarding enforcement action for annual disclosures in the past several years. As Janine alluded to earlier, bond counsel provided a memo to county council regarding annual disclosure and the responsibilities of the board. It is somewhat of a lengthy document, but we've pulled out some of the key points. The first of which is that the SEC, as I alluded to earlier, has increased interest in municipal bond disclosure, and the reason they do this is to protect investors. There's three key areas that they've been keying on. The first is inadequate and untimely disclosure, undisclosed conflicts of interest, and inadequate pension obligation disclosure. I think that one of the key points here is that individual members of the Board of Supervisors, not the Board of Supervisors as a whole, have obligations under federal securities law when they approve public issuance of securities. There is this SEC facts and circumstances standard, and I'm going to read through it, which basically says a public official who approves the issuance of securities and related disclosure documents may not authorize disclosure that the public official knows to be materially false or misleading, nor may the public official authorize disclosure while recklessly disregarding facts that indicate that there is a risk that the disclosure may be misleading. So I think the relevant takeaway here is that basically can occur through all types of communications. So that could be through social media, it could be through campaign material, or even just speaking to the press. So I think that's one of the things that was a key takeaway from me is that it's really important to make sure that if you're kind of on the fence about something, that feel free to check with staff to verify any material facts that an investor would find pertinent. All right, and then the final point is that board members and some county officials are not expected to be financial experts with regards to municipal finance. However, in particularly when we're going out to issue bonds, it's very important that if you have material information or material knowledge of something, or that if you have questions about an issuance, that you approach staff or the financing team prior to the issuance of bonds. In other words, prior to when we bring this item for approval, prior to the sale. To facilitate that going forward, we will be setting up due diligence calls with each member of the board, county council, and bond council going forward to ensure that you guys have a proper platform to ask any questions or just bring anything up you want prior to issuing bonds. In other words, we don't want this. We don't want the day that we bring the board item to have a bond sale. We don't want that to be the first time you have the opportunity to ask a question. So the last slide. This basically is just a summary of all of the current outstanding debt that we have to disclose for. So there's 7 issuances outstanding. There's 2 of them I do want to point out. The first is the South Placer Wastewater Agency revenue bonds. So this is a JPA between the city of Roseville, the agency, as well as the county of Placer. And each entity does have its own disclosure requirements. However, the county, our office, is ultimately the ones responsible for making sure that the disclosure is submitted. Also, the Empower refunding bond, that is the only one where we have a mid-year report. So we have a mid-year report and an annual report. And again, those certifications are all attached to the staff report. So with that, I will turn it over to Janine for any final comments.
Hopefully we haven't put you to sleep. I usually have the warning that finance is not sexy. Again, we do have Chris Lynch from Jones Hall, our bond counsel, joining us through the video feed. And I just wanted to check in with you, Chris, to see if you have any additional comments or anything that you wanted to expand on.
Thank you, Janine. Good morning, board. No, I thought the report was quite comprehensive. The only additional item I'd add is that part of the county's disclosure policies is that when the county staff proposes a financing to the board for approval, it will include a refresher on these standards that the board's held to in the agenda report that you receive. So you'll have the opportunity to be informed about this again when it's relevant.
Great, thank you. So again, to just reiterate that I had that in my notes, that we will be working closely with board members, both individually and when we bring any future bond issuances forward, to make sure that the board is refreshed and well apprised. And with that, I'd be glad to answer any questions from the board.
Any questions? Jim?
First of all, thank you for this very detailed report, and I really thank you for the large print as well. Is this a result of some actions of other board governing agencies that maybe have been a little lax in their disclosure process? Is that?
So again, the reason that the SEC has increased focus here is to protect investors, and increasingly those investors for municipal bonds are not necessarily institutional and sophisticated investors. Transparency is really important. People are making decisions to invest money or to divest money or to not buy bonds. And so in the last number of years, they have increased their enforcement activity. The Securities and Exchange Commission doesn't actually have jurisdictional authority over municipalities, but they do have authority over the way that we do business when we're doing municipal transactions. So there have been some transgressions across municipalities across the nation. I don't know, maybe Bond Counsel wants to comment more specifically on any particular cases or the increased enforcement action that the Securities and Exchange Commission has taken in recent
Sure,
years.
thank you, Janine. the file memo that Karen Schwab sent to you includes an excerpt from the SEC's enforcement action against the County of Orange's Board of Supervisors back in 1994 when it declared bankruptcy. Subsequently, the city of San Diego was subjected to an enforcement action when they were misleading investors and through false statements in their audited financial statements, their bond disclosure documents, their rating agency presentations related to their OPEB and pension liabilities. In each of those two actions, the Orange County enforcement action and the San Diego enforcement action, the SEC actually issued guidance for the benefit of local agencies about what they thought they should be doing. And we included that information in the memo. And what was really important to understand was that they thought that agencies should have written disclosure policies and procedures, and they ought to provide training to elected officials and staff participating in the disclosure process on a regular basis. And so there's two reasons why we're here today. One is because it's just good practice. If you're informed of the rules and you understand your responsibilities, then you're going to avoid some of the situations that other local agencies might have experienced. But secondly, it just means that if there ever were an unintentional problem, the county would have taken action consistent with best practices in response to SEC guidance, and that, of course, would be a good fact as well. Recent enforcement actions have focused on, in addition to those items, on are you adequately disclosing pension and OPEB liability, in part because that's often the biggest financial risk to many public agencies. But that's not the only issue. The other thing that is worth noting is that there was an enforcement action brought against an agency in Pennsylvania, Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, because they failed to provide the continuing disclosure when required on an annual basis. And so the SEC concluded in an enforcement action that it was reasonable for investors to rely on things like the mayor's State of the Union speech or the annual speech or press releases. And so what's really important is what you're being asked to do today is acknowledge receipt of evidence that the county has filed its annual disclosure report. But it highlights the importance of complying with these various rules because it does liberate you from the risk that random statements that you might not otherwise consider to be a disclosure to investors might be treated that way by the SEC during an enforcement action.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Any other questions by board members? Comments? Anyone from the public wish to address this item?
Mr. Garabedian, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Good morning, board members. Mike Garabedian. I have a general question about the role, to the extent that it has a role, the rating of a municipality's bond rating, and how that has a role in this report and in the issuance of bonds. I'm not too familiar with myself. I don't know if it varies from issuance to issuance or if there's a regular rating that the county may have. Yeah, some introduction to that would be helpful. Thank you.
No further public comment, Chairman.
Do you have any comment, Janine?
Yes. I didn't know if you wanted to take any further,
Sure.
if there was any further public comment. So the credit rating process is a separate track from the disclosure. However, if you had, say, an enforcement action would be an extreme case, it could affect not necessarily your credit rating specifically, but the way that the municipal bond investors view you as an issuer and the risk associated with investing in issuances of the county. Chris, I don't know if you want to elaborate further, but they're not tied together. However, rating agencies do rely on the information that's disclosed in making their rating determinations.
But they would be tied together in the market, if you will.
Yeah, investors are taking all information. That's why we talked about what's put out in press releases and things like that. Reasonable investors can take all information that's available, that's disseminated by the county. I'm sorry, Chris.
Sure. I was just going to make the point that not every bond that the county or its related entities might issue will have a rating. It depends on the nature of the transaction. So for example, a land secured like a Melrose or assessment bond might not have a rating, whereas the general fund financings would have a rating. Ratings are a third-party expert opinion. The relevance of ratings to disclosure are twofold. One, the county has an obligation to provide notice when the ratings change as part of their continuing disclosure undertakings. And secondly, it's important to recognize that the act of sharing information with the rating agency, which produces the expert report from the rating agency, is considered disclosure, just like filing a continuing disclosure report or just like filing an official statement for bonds. So the county's financing team will always make sure that what's being expressed to the rating agencies is the same as being expressed to investors through the official statement or continuing disclosure reports.
So in fact, our office does monitor the credit rating. Any credit rating changes, the rating agencies notify our office, and then we would file that. So yes, there is an interplay there. Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else, Megan? Okay, we then have received the training on debt disclosure and debt disclosure policy and procedures. We've received a memo from County Counsel's Office outlining elected officials' responsibilities, and we've received certification of Placer County's annual disclosure report filings. Thanks for putting all that together, Gene.
Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate it. We'll now take up our 11:10 timed item, which is a resolution proclaiming the termination of Placer County's declaration of local emergency regarding COVID, and Todd is going to take that off.
All right, wonderful. Thank you, Chair. Supervisors, today's discussion and recommendation is around adoption of a resolution proclaiming the termination of the Placer County declaration of local emergency regarding COVID-19 and rescinding resolution 20-035. So for just a brief recap, back in March, actually March 3rd, serving in the capacity as the Director of Emergency Services, authorized the initial declaration of local emergency pursuant to our allowance to actually implement that based on findings and information that was presented back at that time. That was ratified by your Board of Supervisors on March 9th of 2020 regarding COVID-19. It allowed for a couple different areas. One, operationally, any organizational changes that took place, service impacts, or even closures. As you know, things have obviously evolved. Even at the end of March, actually middle of March of 2020, we actually went on a short-term closure pursuant to federal and state guidance, and that has continued throughout the year. But things have changed, and one of the things that we did is put this in place also to receive federal and state dollars. And as you know, we did receive a portion of those CARES Act funds, and unlike the stimulus dollars that have come in recently, these actually flowed through the state, and as part of the state's requirement to help pay for COVID-related expenses, there were certain provisions that they required, one being that we had a local emergency ordinance resolution put in place. Those dollars that we received, a little over $44 million, much of that was attributed to COVID responses at our public health operation, as well as addressing significant needs. Our initial allocation of about $8 million of that was spent for Placer Shares program to our business community. We subsequently added an additional almost $8 million to that program, in addition to an eats and drinks programs for our restaurants to help offset some of their expenses regarding restaurant inspection permits. So we did kind of do a significant reinvestment of those dollars back into the community. But at this time, things have changed, and as we've seen, the governor's stay-at-home order and the blueprint for a safer economy that was put in place by the governor has been rescinded as of June 15th. We've come back, and as caseloads continue to decline, what we're proposing is to rescind this, and that's the recommendation today. This is pursuant to Government Code Section 8630D, and it requires a governing body, obviously, to take a look and proclaim a termination of a local emergency at the earliest possible date as conditions warrant. That's what the resolution before you pertains to, and I'd be open to answer any questions you might have.
Thanks, Todd. Any questions by board members? Seeing none, I'll open it up to the public for comment. I think in light of our calendar and the schedule, we'll take public comment for potentially 15-ish minutes. So anyone from the public, please come forward, state your name for the record.
Hello, I'm Salam. What I want to present here is the resolution that we've prepared as citizens that we've submitted, and I want to read it into the record because I want people who are watching this, there are people potentially all around the country who are watching this, and so I want them to know what we're proposing, because I think this is going to be a good blueprint for other counties to follow, and I hope that we can take this resolution up or have it taken up in a future meeting, but I want to go ahead and just read it. So we say, whereas the Placer County is a subdivision of the state of California and may make laws to preserve the public health, safety, and welfare of those in the county, and whereas the Board of Supervisors finds that Placer County recognizes the right of its residents to make medical decisions for themselves and their minor children in accordance with their personal and or religious beliefs, and whereas Placer County Board of Supervisors recognizes every patient's right to refuse medical treatment and the right to retain his or her privacy concerning their medical care, and whereas both the United States Constitution and the Constitution of the United States, State of California prohibit infringement on privacy, religious liberty, and unlawful searches and seizures, now therefore be it resolved by the Board of Supervisors, County Placer, State of California, that no entity shall establish a vaccine requirement or proof of vaccine requirement to enjoy any benefit or exercise any right held by citizens of Placer County. Be it further resolved by the Board of Supervisors that in response to this resolution, the following shall take effect immediately. 1. California Health and Safety Code Section 120175.5 shall never be interpreted to permit the public health officer to remove citizens of Placer County from their residences under any circumstance unless the citizen's own primary care physician or physician of their own selection determines that said resident is currently infected with a communicable disease that poses a significant threat to the community, and that in any case, all residents must be afforded all due process rights under the law regardless of any declared state of emergency. 2, that no business, entity, school, or county or city department in the county shall require any person to receive a vaccination or be required to show proof of a vaccination as a condition of employment, education, or to receive service. 3, that no business, entity, or organization in the county shall require any person to don a facial covering in order to enter a place of business or to be served with the same. 4, that individuals have a right to and are encouraged to make medical decisions with their own informed consent in concert with the medical provider of his or her own choosing, and have the right to maintain their privacy regarding said decisions, and no business, entity, or organization shall interfere with these rights in any way. 5, that no wastewater epidemiology, surveillance, or genetic testing shall be allowed to take place that violates the constitutionally protected rights of citizens against invasion of their privacy or their right to be free from searches or seizures without a warrant or court order. Now I have one more page to read. I have a companion behind me who can finish reading it, or if the board will allow it, I can just finish it myself, and then there won't be a need for that.
Well, I've responded in a couple ways. One, the item before us today is not consideration of your resolution, which, for it to be discussed appropriately in accordance with all of our requirements, would have to be agendized and put on the board agenda. The item before us is a resolution specifically for us to discontinue our declaration of a state of emergency. So the comments should be directed towards our resolution. We understand you want us to consider yours, and I'm going to allow public comment, which should be on our resolution only, for a few more minutes. So actually, I can take it either way.
Well, again, I think this is a companion to that, and again, the reason I want to read this is because this is going out to the public, and I do want the public to know what we're presenting here, because I believe it would be a model for others to follow in other municipalities. And so,
fair enough. So the appropriate method by which, if you want the board to consider a resolution, the appropriate method by which you should do that is submit that to us straight up, ask us to consider that, and we will or won't. That's our prerogative. And at that time, if we did, then there would be a time to discuss that particular resolution. But again, this discussion should be around the resolution for us to discontinue our state of emergency.
Okay, well then, in that case, I'll cease reading this, and I just want to just make one quick comment then in conclusion, which is that you heard earlier about how the science is being manipulated, and I understand that the requirement for receiving the funds which the county needed was to have a local emergency in place, but to me that's dangerous to be playing along with these games and creating emergencies where they don't exist just to receive funds from the government. And so I would just urge the board to not participate in those kinds of games, and to let's just go back to normal, which we need to do, and go from there. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Michael, and I'm in favor of ending the local emergency. Be it further resolved by the Board of Supervisors, County of Placer, State of California, that in response to this declaration, the following shall take effect immediately. 1, the county shall issue no mask or face covering mandate, nor shall it enforce or allow to be enforced any mask or face covering mandates issued by any outside agency. 2, all signage requiring masks and face coverings shall be removed from the county, property, and facilities. 3, all residents within the county, as well as the county employees, are empowered to make their own decisions regarding whether or not to wear face coverings, and the county shall not in any way interfere with or override their individual decision. 4, the county shall not treat any persons in the county differently because of their vaccine status. 5, the county shall require all medical providers to operate within the county to take all steps necessary to provide their patients information pursuant to any emergency use authorization in regards to vaccines or other medications, so that their patients may make informed medical decisions about their health care. 6, the county shall cause to be made public the notorious this resolution to all inhabitants and business within the county by whatever means will effectuate its notice. Be it further resolved by the Board of Supervisors, County of Placer, State of California, that in an effort to alleviate the economic damage resulting from enforcement of the governor's emergency orders, the county shall establish an economic relief fund for small and medium-sized businesses that have incurred expenses or lost revenue due to the governor's emergency directives in the form of fines, penalties, legal fees. The funds shall be created by the county general fund or any COVID relief funds received by the county from the federal government in the amount that is calculated to cover as many claims as can expected be filed, and shall be distributed on first come, first served basis by the Board of Supervisors. Those seeking reimbursement from the fund shall submit proof of their expenses to the Placer County Clerk, of the board, whom in turn will place action item for the proposed reimbursement of the agenda of the next regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors. The Board of Supervisors shall return unto itself the sole discretion to award reimbursements based upon the facts presented to it by each applicant. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lynette, and I just want to say thank you for listening to the constituents earlier and passing the resolution that was put forth by these women over here that were sitting over here. I don't know their name. And I just would like to say that I'm in favor, and I'm sure many Placer County residents are in favor of ending the local health emergency and in favor of the resolution that you put forth right now. So thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Anna Marie. I just wanted to let you know, first of all, thank you very much for approving the resolution this morning. But I also wanted to let you know that I do fully support the termination and this resolution that is being put forth now. I know I'm not alone. I know there's a lot of people in my area that feel the same way, and we're in your district. So I just wanted to say that I fully support, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
My name is Tina, and I'm in Ms. Jones' district, and so just wanted to say that your district also is in support of this resolution, and we hope you vote for it. Thank you.
Hi, Sandy again from Placer County.
I just had a question on Mr. Leopold's presentation. I think you said that we received, or our county received 44 million. Is that what you said? And then that there were 16 million that was designated to assist the small businesses and nonprofits with their COVID-19? Yeah? Oh, okay. Yeah, because it just says 8 million on this document, so.
Yeah, the correction on that is 8 million was the first iteration. When we actually put the Placer Shares program in place, we actually did a second funding in addition to that, and that included also this Eats and Drinks program, which are our restaurant inspection program.
And that was 16 out of the 44 million that was totally received?
Correct.
Okay. So yes, I just wanted to say thank you again for meeting this morning and for taking this on. And I do approve of it myself. I'm also in District 4. So as a constituent, I ask you to please unanimously approve this. Thank you so much.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is David Hosemine. I'm a resident of Roseville. Following up, are there plans for the other 28 million since we got into the math on the on that money that was allocated?
Why don't you make all your comments and then we'll respond to any questions so we know what they all are.
It's interesting that they mentioned some has been spent. I fully support you supervisors and the county of Placer taking back the right to declare whether there's an emergency here based on the facts on the ground here, and I appreciate all your actions over the last months to assert local control and governance of our area. I think it's the only way forward, which makes sense for the citizens and for the county of Placer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And, go ahead.
My name is Chris from Roseville. I just want to thank you for considering this proposal, and want to reiterate what Mr. Leopold said, that these decisions are being based on case studies being reduced, and many of the public, most of the public for scientific reasons, believe that these case studies statistics are a fiction, a manipulated fiction of science, and that you should not be basing your decisions based on the case studies, because the case studies are a manipulation and they will go up and they will go down, and we see a future in which this may take place. So I commend you for doing the right thing, possibly for the wrong reasons, based on case studies, but do the things that are correct for reasons of liberty and our constitutional rights. Thank you.
So, anyone on Zoom? Okay, so bring back to the board, but maybe just some comments from me to begin with for framing purposes. So there have been several emergencies in the time that I've been on the Board of Supervisors since 1995 that have been declared, but they were more for the kinds of things we would have expected to be an emergency, like floods and fires, and those kinds of things. And it provides us a lot of opportunity, including, but not limited to, receiving state or federal funding to offset the impact of those emergencies. So in this case, of course, it was different. It was a pandemic, but for all of the traditional reasons, I was very supportive of actually declaring a state of emergency early on, and that did provide us a pathway for the CARES Act money that Todd referred to, and we set a record in the state for the amount of money we were able to distribute to businesses to assist them, mostly because of the impact of the policy that constrained their behavior around COVID as compared to the disease itself. The rest of the money was essentially used in the county's organization to offset the cost to us, the unusual cost of dealing with COVID, which was the intended purpose of the money in the first place, so we did do that. In the early part, I'll only add that I was also comfortable with declaring a state of emergency because we knew very little about the disease in the beginning, and the worst case scenarios were very disturbing. So I thought it was good to be cautious for about a month or so. But then at that point, I think the board and certainly I departed from the direction and the policy that the governor pursued. And we were quite active, probably the most active jurisdiction in the state in opposing the constraints that we had. So I just wanted to make that clear. I appreciate your involvement, and I want all of the public to understand the cycle that we've been through here in Placer County, and my colleagues are well equipped to speak on their own behalf. But with that, I'll open it back up to them for action and/or comments. Motion, Holmes, second Gore. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Robert, I didn't get my mute off quick enough to vote aye with you all. Thanks.
Thank you, Cindy. So we have, I think, 90 minutes of department items, but let's break now for lunch and closed session. And I know we have a fairly lengthy closed session also, but we should have a fair amount of time to jump into and hopefully complete our department items before our 2 o'clock timed item, which is going to take some time as well. So with that, County Council will take us into closed session.
The board will now adjourn to closed session to consider 2 items of existing litigation and 2 items of labor negotiations.
Okay, the board is returning from closed session and lunch, and county council will report out.
The board met in closed session to considering an item of existing litigation, County of Placer versus Verisource Barragan Drug Corporation et al. The board heard a report and provided direction. The board then heard a report on the case of Verizon California versus California State Board of Equalization. No action was requested or taken. The board then conferred with labor negotiators on DSA. The board heard a report and provided direction. The board then conferred with labor negotiators on PCLEMA. They heard a report and provided direction. This concludes the report out of closed session.
Thank you. So we have a list of department items that we need to take up before our 2 o'clock item, and the first one is Health Human Services, Emergency Rental Assistance, Placer County Housing Authority, and the City of Roseville.
Good afternoon. Hi, I'm Mandy Sharp, and I'm the Human Services Director, Deputy Director of Health and Human Services, and part of my program includes the Housing Authority. And before we get started, I'm joined by Greg Geisler, who's the Assistant Director of the division, and he is representing item 13. Since that is a Housing Authority item, they're posted in separate sections. Do you want us to move from this item 12 and then to 13, or do the rest of the department items?
No, let's do that. It's a great idea.
Do the me then Greg thing. Okay, great. Okay, thank you for clarification and direction on that. So today I'm here to ask for some action on 2 amendments to existing contracts and authorization for the Director of Health and Human Services to execute further agreements to a grant agreement with Placer County Housing Authority to administer emergency rental assistance to the benefit of Placer County residents for an additional $6,917,900.59 through March 31st of 2022. In the event that City of Roseville is no longer able to accept these emergency rental funds, part or all, or be able to participate. The 2 amendments, item 1 and 2, are amendments to existing agreements, a grant agreement with the City of Roseville to administer the ERAP program, Emergency Rental Assistance, to benefit Roseville residents, consistent with county and federal guidelines, ending in March 31st of 2022, and a second amendment to a grant agreement with the Placer County Housing Authority, which is under Human Services and HHS in this county, to administer the Emergency Rental Assistance Program to the benefit of county residents with the exclusion of the City of Roseville. Just a little background on this. On January 21st, 2021, Placer County received $11,843,012.90 from the Department of Treasury, indicated in here as DOT, that's not Department of Transportation, it's Treasury, to administer an emergency rental assistance ERA grant. At the January 26, 2021 Board of Supervisors meeting, your board ratified a grant agreement to receive funds for the program and assist rental assistance and utility assistance with Placer County residents. This funding was made available as part of the December 2020 COVID-19 relief package and omnibus spending bill. The funding assists currently tenants at or below 80% of the area median income, unable to pay rent and or utilities due to loss of income from the COVID-19 pandemic. And the funding was made available for immediate distribution with minor exceptions by December 31st of 2021. It was intended to be spent. The funding was not available to the City of Roseville directly because they were not a jurisdiction that exceeded 200,000. But our county was. So in recognition of the large portion of the population that resides in the Roseville area and the effectiveness of their administration, and also parallels to the way we do operations in our housing authority, we agreed and contracted with the City of Roseville and asked them if they'd be interested in administering the funding portion for Roseville residents through the Roseville Housing Department. From March of 18, so following the bouncing ball here, we applied and received funding on January 21. On the 26th, your board approved it, And starting on March 18th through April 30th, we started administering it. So it was an extremely fast turnaround program for something we didn't have a program that was identical to. I'm pretty proud of that. From that period, March 18th of 2021 through April 30th of 2021, the Housing Authority here in Placer County and the City of Roseville Housing Department accepted applications for the ERA program. Nearly 1,500 initial applications through referral were received together. And on May 17th of 2021, the Department of Transportation granted Placer County additional Treasury, I did it to myself. The Department of the Treasury granted Placer County additional funding in the amount of $3,748,328.76. The terms of this additional funding set forth by Treasury allow for an increase in the amount that may be spent on the administration of the program for a maximum of from 10% to 15%, and extending the maximum number of months, which is really most important because people are still in need of assistance, to extend additional time for households to be able to meet their rental needs and make sure that landlords are reimbursed for the rent costs. Placer Health and Human Services proposed an additional funding to be distributed in the amount of $1,958,501.78 to Placer County Housing Authority and $1,789,826.98 to the City of Roseville. And in the event that the city is unable to distribute the balance of their original funds or these funds, the department would like to get the funding to the Placer County Housing Authority to distribute for the rest, the bulk of the county residents. The grant dollars will be included in the department's, they should be in our 2021 budget and 21-22. This is separate funding specifically for this program, so no additional fiscal impact, and the amendments are on file with the clerk of the board for review. So I'm again here to ask for action to amend the two existing agreements and then authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to execute further agreements to the grant agreement to make sure that Placer County residents receive funding for housing and utility needs, and in the event that the City of Roseville is not able to accept all or can't execute on all the funding, that the money would still be to the benefit of the entire county. I'm happy to answer some questions if you have some, and also, as I mentioned, I have Greg here, and just a quick thank you to Greg Geisler and the Housing Authority team. Greg, as the Assistant Director, wouldn't normally have to execute and administer a brand new program in just a number of days, and we have been commended by the state as being one of the fastest, most efficient, and effective counties that went on our own with the funds to administer those funds. Our predictive abilities have proven to be correct. We're really accurate with how many people we thought we would serve, and we've had an excellent, smooth transition for new applicants to the statewide program as well, and we have to thank lots of partners, but Greg especially. It was an enormous lift for that group, the section of the Housing Authority in our county.
Congratulations and thanks to both. Bonnie.
Thank you, Mandy, and thank you, Greg, for your nimbleness and actually retaining local control so that you were able to get those dollars out quickly. Really appreciate that. Quick question. With the new funds, the other funds were retroactive back to March of 2020. Can people who are currently in a situation of needing assistance apply for it currently?
Okay, so the funding plan, or the program plan that we devised, closed new applications on April 30th. So we had a very short-term time. So people who were currently served that are already in our universe of customers can reapply and can continue to apply for funds that would go forward. Our hope is, and it's proving to be true, that all of those applicants had all of their prior arrears already settled. We're functionally complete with those original applications, as far as like an average between us and Roseville's applications. We're on top of most of those apps. So there wouldn't probably be a reason for someone to need to go back to March at the beginning, because that would have already been
I think what I mean is it closed, the last round closed in April. So what if somebody now is in need?
Okay, so great question.
That's the question.
For the public who's interested in that, on May 1st, we transferred the referral and application process to the state of California. So new applicants would still, at any time, be able to use the state program for that. Now, the use of ERAP 2 doesn't limit us from reopening the program or sharing funding like we are doing with City of Roseville. Our partners are helping with the application process. And it wouldn't limit us from continuing new applications with the state as well.
Okay.
At this time, we don't have a new open application period.
But people who are in need still have an opportunity to get some rental assistance. They can apply to the state through the program. But I think that's the important part.
That's absolutely important.
There are still people who are challenged with their current job situation. They might have stayed employed up to this point, but
yes, new things happen and they're still eligible. And another thing, as long as we're using the forum to make sure people understand, the state program has now come up to the same guidelines that we set up, which were 100% reimbursements. And the state has a different process for landlords. So we really hope that people would take advantage of that, whether you're a landlord seeking payment from a tenant who hasn't been able to make payments, or a utility company, or the tenant themselves, to please take advantage of that, because it is now the same as our program rules at the state program.
Any other questions by board members? Seeing none, anyone from the public wish to comment? See none, I'll bring it back to the board. Motion Holmes, second Gore. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. And now we're going to go to 13, which is emergency rental assistance, but Greg is going to take this. I knew that. I was just testing to see if you were awake. But before we do that, we're going to adjourn as the Placer County Board of Supervisors and convene as the Placer County Housing Authority.
Thank you very much. So I'm Greg Geisler. I'm the Assistant Director for Human Services, and I'm here to ask you today, as the Placer County Housing Authority Board, something very similar to what Mandy did, but on the other side. The first action requested is to approve an amendment to an existing grant agreement with Placer County through the Department of Health and Human Services to accept and administer the Emergency Rental Assistance Grant to the benefit of Placer County residents, excluding the City of Roseville, consistent with county and federal guidelines, for an increase of $1,958,501.78 for an overall amount not to exceed $8,673,441.07 from March 10th, 2021 through March 31st, 2022, and authorize the Executive Director of Placer County Housing Authority to execute the amendment with risk management and County Council concurrence, and to sign subsequent amendments up to $100,000 consistent with the agreement's subject matter and scope of work with management, risk management and County Council concurrence. Second, to authorize the Executive Director of the Placer County Housing Authority to execute further amendments to the grant agreement with Placer County through its Department of Health and Human Services to administer emergency rental assistance to the benefit of Placer County residents in an amount up to $6,917,900.59 through March 31st, 2022. In the event that the City of Roseville is no longer able to accept these emergency rental assistance funds and participate in the program. So the Placer County Housing Authority serves roughly about 600 different very low-income Placer County residents and/or families who may be elderly, homeless, or veterans through the Housing Choice Voucher Program and our Mainstream Voucher Program and our HUD VASH, Veterans Administration Program. In 2020, we partnered with CEDRA to start assisting folks with rental assistance for those who had been hit by the COVID pandemic through the TBRA program. And then later on, we were able to add the ERA program in March of this year when your board agreed to the contract that's now before and being amended here. So since then, we have served in the Placer County Housing Authority
over 350 different households, and approximately $4 million for back payment, forward payment of both utilities and of rent. As Mandy mentioned, I'm very proud of Janelle Martinez, who is our Housing Authority Supervisor, who's had to work very, very quickly to come up with all the different, everything from the policies to the forms to brand new staff helping to do this. So it's been a tremendous effort by her and her team. So on May 17th, the Department of Treasury granted Placer County a further $3,748,328.76 for the ERA program, with the difference in what we call ERA 2 from ERA 1 is that there is more money for administration, but there's also an extension for folks to receive up to 18 months, both forward and back in rent and utility assistance. The grant dollars will be included in the department's fiscal year 2021 budget and fiscal 2021-22 budget, and the amendments are on file with the clerk of the board. And I can answer any questions if you have any.
Any questions by board members? Seeing none, any questions, comments by the public? Thanks. It's a pleasure of the board. Motion Holmes, second Gore. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So we will now adjourn as the Housing Authority and reconvene as the Placer County Board of Supervisors and go up to item 12B. Twyla.
Good afternoon, Chair Wygant, Supervisors, Mr. Leopold, Ms. Schwab. Twyla Abrahamson, for the record, Director for the Children's System of Care, and I'm here today and pleased to be able to present this item on behalf of the children and the adult system of care. And Amy Ellis is also available on Zoom as well if we have any questions. So on June 5th, 2018, your board approved 3 revenue agreements totaling over $7 million with the Mental Health Oversight and Accountability Commission. We refer to that as OAC. This was for delivery of crisis triage services. These 3 grants were awarded to support and expand the existing adult mobile crisis team, to create a family mobile crisis team, and to partner with the Placer County Office of Education and Roseville School Districts to be one of only 4 counties in the state to create a school-county collaborative to deliver mental health services. These grants are part of the Investment in Mental Health Wellness Act of 2013, the Mental Health Triage Grant Program. So the OAC has determined that these 3 grant programs are successful in our community, and they are extending the length of the agreement by 1 year until November 30th, 2022, for Placer County to draw down any remaining unexpended funds. Unexpended funds have been a result of a variety of factors, such as delays in hiring and staff turnover. Each of these 3 programs will likely not expend all the remaining dollars prior to November 2021, so this amendment is critical to claim the remaining dollars with these services until November of 2022. So simply, we are requesting that your board take the following actions. And Ms. Schwab, should we take them separately? There's 3 for each of them.
You can take them all together.
Okay, great. So we would like you to approve the following non-monetary amendments with the Mental Health Oversight Accountability Commission to extend the date to November 20th, 2022 as follows. So 1 is the Adult Mental Health Triage Grant Program in an amount not to exceed $799,922.38. Authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the agreement and to sign subsequent amendments up to $79,992, consistent with the agreement's subject matter and scope of work, with risk management and county council concurrence. Number 2, the Child Mental Health Triage Grant Program in an amount not to exceed $1,036,123.02, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign that agreement as well, and to sign subsequent amendments up to $100,000, consistent with the agreement's subject matter and scope of work, also with risk management and county council concurrence. And number 3, the School County Mental Health Triage Grant Program in an amount not to exceed $5,293,367.35, and as well to have the Director of Health and Human Services sign the agreement, to sign subsequent amendments up to $100,000 with the agreement's subject matter and scope of work with risk management and county council concurrence. And all revenues and expenditures for 2021 were included in the department's 2021 final budget. Additionally, revenues and expenditures for subsequent fiscal years will be included in the department's future budgets for respective years. So again, Amy is on Zoom as well, so if you have any questions for either her or I on this, we would be happy to answer those.
Thank you. Any questions by board members? Seeing none, anyone from the public? What is the pleasure of the board?
I'll second.
Motion Holmes, second Gore. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have item 12C, which is Placer County Mental Health Services Act update. Excuse me. I'll leave it at that. I can't talk anymore.
I'll take it from here.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisor Wygand and distinguished members of the board. My name is Sue Compton, the MHSA coordinator for Placer County. I'm joined by Amy Ellis, our deputy director via Zoom, and Twyla Abrahamson here in chambers. Today we're requesting the board to take the following actions: adopt the County Mental Health Services Act MHSA plan annual update for fiscal year 2021-2022, approve the expenditure plan for fiscal year 2021-2022 in the amount of $17,473,041, adopt the fiscal year 2021-2026 County Mental Health Services Act 5-year innovations plan and expenditure report for the total amount of $2,750,000. The Board of Supervisors is required by the state to approve the MHSA annual updates and their expenditure plans. This annual update, in particular, reports on fiscal year 2019-2020 data and any updates to services for fiscal year 2021-2022. The annual update also includes a proposed 5-year innovation plan for fiscal years 2021 through 2026. County and community-based providers from South Placer to Tahoe have been working very diligently this past year to ensure mental health supports and preventative services continued for our residents. And these services will continue as we enter into the second year of our MHSA 3-year plan. One of the 5 MHSA components, community services and supports, continued providing enhanced mental health services for adults and older populations with severe mental illness, and for children and youth living with serious emotional disturbance. Our full service partnership is included in that, which provided whatever it takes 24/7 mental health wraparound services to 500 residents in 2019 to 2020. For adults enrolled in FSPs for at least 2 years, we saw significant reductions in incarceration, homelessness, and psychiatric hospitalizations. The annual expected expenditures for full service partnerships is around $7.5 million. Our non-FSP community services and support served over 3,000 residents across all age groups with evidence-based programs aimed at system transformation, which include community-based individual and group mental health services, culturally specific supports for Native American and Latino communities, peer support and advocacy for youth, adults, and families, housing supports, crisis services, embedded school and county wellness centers, and our newly launched 211 services. The expected annual expenditures for non-FSP community services and supports is approximately $4.9 million. Prevention and early intervention programs, another of the 5 MHSA components, provided support to nearly 4,000 residents with short-term intervention aimed at preventing mental illnesses from becoming severe and disabling, education for increasing recognition of the early signs of mental illness, suicide prevention, and stigma and discrimination reduction activities. About $2.7 million funds 41 community-based programs, which strengthen families and youth with parenting classes, therapy, social skill development, and culturally appropriate services. Our workforce education and training component expends just under $300,000 annually and provides county, contracted agencies, consumers, and family members education and training to provide skills to improve service delivery. This includes training of our professionals and our paraprofessionals in evidence-based interventions, cultural responsiveness, leadership development, and strengthening mental health career pathways. The 4th MHSA component, capital facilities and technology needs, provides up to $500,000 annually for our behavioral health facilities implementation of our county electronic medical record program, and our new MHSA data management system. The fifth MHSA component, innovations, provides the opportunity for counties to develop a new strategy or new learning. We've successfully been involved in a 5-year innovation project during the fiscal years 2016 through 2021, the MHSA Homeless Integrated Care Coordination, which is connected to our Whole Person Care pilot program. We're anticipating its key elements will continue to be funded by the managed care plans through CalAIM starting in 2022. Placer County has been working with its stakeholders to explore other innovative opportunities as our current innovation project winds down. During our MHSA community planning process, the community identified a prioritized need to further develop our crisis continuum. In December 2020, Placer County began participating in the Crisis Now Academy. It's a multi-county learning collaborative that is financed by the Mental Health Services and Oversight Accountability Commission. Through our participation, we learned that while we continue to make improvements with our crisis services, the one thing that we're lacking is a short-term subacute residential care stabilization program. These programs serve individuals who need support and observation, not emergency department holds or medical inpatient stay. It provides a safe and supportive environment for respite that is less costly and less intrusive than hospital-based care. Placer County, with support of its stakeholders, has proposed in this annual update a new 5-year innovation plan, a 6-bed, 24/7 adult crisis respite center to be embedded within our Kirby Hills campus. It provides our residents experiencing behavioral health crisis the opportunity to seek short-term crisis care outside of our already impacted hospital emergency rooms. Creating a new behavioral health receiving center where law enforcement can drop off and individual families can self-refer will be a culture shift and an innovative practice for our county. We can shift from being overly dependent on emergency rooms and having law enforcement present for all crisis interactions to an environment solely focused on the mental health needs of the individuals. We anticipate it will help ensure improved connection to follow-up services and ultimately reduce recidivism. This unique opportunity aligns the needs of the community with the priorities of the board and stakeholders and utilizes multiple funding services, including Medi-Cal and hospital funding, to achieve these goals. We'll be able to pilot the Crisis Now model with a more flexible respite care environment and use this 5-year innovation plan to help measure and evaluate what model serves best our residents and our community. This innovation plan is projected to expend $550,000 of MHSA innovation dollars over the next 5 years, and this plan must be approved by the Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission as well. The fiscal year 2021-2022 MHSA annual update and associated expenditures were vetted with the local Mental Health, Alcohol, and Drug Advisory Board, our local stakeholder committee, the Campaign for Community Wellness, and was posted for 30 days to receive public comment, which ended on June 27th. A public hearing was held by the Mental Health, Alcohol, and Drug Advisory Board on June 28th. There were no written or verbal public comments received. The Campaign for Community Wellness, CCW, has noted the positive results of the investments made in this plan and supports the continuation of these programs to improve much-needed services and supports for all people in Placer County experiencing mental health issues. No county general funds are required as part of this action item. At this time, we would like to request the board adopt the fiscal year 2021-2022 MHSA annual update and fiscal year 2021-2026 proposed MHSA innovation plan and the approved associated expenditures. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you. Great presentation. Any questions by board members? Seeing none, anyone from the public? Pleasure of the board. Motion Holmes, second Jones. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next item is Information Technology Strategic Plan. No. Jared.
Good afternoon, Chair Wygant, members of the board. Good to be here in person. I'm pleased today to present to you the 2021 IT Strategic Plan. Just a quick history on the plan over the years. Typically we've done like a new plan every 4 or 5, sometimes 6 years. The last plan we did was approved in December of 2017, and that covered years 18, 19, and 20. And the 2021 plan will now cover the next 3 fiscal years starting in fiscal year 2021. And this plan comes on the heels of a pandemic, and you'll see the influence of that pandemic throughout our strategic initiatives. So just jumping back to some successes of the 2017 plan, we were well positioned for the pandemic, due in large part because of our 2017 plan and our approach to cloud technologies, including Workday and Office 365, including Exchange Online. As a result of those projects, we did a major network and security upgrade, which were the enablers of us to basically overnight send people home and have them able to connect to our network. Also want to point out that Placer County was awarded 3rd place in the nation by the Center of Digital Government in 2019 and 4th place in 2020 in the Digital County Survey, which recognizes U.S. county IT organizations for excellence in technology practices, data management, collaboration, shared services, and cybersecurity practices. That's a direct reflection of the talented IT staff that we have, both in the IT department and embedded across the county. So the 2021 plan has these 7 strategic initiatives. We carefully considered how the IT department can best support and align with the county's 8 critical success factors. We also met with all of the county departments to understand their challenging business needs, any changes that they have, and their business objectives over the coming years. We also took into account industry changes and emerging technologies. As a result, we came up with these 7 strategic initiatives. The movement to cloud services is a theme across all 7 of these initiatives. And moving to the cloud makes the county services more reliable and resilient. It also reduces the cost of maintaining on-prem equipment and facilities. Excuse me, that is out of order. As we move to cloud, we must ensure that all of the county's information systems and data are secure as if they were located on-prem. I'm going to just now briefly touch on each one of those 7 initiatives. So the first of the 7, the vision is to allow citizens to access all county services regardless of what device they're on. So this initiative will require a strong partnership between county IT and county departments to identify what services currently are not online and then create projects to bring those services online. We will also need to build out the services on our county website and our mobile application, including chatbot. And we're also examining the digital citizen experience, where a citizen would be able to log into a single portal and be able to access all of their data, all their information, and request the services they need, so they don't have to jump from department to department on our website. Expanding broadband access to rural parts of the county has been an opportunity and a challenge over the past several years. The pandemic definitely highlighted those challenges across the United States. And as a result, funding is now becoming available where we can actually, make a difference in those communities. So the county is working with Gold Country Consortium, including Sierra Business Council and local internet service providers, to develop a countywide broadband strategic plan that we'll bring back to the board later on in 2021. We will first look to expand fiber to the home as our number 1 priority. And then we'll also look at other technologies such as 5G wireless and fixed wireless to fill in the gaps where bringing fiber to the home is not really a feasible option. In addition to that, low Earth orbit satellite technologies provided by SpaceX and Blue Origin will be available in the near future. Aren't quite there yet, but they're coming, and they will also provide access in the rural areas. Next one is anywhere operations for employees. The pandemic absolutely created an opportunity for us to implement new technologies and increase the adoption of those technologies, including communication and collaboration tools. County staff now need the ability to have a flexible work environment that is available, accessible, and secure wherever and whenever they need it. During the pandemic, we quickly deployed many collaboration tools and equipment that now allow that staff that flexibility. So our priority now is to create a consolidated user experience that makes it easy and consistent for staff to log in and access their tools and resources that they need to be able to do their job and serve the citizens of the county. Next one, maximizing the power of data and data analytics. Analytics tools were introduced to the county departments during the last plan, but we want to build on that success, and we want to create an enterprise solution that provides departments with the access to the data and allow them to self-service and create their own visualizations and manipulate those visualizations, including dashboards where the department leadership would be able to see at a glance what their current state of operations is. The IT department is there to help when needed, but we really want to create that self-service model so they're not completely relying on us. The next one is huge. It's been, a staple of our plans, for the last decade, and it's just going to continue to be more and more important into the future. Everything that I've discussed up until this point and a couple of strategic initiatives after this completely rely on our ability to have a strong security posture, being able to move to the cloud, vendors managing some of our services. Our security posture is the only thing that makes that possible. But attacks and attackers are becoming more sophisticated by the day, and as a result, we have to continuously change our security practices to stay ahead of those folks. Vendor management is a huge opportunity right now. That's kind of where we're seeing the attack vector going. In addition to people, educating our people in security awareness and testing them constantly is also important, but making sure our vendors are as secure as we are is equally important. We're also working with regional entities to create a regional incident security response team. That way we can quickly share information. If an attack happens, we know what's happening, if it's with another organization within the county, and we can quickly develop a coordinated response to that. Building a network for the future. So as we move to cloud, if you think of the traditional on-prem where we've got the county campus and we're protecting the perimeter and our network connects all of the buildings within that network, it's really easy to keep things out, right, and keep the data in. Well, that paradigm has definitely shifted now. We're all over the place, cloud, vendors managing things. We've got our cloud infrastructure where our data resides as well. And so we need to basically redesign and reimagine what our network looks like going into the future. We want it to be resilient. We want it to be available to be able to access those cloud applications. We're also reducing our footprint, our on-prem footprint. We've traditionally had 3 data centers within the county. We're consolidating those down to a single data center, and we're putting our disaster recovery site in the cloud. So being able to have instant and great speeds to connect to that environment is really important. And the last one. The IT department strives to provide world-class IT services by modernizing and optimizing our information technology delivery model with an emphasis on customers' experience. Our highest priority is to make it easy for departments to do business with the IT department. Approximately 1 year ago, we converted our project management office to the business relationship management office. So typically our project management office was focused on execution of projects. but wasn't really focused on the front end, which was developing projects and working with the departments to understand what their needs are, what their challenges are, and developing those solutions up front. So a lot of times we were coming in at the back end and maybe being seen as a bottleneck. So we created the Business Relationship Management Office, led by Hillary Courtney, and now we provide those analysis service as well as project management services. So I think that's serving the departments well, and it's going well at this point. And I think that is it. I do want to take a second to thank my IT managers that are here in the room with us, Hillary Courtney, Mike Lewis, Mike Spack, and Dieter Wittenberg. I also have, to round out my management team who aren't here today, Lu Yen Lee, Deborah Curtis, and Melissa Spack. So thank you all for being here. And with that, the requested action is to adopt the 2021 Information Technology Strategic Plan, which outlines the county's technology priorities over a 3 fiscal year period beginning in 21-22. And I will take any questions.
Yeah, thanks. I'd comment quickly that last week had a meeting with one of our department heads who gave you guys huge compliments for helping out on some of the technology. And I've been around long enough to know, obviously, the technology has changed dramatically. But also, I think you hit the nail on the head with the service optimization and business first culture, in that sometimes we'd have departments take up some technology, get themselves into a corner, then they're not happy.
You got
then
it.
you guys came in and they were even madder because you couldn't fix everything for them. So it was actually a big compliment. I wanted to share that with you guys.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, absolutely. When I came to the county, that was kind of like, it was like, how can technology fit into the department? And we want to flip that around and say, what are your needs? What are your challenges? And how can technology help with that?
Great, thanks. And I'm
Thank you.
assuming that your philosophy is that the sooner you're brought in, the better it is for everyone.
Exactly. It definitely helps with the governance process. If we're involved early, that way when a project comes to the technology governance process, we can say, yes, we've done all the steps along the way and we haven't skipped any, including, evaluating the vendors, evaluating, the security around the solution.
Yeah, thanks. Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for this presentation. As everybody is aware, those of us who represent the rural areas are struggling with providing rural broadband, and I'm glad to see that that's part of your advocacy. We have some funding coming from the American Rescue Plan, and I think it'd be a great opportunity to use a nice portion of that in order to have public-private ability to move that process forward. So I hope the board can bring forward some funding from the American Rescue Plan for rural broadband, and I'm sure Supervisor Gustafson would agree.
Thank you, Supervisor.
I do agree. Thanks, Jim.
Bonnie.
Thank you very much and appreciate all the hard work your department does. In order to bring you aware of sort of thoughts about projects that are coming to our attention, my district director has been talking a little bit with Hillary and some of the other district directors about the need for a software tracking process of all the questions that come into our Board of Supervisors. Yes. As our board, as we have more transparency, as more people are participating in the decision-making process, we get emails all the time from folks, and we don't know whose district they belong to, and we want to make sure we have a process to track folks so that they get responded to, right? I think it's so important. If you're talking about customer service, it's important to the board that we have customer service to our residents and respond to their questions. So Hillary is working with our folks a little bit and really appreciate her help, and I know it's something that would be helpful to our board. It doesn't have to happen now, but so that you're aware that it's important, I think, for me to make sure that we're able to respond to all of our residents who have questions for us, and making sure they get a timely response. So
absolutely.
Process that will help us with that would be great.
Yeah, thank you for that. I did chat with Hillary about that this morning just to see where we were at in anticipation of a comment or question around that, and we are done gathering requirements, and we're looking at what budget availability there is, and then we'll start shopping for solutions. But I definitely think there's commercial off-the-shelf products that are specifically designed for local government agencies like this that provide that exact functionality. So I'm confident we can find something fairly quickly for you.
Thank you.
You bet.
Suzanne.
Yes.
Thank you for that presentation. I also wanted to express my support for broadband. As we spoke about the other day, I don't live in a rural area, and a segment of my constituents do not have a broadband. They have very poor internet capability, so I'm behind you 100%.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Robert, I had a quick additional comment.
You bet.
Thank you. Jared, I just wanted to thank you and your team for the outstanding job. Did I just lose you?
No, you're still good.
Good. For the outstanding job during this pandemic, and especially Hillary and Dieter and everyone who helped with running our town hall meetings and allowing the public to still participate in the Board of Supervisors meetings, and even those of us traveling to be able to participate. I really appreciate all the connectivity we enjoy, and hope, as Supervisor Holmes and Jones said, that we can really be instrumental in looking at our rural areas or our underserved areas and finding solutions with some of that ARP funding.
Thank you.
And I just echo that, particularly with the pandemic. The board never missed a meeting. They certainly took on different characteristics as we emerged through all this. Then we had a multitude of meetings, of course, with different technologies, and that emerged a lot. You guys were there the whole time helping us get through this. So the workload for us doesn't go away. It has to get done one way or another, but I think we were able to keep our effort as public as could possibly be done, and now that technology platform is going to give us a way to do business more smart as we go forward also. But it's great to be back in a public setting, but you guys were fabulous during all of that.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Thanks. Okay, we actually have to pass a motion here, or not. Motion, Holmes, second, Jones. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next is Public Works, dog bar vehicle size restriction, and Phil, I think, is going to zoom in, correct?
That's correct, Chair Wygant. Hello, board members, Chair Wygant, good to be with you today. Phil Vashon with the Department of Public Works to talk about Dog Bar Road today. The action requested is to introduce and waive oral reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 10 of the Placer County Code by adding a new article, Article 10.10, Section 10.10.010, regarding vehicle size restrictions on Dog Bar Road. For any of you that have ever had the opportunity to drive this road, Dog Bar Road is a 2-lane rural windy road located in the Meadow Vista area of Placer County. It is a collector roadway that carries traffic between Meadow Vista and the city of Colfax. It is, again, very windy road, characterized by very tight radius horizontal curves. And at the Nevada County line, Dog Bar Road crosses the Bear River utilizing a very narrow 1-lane bridge. Vehicles traveling westbound on Dog Bar Road would need to make a 90-degree turn in order to use the bridge to cross the Bear River. So in the last month, Matt Randall came to me and he said that the railing along the bridge had been struck 3 times. And it is an ongoing issue with our roads department. The bridge utilizes metal beam guardrails anchored on each side of the bridge to shield vehicles from going off the bridge. If the bridge's railing continues to get struck as it has previously, it can present a safety hazard for vehicles crossing the bridge and ongoing maintenance issues. Also, longer vehicles have the added challenge of possibly getting stuck or unable to turn around in tight areas. The department recommends that the board adopt an ordinance restricting trucks to less than 23 feet in length to travel along Dog Bar Road. This is kind of mirroring what Nevada County has done in their jurisdiction for vehicles coming from Colfax. And in addition, Nevada County has a 17-ton weight restriction in place, recognizing and citing Caltrans's authority to limit vehicle weights over bridges. They can certify bridges which have been deemed unable to carry specific loads per the vehicle code. So the department will also install signage to limit truck weights and sizes under the authority of Caltrans and under this adoption of this ordinance. And with that, I can answer any questions.
Thanks, Phil. Any questions by board members? Anyone from the public? Seeing none, pleasure of the board.
Move approval.
Motion Gustafson, second Holmes. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. And now we'll take up item B, which is Middle Fork Project Operations Summary. Jared.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Wygant, board members. My name is Jared Deck, Program Manager for Environmental Engineering. I'm here along with Carrie Timmer, who are going to be presenting an update for you, an informational item on the Joint Powers Authority for the Middle Fork Project. So after a long 9 years of filing applications, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission actually finally issued a license for us last year, which is a big hurdle in the project. It's a 40-year term license, and we'll be working through that with a large amount of steps and financial needs that come along with that. So I'm going to outline a few of the items that come along with the actual licensing. So we started last year after the issuance on June 8th. We started working on some of the projects and some of the plans moving forward. So within the first 10 years, about 90% of the improvement projects will need to be completed. So that is one of the larger financial implications of this project and the licensing and that big financial need for that. So over the last year, resource plans have been completed, including stream flow and reservoir level evaluation, along with implementing recreational stream flows for boating activities. We've also started a large amount of infrastructure projects, including completing the LL Anderson Dam outlet modification, and began plans for upgrading numerous other facilities. Recreational rehabilitation plans have been being worked on, and modifications to the campgrounds, including picnic areas, dump stations, along with potable water for visitors as part of the rehabilitation plans. So on this slide, just kind of wanted to outline some of the large financial impacts that we have over the next 15 years. As you can see, it's quite a big jump. We have, for the first 5 years, $53 million, then jumping up $79 million, and then $92 million. As I stated before, within the first 10 years, we're really cramming in a lot of those infrastructure projects. So just for overhead cost, infrastructure cost will be about $21 million over the next 5 years. Recreational enhancements will cost about $50 million over 14 years. And licensing operations are nearly $2 million per year. So keep that in mind as we're talking about the revenue report from this last year. We took quite a bit of a hit just due to a variety of issues over the last year. One of them obviously being COVID and the impacts for that. We saw a 5-year low in energy prices, and also with La Nina, we produced very dry conditions, and 58% of normal participation actually came down. So we saw a very low amount of water coming in and low energy prices. So working with the crews, they really did a great job of minimizing other operational tasks that they need to get done in order to save some money for us. So with that hydrology, the Middle Fork project generated just over 500,000 megawatt hours, which is about half of normal production. So even with that, we were still able to complete some major projects, including the whole dam core raise and also a communication project upgrade. But along with a few of the items, including the delayed FERC licensing until half year, so when we got that in June, we had some time, along with postponing a few of the work projects and also just allowing some of the other items to be delayed a little bit for the process. We actually were able to make a profit and actually fully fund all of the reserves and keep those funded. So throughout the year, we actually came out with a revenue of $520,000 after all was said and done. And as agreed upon by both agencies, we actually put that back into reserves, knowing that from the previous side, you saw that large amount of projects that we have to accomplish over the next few years. We wanted to make sure there was money in that for those projects. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Carrie. She's going to talk about the French Meadows project, which is inside the Middle Fork project, and discuss that.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, Chair Wygant and members of the board. Thank you for having me here today, my first official presentation to this body. So as Jared pointed out, as part of the Middle Fork project, we're doing extensive restoration around the French Meadows Reservoir, which is one of 2 primary reservoirs that make up this Middle Fork project and help provide the water, recreational opportunities, habitat, and power generation as required by the license, the operating license. So as fiscal year 2021 comes to a close, or has come to a close, we wanted to just provide the board and members of the public with a quick update on what we were able to accomplish this past year, which is year 2 of the project. So just a couple of things. I know most of you have been up to the project. A couple of you actually sit on the authority. But for anybody who is unfamiliar, the French Meadows project covers approximately 22,000 acres of U.S. Forest Service land in the upper watershed that surrounds and feeds into this particular reservoir. The partnership that is managing restoration in this area includes both federal and state agencies, the county and the Placer County Water Agency, UC Merced, which is an interesting partner. They're doing some research looking at the potential benefits and outcomes of different treatments on various portions of this upper watershed to see what restoration can actually achieve. And also the Nature Conservancy, which is a private conservation organization. So these partners have worked together to determine the current conditions and to design the appropriate ecologically based treatment for different portions of this watershed area. And these treatments are really designed to reduce overcrowding is one of the primary purposes, with the goal of increasing the forest's ability to withstand different stressors like insect beetle kill that we've heard so much about that's causing tree mortality all up and down the Sierra. Also to reduce, obviously, the risk of large and damaging wildfires, kind of the wildfire potential that PG&E was discussing earlier today, and also improving both habitat and recreational opportunities, again, as required by the operating license. So the project for French Meadows is scheduled to take roughly 5 years of seasonal work, depending on specific conditions, wildfires, smoke, and other things that can sometimes delay this on-the-ground work. And as I said, we just finished year 2 and are moving into year 3. This multitasking of pages and slides is throwing me. Okay, so a snapshot of what was accomplished last year, year 2. We were able to treat over 2,000 acres of property. We reduced that tree density that we were just talking about by 30%, which was a major accomplishment in the year. We harvested about 1 million board feet of timber. We removed roughly 1,500 green tons of biomass, and we were able to improve 12 miles of road, replacing culverts and improving and enhancing drainage. In addition to the work itself, there are additional benefits associated with this project, with last year's projects, that is, including the hiring of roughly 100 local people to do the work that we were just discussing. We had a net reduction of GHG, greenhouse gas emissions, that equals roughly 15,000 passenger vehicles emissions. So in essence, we took 15,000 passenger vehicles off the road for the year based on the amount of GHG reduction we were able to achieve. We also were able to reduce other emissions that can affect air quality and public health, and we were able to produce renewable energy sufficient to meet the needs of 220 households for the year. So of course, everybody wants to know, what does this cost? So basically, the budget for last year was roughly $3.4 million. But I'd say one of the really amazing benefits of this particular partnership and this kind of new way of looking at management, even on public lands, is that so much of the funding for last year came from our partners, came directly from our partners. So we were able to secure CAL FIRE funding that came through the Sierra Nevada Conservancy, which is another state agency, as well as the Nature Conservancy, that private conservation group. We had a separate Sierra Nevada Conservancy grant to cover much of the biomass work that we were able to achieve. We were able to generate some revenue from the sale of timber and biomass material. We even got private donations from beverage companies that came to us through the Nature Conservancy, our partner, but these are companies that rely on a safe, reliable, and clean source of water for their production, and so they have a vested interest in making sure that our watersheds are healthy and our forests as well. And then we also received operational support from the Forest Service and, of course, from the Middle Fork Finance Authority. And, you know, not to mention the fact that the partnership received the Regional Foresters Honor Award in 2020, so another benefit of such partnerships. So I know that you guys have a timed item here coming up shortly, so rather than going into anything further, I'm going to leave you with a teaser in the hopes that you'll invite me back to talk some more about this issue. But what I do want to bring up at some point in the future is to spend a few minutes reflecting on some of the comments that I've heard over the past 2 months of my onboarding. I've been part of roughly, I don't know, somewhere between 26 and 28 individual meetings with many of you, many of our county departments, many of our external partners. And there has been a question that's come up that I think is worth addressing, and that is why is the county spending so much attention doing this kind of work on federal lands in an area where there aren't very many people living? And I'm going to leave you with that cliffhanger because I have plenty of thoughts about that. And in fact, it's really, I think, the reason that you took the forward-looking step of creating this position, and that is to help answer that question and to be able to provide these kinds of services across all of our county, whether it's the communities, whether it's the wildland-urban interface, and of course the forest where all of these benefits originate. So I'm happy to entertain any questions other than the answer to this one, because you have to wait for that.
Great. Normally people don't do that to the Board of Supervisors.
I'm new, I don't know any better.
I know. Great job by both of you on a really important issue and initiative in front of us. Any questions by colleagues? Jim.
Gary, I just want to thank you for getting up to speed so quickly, and really feel confident in Jared, you as well, moving forward with this amazing project that is, I think, a trendsetter throughout the nation. So keep up the good work, and we'll try to stay out of your way.
Well, thank you.
And see if we can come up with the answer. Anyone from the public like to address this item? Seeing none, this was just a report. We do not have to take any action, but thank you both. Yeah. Our next department item is law enforcement services contract with the city of Colfax.
Good afternoon, everyone. Chair Wygant, members of the board, Mr. Leopold, Mr. Schwab. I'm Jerry Rogers with the Placer County Sheriff's Office, and I come to the board asking your approval to amend the law enforcement service contract with the city of Colfax. Please approve an amendment number 6 to the contract between the Placer County Sheriff's Office and the city of Colfax to adjust the rate for law enforcement services to $827,370 for the July 1, 2021 to June 30, 2022 term. This represents an increase of $45,755 or 5.85% over the previous year. Revenue from this contract is included in the Sheriff's Office fiscal year 21-22 adopted budget. And I know that was kind of short and sweet, but with that, if you have any answers or any questions, I can definitely help answer those.
Any questions? And for the public, we've been in this contract relationship for many years, so it's
Correct,
not new
yeah.
to the board.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. See no questions from the board members? Anyone from the public? No. Pleasure of the board. Motion
Move approval.
I'll accept Supervisor Gustafson's motion because she governs that area. So second Jones.
Okay, thanks.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so just for the public here, we have one more department item, and then we'll move to our 2 o'clock timed item, and we're not too late for the way we do business around here. So the last department item is a revision to our commission appointments list, the appointment of 2 members to one of those, and appointment of the chair and the vice chair to Legislative Policy Committee. Todd.
All right, I'll keep this relatively quick. Obviously, every time we have changes through the course of the year, sometimes there's revisions and committees that come online, and this so happens to be the case. Typically, you're taking a look at these boards and commission appointments at the first of the fiscal or the calendar year. But we do have 2 committees, and I want to bring these forward for consideration from the board. The first one's a homeless regional advisory committee based on the discussion that took place last Thursday, I believe it was. There was a request to have representation from all of our partner municipalities in the county to really discuss this important issue around homelessness on a regional basis. The other item is a legislative policy committee. As we continue to refine and improve our legislative action plan, we are looking to develop a legislative policy committee comprised of both the county council, the CEO's office, and then representatives, 2 representatives from our Board of Supervisors. And so what I'd ask is that we start with the Homeless Regional Advisory Committee, and then the recommendation to appoint the chair and vice chair of the Legislative Policy Committee, just to have continuity as we go from year to year on our legislative platform. So I will turn it over, and any questions?
Yeah, thanks. Just to be self-evident, obviously we spoke about this, but the Legislative Advisory Committee would rotate every year, so it would change. So, for example, if the board adopted what's recommended, I would be on it with Cindy for 6 months, and then Cindy after that, assuming she becomes chair, and whomever's in next rotation, et cetera, and the other two we have to pick.
That's correct.
So with that, and helping to frame the homeless committee appointments, I think just go around and hear comments from all of my colleagues, but be clear, I am not going to put my hat in the ring for that committee. I'm busy enough, and it'll make it a little bit easier, I guess, by one at least. So we'll take it from there. So I'll start with Suzanne, and we'll go around. Well, I'm not sure where Cindy's sitting at this particular point, but with Suzanne, Cindy, then Bonnie and Jim, and just have discussion about that, and
Okay.
got to make a motion at the end of the day.
Thank you, Robert. I wanted to just express that working towards a solution for homelessness has been a great concern to me for quite a number of years. It began years ago when my husband retired from the Army, and I experienced the transition that they provide to transition soldiers from the military life into the civilian sector. And you can see with the great gaps they have in that transitioning, I can understand why so many veterans struggle with homelessness because of that difficulty in transitioning. I also spent 6 years on the Older Adult Advisory Commission working on the growing senior homelessness issues there as well. I served on the County Board of Education for 10 years, where student and family homelessness was a huge issue of concern to me. I've also done a lot of research into it. I have a friend who owns Clean and Sober Living in Fair Oaks, and it's a wonderful program that helps people to become clean and sober. And it's a great program. It's had a lot of successes, not 100% successes, but a lot, significant enough. I also attended El Dorado County. Sheriff DeAgostini there launched a program about 2 years ago, which I found of great interest as well. And apparently they're still working on that, and Lieutenant Leikauf is leading that program. So in addition to all my experience, Megan, can you hand these charts out? I know everybody saw these the other night, but if you look at the chart here, Roseville, two zip codes in Roseville, the 95678, Bonnie and I do share that. That's one of the largest hubs of homelessness. And I also have permanent supportive housing in that area that people are very concerned about. Then the other zip code in Roseville, which is mine, is 95661, also suffers from a large homelessness rate. Now, Granite Bay, not so much, fortunately, but my numbers in Granite Bay sort of rival those in the city of Roseville. Now, part of that homelessness, the collaboration, the symposium that we had the other day, was to discuss collaboration with our city partners. And since I share, as well as Bonnie, we share Roseville, the city of Roseville. And so I think it's crucial and critical that we are able to serve on this symposium, on this task force, and work with our city partners in Roseville. So, you know, there's a lot of things that deal with homelessness, and like I said, I've been working on this for many, many years. And so what I would do is I would ask my board for their support in helping me serve on this task force.
Okay.
Thank you.
Cindy.
Thanks, Robert. I know that we have seen a keen interest in this issue from all areas of our county. We have a large population, obviously, in Auburn, North Auburn, as well as in Auburn and up in the same map that Suzanne's looking at up through that region. I know all of our elected officials in our jurisdictions, as well as our citizens, our businesses in North Auburn, so dramatically impacted. And so I see the need to have both ends of our county represented strongly. I'm obviously very interested in it as well. And I think it's an important part of public policy, but I have a feeling there's 4 of us very interested in serving and we can only choose 2. So I'll leave it at that. But I definitely think it affects both ends of our county pretty dramatically. And the whole point, I think, of the Homeless Task Force is to come to a regional solution, region-wide solution, not a solution that just benefits one area of the county over another, but in unison with our cities. So that's what I'm supporting, working with all of the board members. Thanks.
Thanks, Cindy. Bonnie?
Thank you. Yeah, 10 years ago, who would have thought we would be actually wanting to sit on a task force addressing homelessness? But to that point, I certainly actually started thinking about this issue at the beginning of last year when I was chairing the board, and was one of my goals was to really start addressing the concern because we saw it popping up all around us. And then COVID hit and we got derailed, and actually as a result of COVID, we've seen the increased amount of homelessness on the DeWitt campus, in our creeks, behind my office on Church Street. I mean, it's everywhere. And I certainly understand the interest. I want to serve on this board or on this committee really because I've been working so hard to do the 2x2s with our local cities. And one of the reasons I actually wanted to be on this Board of Supervisors is I saw the importance of the cities working with the county together, because we've got to have a regional approach, not just the county telling the cities how to do it. And I think I've worked really hard to build those relationships. As I look at this corridor of the homeless map, I've got the homeless in Roseville, those 2 zip codes, but then we also have homeless in Rockland, up in Newcastle, and all the way up the Auburn corridor. And if we were only focusing on a solution in South Placer, then I would say, yes, it should be the city of Roseville and Rockland and the supervisors in this area, but it is a region-wide process. And so I think likely we should have representation from the Roseville area as well as up the hill, whether that's Supervisor Gustafson or Supervisor Holmes.
Jim?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I've been working with homeless, particularly in my district in North Auburn, for the past 16 years. Worked with the Gathering Inn. I'm not a board member now, but I was a longtime board member with the Gathering Inn. I have personally helped individuals get into housing, some of my own expense. Working with staff through the Placer County Government Center, we've been able to make good strides, removing some of those homeless folks and getting them into housing. So I think it's imperative that I continue to serve as a liaison on the homeless advisory group, or whatever you want to call it. I've been on the Older Adult Advisory Commission for 16 years. I'm on the Area 4 Agency on Aging, and I've been there for 16 years as well. And so since the population is in North Auburn and on the corridor of I-80 and in the city of Roseville, I would make a motion to nominate myself and Supervisor Gore to serve on that committee.
Is there a second?
I'll second that motion. But I have a comment, if I could.
Yeah, and I want to make a comment too. So, well, I'll let you make your comments, Cindy. I'm just going to hold off right now.
Well, you know, Robert, I think there's plenty of work to do, and I am so grateful that all of us are so keenly aware of the issues and the incredible challenge that we face as a Board of Supervisor in local jurisdictions, and how we affect change for our community on a problem that's a nationwide crisis. So first off, thank you all for being interested. But secondly, I know I'm keenly aware of the need in the other policy areas. So I had suggested to Todd the other day that we look at permanent supportive housing as an area where we need some policy guidance that maybe two other board members could participate in, so that our HHS department has some support and guidance there. So that was just me trying to be inclusive and trying to make sure everybody has a voice in this critical issue. And that was just a suggestion from my end on that issue, because we all want to play a role in this.
Thanks, Cindy. Suzanne?
Yes, I have a couple other comments I'd like to make. I know it's not all about my own district. That's why last February I joined the DeWitt Center Homeless Committee as well, because I was focusing on, you're correct in that Auburn, that whole corridor, to include the DeWitt Center, has a very heavy homeless population. So I put my money where my mouth is, and I joined that task force to try to help solve those issues that surround the Auburn area. In addition to that, I wanted to say that I have the time, the resources, and the experience to serve on another committee, because right now, as it stands, I serve on anywhere from 27% to 50% fewer committees than anyone else that sits on this board. In addition, last March 29th, when we had a special board meeting, we formed the Sewer Municipal District in Lincoln, where we appointed 2 board members to sit on that committee as well, and that was Jim and Bonnie. And since there, we've had no additional committees formed.
Well, the only comments I'm going to make are going to be moot as it relates to who should be on the committee. I think the task workforce, whatever summit we had the other day, was just a great opportunity, and I think that vision is worth articulating, which is that county is in the business of providing safety net social services, so we're in the social services part of this business, period. And the cities are affected, obviously, by the homelessness just because of the population, how they exist in their city limits, and spill-end issues like policing potentially or other things, but not on the social services side. So I've never seen people come together like they did last Thursday night, I guess it was, or Wednesday, actually, to actually come together and work collaboratively in combining those 2 interests. So I think the upside opportunity is really, really rich with 2 appointees from all the cities. Frankly, I think any of us would be fine. I'm not going to be on it one way or another, so it's more moot to me in that regard. So we have 3 items in front of us.
Robert, can I make one more comment
Sure.
about the...
But we have 3 items in front of us, but what we're going to do is just consider who's going to be on this committee first, and then we'll have to add this committee and the Ledge Committee to our committee list and appoint the chair and vice chair to the Ledge Committee. We can do that in a second motion. It's just, Suzanne.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment on the permanent supportive housing issue. Permanent supportive housing is really a symptom of homelessness. And once we do get that task force going, if we have any luck in solving the homeless issue, permanent supportive housing will go away, and we won't need policies regarding permanent supportive housing. Not to mention the fact there's absolutely nothing we can do about it because it's federally and state mandated. So, I mean, we can create all the policies we want, but as long as the state is breathing down our neck, there's nothing we can do about it.
Jim.
Thank you, Suzanne. But I think Supervisor Gustafson's idea of having an advocacy group for permanent supportive housing, we need to tighten up how that rolls out, so there is a bunch more information out to the community. And I think that's what Supervisor Gustafson was advocating for. And I can assure you that Supervisor Gore and I will be outgoing and inform the board as we move forward about how we reach consensus or how we move forward as we go through this.
Suzanne.
Yeah, I understand that, your perspective on permanent supportive housing, but I've been working with my constituents on permanent supportive housing and have done a lot of research in it in the last 2 months. And the state will not allow 24/7 supervision. It will not allow that you advertise to the neighbors when you want to buy a house in there. So when I say your hands are tied, our hands are tied. I mean, you can look into it if you want, but I've spent 2 months looking into it already.
Any other comments by colleagues? Is there anyone from the public?
Cheryl, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for taking my comments. I would like to offer up a suggestion for Suzanne in our District 4 and Cindy Cindy Gustafson representing the East area. And I have a couple of reasons for that. As Suzanne mentioned, she actually has time because it seems like Bonnie has the lion's share of assignments. The assignments from Kirk-Euler should have gone to Suzanne. It's not doing the public any good for one person to monopolize all of the assignments for visibility. So it seems like Bonnie is in campaign mode. She wants high visibility. She actually created a lot of the situation in Roseville with things like the Amorosa plan. And now to come in and like save the day right before election seems rather disingenuous. I think that the CEO should look at the assignments and say the public deserves to have equal representation on those assignment committees. It shouldn't be a free-for-all on how those assignments get done. This seems to be almost prearranged with Jim and Bonnie. And also the handling with the housing element for permanent supportive housing and group homes was very poorly managed. Your local jurisdictions in Roseville, Rockland were all complaining that they knew nothing about it. They were very unhappy about it. And the public was not socialized at all with those elements on the housing element. Having housing like that being done without any transparency isn't a very good way to move forward. And I think that Suzanne's experience and the different experiences in Tahoe that are required, that Suzanne and Cindy would make a great pair for that. Thank you.
Cheryl, would you state your name for the record, please?
Sure, Cheryl Berkema.
Thank you.
We have one more. Stiles, go ahead and unmute your mic and make your comments. Gary or Diane, go ahead and unmute your mic and make your comments.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi. This is Gary and Diane Stiles. And I just want to second the previous speaker on this. I think you folks know me, at least the majority of you know me. We have been working very diligently on this whole homeless issue, and I've met with the majority of you personally. I cannot think of a more qualified person than Suzanne Jones to be seated on this committee, and there's three reasons I think. Number one, she understands the homeless issue, and Suzanne's a problem solver, and I know that firsthand because she and I, since she has been elected, have had ongoing meetings. And you know, the thing that I like about Suzanne, she always makes herself available. Secondly, with the complexities of the homeless matter, and let me tell you, I have went through this thing upside down, inside out, etc. Suzanne's background by trade is as an attorney. And there are so many legal complexities to this that she has the skill sets that are bar none to be able to really delve into this thing, make the correct assessments, and lead us to a positive resolve. And I guess I'm just going to wind up with the last item about Suzanne's work ethic. I mean, this lady works tirelessly. If I need to get in touch with her, and I've seen her from afar in other boards, and you know, she just works and works and works, and she will work to lend us to this resolve. And I won't get into the homeless issue because you know, we've talked about that. I don't think that's really it at this point in time. I think it's more important that Suzanne be represented on this board. I think District 4 is underrepresented from a committee standpoint. We can go through the numbers. I've been through every single one of the committees as who sits on what. And Mr. Holmes, I don't know how you do what you do. Thank you. You must not go to sleep at night. So with that, I just want to leave you with that. I highly recommend that Suzanne be seated on this committee, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
No further public comment, Chairman.
No further comments. So there's a motion, Holmes, second, Gustafson. Let's do a roll call, please.
Gore? Aye. Holmes? Aye. Jones? Abstain. Gustafson?
Aye.
Wygant?
Aye. And with that, I'll make one comment that I think we visit our committee assignments annually, and the numbers that you mentioned, Suzanne, I think are something of valid discussion. So as we weave our way towards January, bring that information forward, I think that would be a great topic for conversation, and making sure that there's parity amongst the board as it relates to the things in which we are interested, but also the workload, so that there's good resources applied to all the things we're working on. So secondly, we need another,
I'll do the second motion. May I make a comment?
Yes, of course. Who am I to stop?
I'm sorry. You know, I want to make a comment, which I appreciate Gary's comments, and one other comment about Supervisor Jones's qualifications. She's a very smart, hardworking person. I agree 100%. I think actually all of our board members are smart and hardworking as well. And this isn't a personal, hey, I really want to do it. I think it's important to do within our community. I want to share that. And then I would like to make a motion that we just nominate the chair as the chair is the chair of the Ledge Committee, and the vice chair is the vice chair of the Ledge Committee, and do these other two items that we need to do as well.
Just number one.
Okay, I want to do number one. I want to move number one, which is add the Homeless Advisory Committee to the Ledge Policy Committee to the 2021 designation list, and appoint the chair and vice chair to the Ledge Policy Committee.
Second. Motion, excuse me, Gore, second, Holmes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Motion carries. So now we're going to move to our 2 o'clock timed item, which is the Baseline Commercial Center requiring a general plan amendment, rezone, tentative parcel map, conditional use permit, minor boundary adjustment. And Chris is going to present that, I think.
Thank you.
And Chris, right before you get started though, just so everybody understands how we're going to proceed, staff is going to make a presentation as it relates to the project proposal in front of us and its cycle through the county to this point. Then we can hear from the project proponent, and then we're going to allocate a comparable amount of time about 15 minutes to community who would have filed an appeal had one been necessary. Just so we'll and then we'll take public comment, which would be 3 minutes from anyone who would prefer to present to us. So, Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and board members. Chris Schmidt with the Planning Services Division. The project before you this afternoon is a proposal from Trainer Fairbrook on behalf of Kell Holdings for a commercial project in the West Placer area. The project site is located at the southeast corner of Willerga Road and Baseline Road. Here's a close-up of the project site. Southeast corner extends from Willerga Road to Crowder Lane on the east. Across the street is the city of Roseville with detached single-family homes on the north side of Baseline Road. The Sun Valley Oaks community in Placer County is located to the south and to the west. And then to the east is the Bianchi Estates rural residential subdivision. The project site is currently vacant for the most part. Consolidated Communications has been using the site as a storage yard and a training facility. There's also a communications building and a significant communications tower on the site. The project site is 6.8 acres. Couple pictures. On the top is looking along Baseline Road. The cell tower is, you can see in the bottom picture, that's the corner of Baseline and Crowder. This is internal to the site, a bunch of trees and grassland and pavement, so fairly vacant. Land use designations, of course, City of Roseville to the north. On all three sides of the project in Placer County, the designation is rural, low-density residential, 1 to 2.3 acre minimums. Zoning is residential single-family, combining agriculture, minimum building site of 40,000 square feet, also combining planned residential development of 1 unit per acre. To the east is residential agriculture, 2 acre minimum, that's Bianchi Estates. So the project before you is a 7-building commercial project. Includes a 6,500 square foot convenience store gas station with 6 pumps and 12 nozzles and a car wash facility. A fast food restaurant on the east, 2,500 square feet with a drive-through. And 2,500 square foot oil change facility in the central portion of the site. 4 outbuildings of retail space totaling 19,700 square feet. And parking, 160 spaces are required according to zoning ordinance, and 174 are proposed. So a whole bunch of project entitlements, including the general plan amendment, changing the land use designation from rural low-density residential to commercial, rezoning from your residential single-family to commercial plan development, combining use permit, combining design scenic corridor, a minor boundary line adjustment to create the 6.8 acre project site, a tentative parcel map to subdivide the site into 7 lots, and then a conditional use permit to allow for a shopping center in the CPD zoning district. So the minor boundary line adjustment is to create the project site. The applicant does own the 6 acres on the western portion of the site. Consolidated Communication owns the 2 acre parcel on the east. They'll be selling a portion of that 2 acre parcel to the applicant to create the 6.8 acre project site. Consolidated Communications will retain 1.2 acres where the cell tower is and their building. That's along Crowder Lane. So this is a bird's eye from the corner of Olurga and Baseline showing the architecture of the project. All the structures on the site would be a maximum of 29 feet tall, whereas the CPD zoning district allows structures up to 50 feet. Everything will be 1 story. The architectural will include a mix of masonry, wood, and metal panels. The design cues they took is from the Creekview School on Cucuriola Road. Two major monument signs along Baseline Road, one at Baseline and Willurga, the second at Baseline and Crowder, and then a smaller scale project entry sign along Willurga Road. Heavily landscaped, doesn't meet our 50% shading requirement. So landscaping along the frontages and also internal to the site and along the project boundaries. So this is a good picture that shows the proposed 7 buildings in relation to surrounding development and the distance from homes to the planned structures. The setbacks for the project are set in the conditional use permit. So the smallest setback is for the car wash facility that's 2 feet from the edge of the multi-purpose easement along Willurga Road. Along Baseline Road, the setbacks range from 17 feet to 47 feet. The fast food facility is setback from Crowder, 103-foot setback. And then on the eastern boundary, 79 feet to the Consolidated Communications parcel that they'll retain. So on the southern side is where we have the residential development in the Sun Valley Oaks community. There's an existing 33-foot tall, or 33-foot wide buffer and a berm with significant pine trees. You can see that this is internal to the site, looking at that landscaped berm that will stay. And this is looking from the neighborhood to the south into the project site. So those trees that you see there will be retained. So not much visibility from the south. So the buffering to the southern property line, 78 feet to 113 feet setback. You got that 33 feet of existing landscaping in the berm. An existing wood fence will stay, and the applicant will be adding 8 foot of additional landscaping internal to the site. In addition, the residential structures in Sun Valley Oaks do have a 15-foot side setback, so there's an additional buffer between existing residential and the proposed commercial. There will be a solid wall built around the consolidated communication parcel. Not much habitat on the site, heavily disturbed with landscaping and pavement. Small wetland impacts, 0.034 acres of a drainage ditch that'll be mitigated for. And then an ephemeral wetland of 0.004 acres. So not much habitat out here. They are taking out 8 protected trees, 7 interior live oaks, and 1 Fremont cottonwood that'll be mitigated for. So one of the big issues in a project like this is, of course, noise. There's 3 main noise sources being proposed: the car wash facility along Willerga, a car vacuum station internal to the site, and then the drive-through speaker system along Baseline Road. So environmental noise assessment was conducted to compare the proposed noise to county standards, but also City of Roseville standards to the north. So these are your 3 closest residential uses to the most significant noise generating source, which is the car wash. So we measured from the Sun Valley Oaks residential neighborhood to the south, to the west, and then City of Roseville residential to the north. There are conditions related to noise being proposed. It'll limit the type of intensity of car wash dryer allowed. So once, if approved, the applicant will have to bring in a noise analysis for the specific equipment that's proposed for the car wash. We are limiting the hours of the car wash and vacuum station between the hours of 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. We'll need a supplemental analysis of the vacuum system once they select that. They'll also have to provide a speaker board specs to be submitted for review once the speaker is selected for the menu board. We've also limited truck deliveries and parking lot sweeping to 7 a.m. till 10 p.m. And with those proposed conditions in place, the noise produced by the project is predicted to satisfy both city and county noise level standards at the nearest residential property lines. So lighting, of course, is always an issue with commercial projects. We are limiting the height of the proposed parking standards to 14 feet. They will be LED fixtures. Parking lot lighting is going to be photocell controlled to provide automatic light reduction by a minimum of 50% between the hours of 11 p.m. and 6 a.m. This is one of the benefits of LEDs these days, is now we can condition projects to dim those lights at night. The gas station safety has been a big issue with neighbors. 3 underground storage gasoline tanks are proposed, each with a capacity of 15 to 20,000 gallons. There are some wells to the east in the Bianchi Estates neighborhood. These wells are anywhere from 417 feet, 628 feet, and 970 feet away from the wells, so quite a distance. Gas stations are one of the most heavily regulated land uses in the county. I'll go through a few of the safety measures that all gas stations today must comply with. There's always a secondary containment system. The tanks are monitored 24/7 by a monitoring system. Sensors are in place to force an automatic shutdown of the pump in the event a liquid leak is detected. All these facilities are annually inspected. Tank systems are equipped with overflow prevention equipment, bollards around the pumps to prevent people from crashing into them. Dispenser hoses are equipped with automatic breakaway hardware to stop or release in the event of a vehicle drive-off. And all stations are equipped with outside emergency shut-off buttons to shut down the entire operation in case of an emergency. Traffic generated by the project, nearly 6,000 trips per day. However, 45% of those are pass-by trips, so people driving to work or driving to school decide to stop. So new generated trips is 2,963 trips per day. That includes 162 in the AM peak hour and 215 in the PM peak hour. So just for reference, the current traffic counts along Baseline is 14,684 vehicles per day. Willerga Road, it's 23,000, and Crowder Lane, 1,159 per day. By 2040, the traffic out here is going to over double, so nearly 53,000 cars per day along Baseline Road, and also 53,000 along Willerga Road. So it's going to be a very busy corner. So of course, the CEQA rules have changed. Last year, we do look at vehicle miles traveled instead of level of service for CEQA screening. Pursuant to our county's VMT screening criteria, this project falls under the adopted screening criteria for VMT because it is locally serving retail project under 50,000 square feet. So the regional effect on VMT is to be a reduction caused by offering a closer shopping option for customers. So instead of driving into Roseville and the Antelope, services will be closer to households. A bunch of road improvements required. City of Roseville controls Baseline Road, so they control what happens along the northern boundary. They have asked for a center median to be installed along Baseline, so people coming out of the center on the proposed entryway along Baseline have to do a right out. Can't make a left on the Baseline here, so it's right in, right out on Baseline. The applicant would be adding a right turn lane on the northbound Crowder approach, so cars trying to make a left on the Baseline don't back up traffic down Crowder Lane. People can make a right turn and go around them. A new curb and gutter along the Willerga Road frontage, and then a deceleration taper on south of the entryway along Willerga Road. So a bunch of new nearby development happening. Sierra Vista is a large specific plan in the city of Roseville, 8,700 housing units and 4.1 million square feet of commercial space. The first residential neighborhoods of that project are currently under construction. A Baseline Marketplace is a significant regional big box shopping center proposed in the city of Roseville, 745,000 square feet of retail space and up to 3 gas station sites. That project hasn't started construction, but it is approved. There is a Play Care Learning Center and commercial space on the north side of Baseline at Crowder in the city of Roseville. And of course, Placer Vineyards is to the west. That's a county project, 14,500 units, 274 acres of commercial, 5,200 total acres, and the first residential neighborhoods there are under construction. So the Dry Creek West Placer area has seen a significant amount of growth. The population has tripled between 1980 and 2010, growing from 1,300 residents to 5,000 in 2010. Last decade, we saw about 1,300 new residents and 330 new homes built. That's a 20% increase in population over the last decade. So the 2020 population of the planned area is estimated at 6,347. So West Placer Commercial, the community plan has limited commercially zoned land. Of the 9,200 acres, 161 acres are zoned for commercial or retail development, and 85% of those acres are within the Placer Vineyard specific plan area. So there are 3 clusters of retail development proposed in the community plan. The sites 9 through 11 are in the Placer Vineyards plan, so that's really Watt Avenue and Baseline Road. There's some at Watt Avenue and PFE. These are real small parcels, zone commercial. And then also at PFE and Willerga, 2 parcels. There are 3 existing commercial projects in Dry Creek. Site number 1 is at the Sutter County line. It's a small deli market, Ryogo Market. Site 3, we have an application in for a rezoning to change that commercial to residential detached. And then Site 8 is a Baseline self-storage facility that just wrapped up construction. Should point out that in 2015, the board did remove some commercial zoning out here with approval of the Morgan Knolls subdivision project that changed that site from commercial to residential, and that was 9 acres. So community plan consistency, the Dry Creek West Placer Community Plan was adopted in 1990. It serves as the guiding document for this project. The project is consistent with several key goals of the community plan, encouraging land uses that are compatible with those uses existing and planned by adjoining jurisdictions. So we see that the Roseville to the north has a bunch of commercial planned. They have an existing daycare center in Placer County has some commercial planned to the east on Baseline Road. Managed land, so in future years is beneficial to the community. Locate urban and suburban development in areas where urban services are readily available. So this site is fully serviced by water, sewer, and the roads. Provide adequate convenient shopping areas for the commercial needs of residents and others where major transportation corridors connect the planned area to other areas. So this is really at the crossroads of a major north-south and east-west arterials. Encourage compatibility between neighborhood land uses, and we do that with setbacks and also the conditions of approval. Allow for limited neighborhood commercial areas for the convenience of surrounding residents so as to discourage unnecessarily long trips by automobile to reduce fuel consumption and maintain high air quality. So this was 30 years ago, really talking about VMT, so bringing services close to where people live so they don't have to drive as far. Also encourage logical expansion of the area to develop infill areas in those lands lying closest to existing development before extending into outlying areas. This site is on the path of significant growth. Maintain strong design control of commercial and industrial areas, and we do that through the use permit and the architecture that's being proposed. So a bunch of discussion about community design policy number 8, which calls for avoiding strip commercial along Baseline Road west of Brady. Land use policy number 19 also calls for the prevention of strip commercial areas. So we all know what strip commercial is. Think of Douglas Boulevard in Roseville. So big boxes, big parking lots, big signs, not accessible by anything but cars, lack of coordination with surrounding land uses. So that's what this policy seeks to avoid. The project site is at the intersection of 2 major intersections across from commercial development in the city of Roseville. It's reinforcing a commercial node on Baseline Road with neighborhood serving retail space. So we're 30,000 square feet. It's not going to be a draw from the region. It'll be serving passerbys and area residents. Since the proposed zoning is confined only to the project site, approval of the project will not establish a linear pattern of commercial zone properties on the south side of Baseline Road. In total, if the project site was rezoned, 12% of the south side of Baseline frontage would be zoned for commercial use. 1 at the edge of the plan area, which is a self-storage facility, not really a retail use, but it is commercial. And then this project here, 6.8 acres. I just want to point out general plan amendment criteria. The community plan is not a static document. We do have an old 30-year plan here. In order to respond to unanticipated changes in environmental, social, or economic conditions, the plan should be continually monitored and amended when necessary in order to remain relevant to community and county needs. So that can either happen on the global effort with a community plan update or piece by piece when projects come forward. Does this make sense for the community? Does this further county goals? Zoning is also not permanent, but is subject to change as often as particular needs of the zoned area change. So the county does have GPA criteria of when these make sense. Comments have been received by the public saying that this does introduce sprawl or strip development along Baseline Road, and that would be the grounds for automatic dismissal of the project. We've looked at this. Policy is not mandatory. It does not prohibit commercial areas, nor does it use mandatory language like shall. Instead, it uses broader language of avoiding strip commercial development, which provides your board discretion to approve a project if it fits with the community. In addition, the identified policy is not a fundamental policy, since allowing the project furthers the overall goals and policies of the general plan and the community plan. So even if it did conflict with design policy 8, it does promote a bunch of other policies in the community plan. The county itself is responsible for determining whether an activity is consistent with the general plan. And any given project need not be in perfect conformity with each and every policy of the general plan if those policies are not relevant or leave the county room for interpretation. Courts have decided a project is clearly inconsistent when it conflicts with one or more specific, fundamental, and mandatory policies of the plan. A project is consistent with the general plan as long as it is compatible with the objectives and policies of the plan as a whole. So this project did go through environmental review with a mitigated negative declaration, and all impacts can be reduced to less than significant with mitigation measures. I believe there's 130 mitigation or conditions of approval with a bunch of mitigation measures in there. After the After this project was continued, the last meeting, county staff did prepare an erratum to the MND to make some clarifications, added some language to the project description, added gas station siting guidelines in regards to air quality. We added the underground storage tank permitting requirements and added discussion of how close the tanks would be to the wells to the east. We added the discussion about general plan amendment standards, additional discussion on the baseline strip commercial policy number 8, added a level of service discussion in the transportation section, and then added additional water and sewer service details to the utilities section. Overall, the revisions do not result in any new significant environmental impacts, do not constitute significant new information, therefore the addendum was not circulated for review, and do not alter the conclusions of the environmental analysis or effectiveness of the mitigation measures. So with COVID last year, this project came in last spring of 2020. So to get notice out to neighboring residents, we did do a mail out to 300-foot buffer of the project site, and that's to 39 properties, and asked them to provide feedback or get on an interest list so that we can notify them of project-related meetings or information for review. The MAC started meeting earlier this year, so we did have 2 MAC meetings. We had a second one because of a technicality where power went out in much of the plan area, so we did reconvene. So March 10th was the first meeting. We sent notices out to property owners, which is unusual. We usually don't notice residents by mailing for MAC meetings, but we did that here. On the second meeting, we expanded the noticing to 303 property owners, and then included a 500-foot buffer around the project site, every resident in Sun Valley Oaks subdivision, everyone in the Doyle Ranch subdivision, and then every owner in Bianchi Estates. So the West Placer MAC on March 16th did recommend denial 4-0. The issues included impact on property values, whether the project was compatible with the existing development in the neighborhood, impacts of light, traffic impacts, whether the traffic study was adequate, impact on wells and water, whether there was excessive retail space planned in the area. This could be a crime magnet, concerned that the setbacks weren't big enough from residential properties, access for pedestrians, noise impacts, impacts on horses and animals that are being kept nearby, thought the buildings were too tall, there was inadequate noticing for meetings, and there was a need for more meetings. So this did go to the Planning Commission on March 25th. Similar issues raised, impact on property values, community character, light pollution, traffic and access. Was there a need for additional retail space in the area? Was this creating strip commercial development? Is this a suitable site for commercial development? Discussion about the hours of operation and whether they should be reduced. Property rights discussion. Road improvement timing, so the widening of Willerga Road and what is that tied to? Potential impacts to groundwater pollution from the tanks, whether this would be a crime magnet, noise impacts on neighboring properties, and then also the impacts on horses and animals. The Planning Commission did recommend approval, and we bring forward that recommendation to you, 5 yes votes and 2 no votes. The Planning Commission did recommend a few changes to the condition, or conditions of approval. They've suggested reducing the size of the gas station from 16 pump gas station to 6 pump, 12 nozzle, to clarify what that means. So it was 8 pumps, now we're 6 pumps with 12 nozzles. So the applicant agreed to reduce the size of the facility, and also change the hours for truck deliveries. It was originally proposed for 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., changed that, pushed that back 1 hour, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., and also for the parking lot sweeping and garbage pickup, went from 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. start. And with that, staff does recommend you take action to approve the Baseline Commercial Center project, subject to the conditions of approval found in attachment G, by doing the following: adopting the mitigated negative declaration, addendum, and mitigation monitoring program prepared for the project is set forth in attachment H of the staff report packet. Adopt a resolution to amend the Dry Creek West Placer Community Plan land use diagram as shown in attachment E. Adopt an ordinance to rezone the Baseline Commercial Center project site to APNs from residential single-family, combining agriculture, combining a minimum building site of 40,000 square feet, combining planned residential development of 1 unit per acre to planned commercial development, combining use permit, combining design scenic corridor, as shown in attachment F of the staff report packet. Approve the Baseline Commercial Center tentative parcel map to create 7 parcels, as shown in attachment B. Approve the conditional use permit for a retail shopping center in the CPD zoning district, and then also approve a minor boundary line adjustment to create the 6.8 acre project site as shown in attachment B of the staff report packet. And all these recommendations are based on the findings found in the staff report. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions of Chris by the board at this point? Bonnie, do you have?
No,
Flex?
I'll let them go through it all first.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Chris. Okay, so next we're going to hear from the applicant of the project, and then after that, a representative of the homeowners association that I spoke with, if there is one. And we'll give both those folks 15 minutes if they need it, and then we'll have it open to public comment.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Brian Landgraf. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Traynor Fairbrook in Sacramento. We are serving as the land use counsel for the applicant, Cal Holdings. Also joining me here today is Al Johnson of Al Johnson Consulting and Dave Berry with Ubora Engineering. On behalf of our client and our team, I want to thank everyone here, Chair Wygant, members of the board. I also want to thank the county planning staff who's worked so hard with us over the last 3 years. So we are in agreement with the staff report, including the erratum to the mitigated neg deck. I want to briefly highlight a couple of the important items with respect to our project. Application before fielding any questions from the board. Finally, if the board's agreeable, we'd like to reserve some time at the end of the close of comment period to respond to today's commenters and answer any of your questions. Okay, so our client's goals for the Baseline Commercial Center from the very beginning were to develop a multi-tenant neighborhood commercial development to meet the current demands, the current and future retail demands in western Placer County and western Roseville. We also wanted to minimize any potential impacts to the neighbors. We were very sensitive to the neighbors' comments throughout the process. So I prepared some slides for today. Just to work. We think it's really important to tell the whole story of the project site and the project development. So if you look at dating back to the Dry Creek Community Plan, which was adopted in 1990 and had that residual residential zoning to it, a lot has changed since then. Shortly after that time, the project site began to operate as non-residential use. The tower was constructed, the telecommunication facility, storage yard, everything, which is now currently operated by Consolidated Communications. But the real story starts here in 2002, when Willerga Road was reconfigured to intersect with Fitiment to the north. After that, Sun Valley Oaks neighborhood was constructed, and you see a lot more residential infill occurring around the area. After that time, you also see Sierra Vista being approved to the north and Placer Vineyards to the west. So since 1980, the plant area population has more than quadrupled. However, in that time, no new neighborhood commercial retail projects have been developed in the Dry Creek Community Plan area to serve this growing community. The project site is situated on one of the busiest intersections in Placer County. Mr. Schmidt alluded to it on both Baseline and Willerga. They're anticipating about 50,000 cars per day along those roads. So here's the map indicating when that Willerga relocation happened in May of 2002. As you can see, the project site's there. It's already shown as a storage yard. The tower had been constructed, but you don't see any of the developments around there. So you don't see the community to the south. You also don't see the daycare facility to the north that is now a commercial center, the daycare behind, and then retail up front. And then you don't see a lot of the other residential developments that have come online since then. I just wanted to show you the initial site plan that we submitted in May of 2018. I think this gives you a snapshot on how far we've come in responding to both staff comments and neighbor comments. As you can see, we've made a lot of changes to what we finally have now. We really wanted to push the intensive uses up towards Baseline Road. car wash, gas station, fast food, and keep them as far away from the residents as possible. We emphasized the buffers to the south, moved everything up, and we took a really comprehensive look at traffic impacts, not only within the center, but along Baseline, Willerga. We worked extensively with the city. As Mr. Schmidt pointed out, the city of Roseville controls Baseline, so we had to get everything approved from a VMT level with the city. Then we also had to work at county standards. County looked at level of service at certain intersections. So we did a lot of time and work and effort going into the traffic analysis, with the goal being that we don't have any negative impacts to the surrounding neighbors, to the area. We wanted to make the site very workable. It's also why we added the corner here on the east side of the project, where we are currently showing the fast food, because that gave us an extra Crowder access. And in adding that Crowder access, we were able to take some stress off the Baseline entrance there, but also make sure that no traffic would be moving through that Sun Valley Oaks neighborhood. So one of the things we did, one of some of the improvements that will be done, is adding that right turn lane off of Crowder. That alleviates some of that stacking issue. When we met at the MAC meeting, there was a lot of concern from some of the Bianchi Estates neighbors that Crowder intersection was problematic. We went back and studied that, did not see a lot of accidents or anything from there. So we were very cognizant of that and have done everything we can to alleviate the traffic concerns. So I think it's the best from a traffic flow we can do. The level of service at the corner of Crowder and Baseline is not being reduced from this project. And then as you come down Crowder Lane, level of service remains at a level of service A. So here's the first rendering of the project that we submitted, and here's how much we've worked on it to the June 2020 submittal. We really took the county's comments to heart and really tried to make this a more modern, very pretty center. We added the monument sign on the corner, the goal being that's really a gateway to the county as you come across from the city project to the northwest. As Mr. Schmidt also mentioned, we had some comments from the neighbors that we've tried to address during the Planning Commission meeting: community character, the pinpointing the demand for retail, light pollution, traffic safety, groundwater pollution. We looked at the Bianchi Estates well issue extensively with staff. Crime, noise. Noise has been studied, and the whole site plan itself has been designed to eliminate noise, as Mr. Schmidt mentioned. Also highlighting the modified conditions to avoid confusion. We did drop the pump the pump numbers at the gas station down to the 12 nozzles, so that significantly reduced the size of the gas station based on the comments, and we heard, and we were happy to do that. We're also changed the hours of operation. Okay, so one major item that has come up, and Mr. Schmidt touched on it quite a bit, but we just wanted to give some examples of similar neighborhood commercial setbacks, similar projects in the greater area, Roseville, Placer County area. So if you look at our site plan and you look at some of the distances from the major intensive uses, the gas station, the car wash, and the fast food, and that look at the proximity and the distance and major setbacks between the closest neighbors. Specifically, if you look at the fast food and how far that setback is using that consolidated communication site, it's improved with the sound wall as a buffer. I think we made major strides in putting those intensive uses away from the neighbors and try to be sensitive to their use, to their comments. So the first example we have is Washington Boulevard and Pleasant Grove Boulevard. This is a Chevron site here on the corner. Also has a convenience store, and then further north it has a full car wash station. I think it also has an oil change center, but comparable, if not a little bit smaller buffers there, 320 feet from the neighbors, 245. Moving to more of a kind of smaller neighborhood gas station on Washington Boulevard and Alepha Street. You can see how close some of those residents are to the Valero station with the convenience store. Village Plaza up in West Park, off Pleasant Grove. Large commercial site with a restaurant, deck, and other businesses. built in there. You can see that first building going in, you can see how there's very minimal setback to the border of that project and how close it is in proximity to the neighbors. So we have much wider setbacks in our program, in our project, excuse me. Here's some examples of some of the larger centers. This one being a Bel Air with a Rite Aid to the south. You also have fast food and a Starbucks on the southeastern corner here. So you can see to the west that Bel Air is only 80 feet away from the residents. And then if you look at some of the setbacks from the fast food and things to the north to the residents across the street, closer to 163 feet. Here's another Safeway center with the Safeway gas station. That gas station's approximately 145 feet. And the back of the Safeway is only approximately 50 feet away from the neighbors there. And again, just to drive the point home, just show an example of the larger setbacks we have from those intensive uses. Okay, so just a quick summary of, as I've said, we really took the neighbors' comments to heart from the 2 MAC meetings that we did to the Planning Commission meeting. We huddled up after each of those meetings and looked at everything we could to address those concerns, to assure them with respect to the risks of having a gas station there and the high regulations of going to a gas station, confirming the water and the well issue in Bianchi Estates. So we just run down the list. So we retain that southern buffer and we've increased the setbacks there. I thought Mr. Schmidt's slide did a good job. If you're looking in that cul-de-sac from the south north to the project, you're really not going to see the baseline center at build-out. We relocated the higher intensity uses away from nearby residences and reduced the gas station to 12 nozzles. We studied noise from the car wash and vacuum station and fast food. We directed those away from the residents. The hours of operation of the center will vary based on use. The car wash and vacuum station limited between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. And the lighting for the entire center will dim starting at 11 p.m. To reduce any light impacts. From a traffic standpoint, we added the project entrance from Crowder to reduce traffic through Sun Valley Oaks. We're also going to put the median in at Baseline. We confirmed the U-turn availability with Baseline and Willerga with the county and the city. I think that was important just to show how accessible the center is now from all areas. And I also mentioned that we're going to be adding that right turn lane to reduce stacking on Crowder Lane. Finally, something we wanted to point out is the conditions of approval for the project require CC&Rs to be prepared and the county to approve those. We're committing to put in those CC&Rs that there will be overnight security to reduce any concerns that the neighbors have with respect to crime or loitering or those things. So that will be a common area expense that the operators within the center will share, and our team and our applicant agreed that that's best management practice for the shopping centers of this type and wanted to be friendly to the neighborhood community. So that's all I had for my slides. I did want to point out a couple additional items. We're going to hear from the neighbors here in a little bit, and we really appreciate their value and their input. As we said, we've really considered a lot of their comments and tried to address those as best we could. What we have not heard from is some of the other people in the surrounding community. So our client actually commissioned a study of approximately 6,000 residents around Bianchi Estates who've been interested in more local retail services within proximity of their homes. Last month, a survey was commissioned along with another property owner in West Roseville to gauge the retail demand in the area. The results highlighted the pressing need for neighborhood retail sites. Of the approximately 1,000 respondents, 74% think that the area needs more neighborhood retail services, while 68% were in favor of gas stations and a convenience store. There was overwhelming support for sit-down restaurants, 82%, coffee shops, 78%, and there was even a majority support for fast food and other services. So I think that just highlights the growing demand for the residents in this area who have seen more residential projects built, but they have not seen the commercial catch up to meet that demand. So So as we said, we're in support of staff's recommendation, and we ask that the board adopt staff's recommendation to approve the project. We'd like to reserve some time to answer any questions, and we agree that the project is the best fit, and that the general plan should be amended based on all of the growth and development, especially the way Walerga was rerouted. And so look forward to hearing your comments and questions. Thank you very much for your time.
Any questions of the applicant at this time? Jim, then Bonnie?
Thank you for the presentation. You're talking about putting in a gas station, and I'm assuming there will be a convenience store, a component of that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And have you located someone who wants to build the oil change facility?
I've been told by my client that there has been interest by a group to do that, yes. They've been putting feelers out, but we haven't marketed the project pending this approval here today.
So you don't know if it'll be an auto repair facility as well?
It will not be an auto repair facility. It's only limited to an oil change facility. Excuse me.
And would that be codified, or if the applicant built the oil change facility over time, could he add auto repair?
I don't believe so. I think the way the application is designed, it includes the conditional use permit, and that is limited just the oil change facility, not an auto repair.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Thank you. My question is about traffic, and maybe Chris, you can address it as well. I think that's one of the biggest concerns I heard from residents, was the concern about traffic and traffic coming through the neighborhood down Crowder Lane and
Right.
through Sun Valley
Oaks. Yeah.
Oaks. So when I originally heard about this, there was no talk about U-turns with the city, and then you mentioned the median. So the concern that I heard, which I certainly understand, is making sure traffic doesn't go through that neighborhood. Nobody wants additional traffic going through their neighborhood. Will the traffic, based on what the mitigation has been done, can the traffic stay within, you come in off of Crowder Lane, go off of Walerga? Share with me a little bit about that traffic pattern and what you anticipate. Because I know there was talk originally about not having Crowder Lane being able to get out from Crowder Lane. So that's the concern. We don't want traffic going through the neighborhood at all.
We originally at the MAC and at Planning Commission, we heard comments and concerns from the neighbors saying that by actually having the Crowder Lane access, it might increase traffic through the neighborhood. We worked with the county, we worked with our traffic consultant. What they explained to us and what their findings were was that by having that access from Crowder Lane and by having that additional right turn lane from Crowder out, in addition to confirming the U-turns at Baseline and at Walerga, the center flows much more cleanly, so that there is really no need, and they couldn't think of scenarios in which people visiting the center would want to use the Sun Valley Oaks, thinking you're better off moving internally through the center. So if you were to come in, again, there will be a left turn access from Baseline to Crowder. You can enter through the center there, and then if you wanted to leave and get to Walerga and travel south from Walerga, you can go to the southern exit at the site on Walerga and take a U-turn there. So you're really not limited or hamstrung in any way based on what we've done. Supervisor Gore, you are correct that we originally looked at, should we shut the Crowder Lane off based on the feedback we were getting, and we were told that it's not a good idea and actually hurts the traffic flow there.
Will there be a U-turn allowed further down off of Baseline Road at the next intersection?
Moving east or west?
Going east, so that would be...
I do not believe that the U-turns are permitted east on Baseline at this time.
Okay, so the U-turn would be where?
The U-turn is at the intersection of Baseline and Walerga, but you also have a left turn lane out of Crowder Lane.
All right, and the applicant would build a center median.
Correct.
Correct, to protect. All right.
Yes, I think the city's concern there was because the close proximity to the stoplight and stacking there, they didn't want people waiting and queuing to turn left into the center. They preferred people accessing it through that Crowder entrance.
Thank you.
It looks like staff might want to respond to that. Is that?
Yeah, just to add further clarification. So it's full access on Crowder, so people heading north out of the project site can make a left on the baseline or right. That center median ends just a little bit to the right of the D in Baseline Road, and that's to restrict left turn movements exiting the project on the Baseline Road. It's just too close to Willerga Road. Previously, when the Crowder portion was not part of the project site, where the fast food restaurant was, access would have been really difficult if you're coming from Morgan Creek or neighborhoods to the south. In order to get to the project site, you'd have to go exit on Crowder to Baseline. Couldn't make a U-turn on Baseline Road to get into the project. You basically had to go from Crowder through Sun Valley Oaks northbound on Willerga into the project site. So the Crowder access really, there'd be no reason anyone would take that long route through the residential neighborhood to get here from the south. So it really improves access and level of service.
Thank you. I see no other questions at this time. So we're now going to give 15 minutes to representative of the homeowners group, if you will, and I understand that that's Mr. Mooney. Megan, is that accurate, though? Is there a validation of that for the? Yep, okay. So, and he's testifying by way of Zoom.
He is. We're bringing him over right now.
Yep.
Mr. Mooney, your mic is unmuted. Feel free to start whenever.
Really, I muted myself. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Okay. You can now, yeah.
Okay.
Actually, you're garbled. You came in clearly for a moment, but you were garbled most recently.
How about now? Is that any better?
The very end was better. Try it again.
Well, it sounds like getting you quite well.
It's not working consistently. Can you hear us okay?
Fine.
Yeah, no, we're not. You're not coming in.
When he sits back, Mr. Mooney, can you sit, when you sit back, it appears that we can hear you better. Let's try that. I know that doesn't make sense.
How is that?
No.
No.
Yeah, could you try calling in? Keeping the.
Change my.
That's better.
That better?
No, it's real inconsistent.
How is that?
Good.
Okay. So you can hear me okay now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Too many different microphones to choose from in today's world. First of all, thank you for giving the citizens some additional time. And I recall that was the case in the previous hearing, and I had actually kind of forgotten that. And so I really just have about 4 or 5 minutes of comments, and I just wanted to keep my comments to the issue associated with the adoption and approval of the negative declaration or mitigated negative declaration. And, you know, that is kind of the initial issue before you today, is whether the mitigated negative declaration complies with CEQA or whether an EIR is required. And as you probably all know, having been on a board on boards in various public agencies, CEQA sets a very low threshold for preparing an EIR, and the standard of review is whether or not there's substantial evidence in the administrative record that supports a fair argument that there are potentially significant impacts that aren't mitigated. And I'd submit to you, the board, that from the comment letters that we have submitted, that the testimony from the community during the Planning Commission hearing, as well as what you'll hear today, constitutes that substantial evidence to support a fair argument that there's potentially significant impacts, and thus under CEQA an EIR is required. Those impacts, and I'll highlight a couple of them, are the aesthetic impacts, especially with lighting and glare. And we submitted a letter last week from James Binya, a lighting consultant and expert, and we also submitted his qualifications, indicating in his comment letter indicates that although there are mitigation measures associated with lighting, the mitigation measures do not go far enough to reach the goal of reducing it to avoiding the impact or reducing it to less than significant. Now, and then there's also comments from the community that you have heard, as well as you will hear today. Now, under CEQA, the issue is not whether you agree with their lighting consultant or you agree with the community's lighting consultant. The issue becomes is whether or not there is a fair argument and there's a dispute essentially between those folks. And if there is, CEQA mandates the preparation of an EIR, and that is the situation that exists here. I would also point out that there has been a number of comments and concerns about traffic, and not just about traffic volumes, which fully acknowledge is no longer an issue for CEQA in terms of just traffic volume, but it's based upon DMT. But traffic safety and pedestrian safety, those types of things do still constitute an issue before CEQA. And there is numerous testimony, and again, you'll hear it today as well, and in the comment letters that you have received, that there is significant concern about safety issues in terms of access and egress from the facility. Those, while they're not expert, that is lay testimony. And there's quite a bit of case law out there, especially with case law with respect to negative declarations, and we've cited that in our comment letters that talk about that such lay testimony does in fact constitute substantial evidence constituting that can meet that fair argument standard. And again, if that fair argument standard is met, then CEQA mandates the preparation of an EIR. And so I think that, this project, even though there is a traffic consultant that's been used, that doesn't, simply because it's a traffic consultant, that doesn't trump the lay testimony that's been presented to you from the community. And it's not at this stage in terms of CEQA and negative declarations to resolve those disputes. That is at an EIR stage. So again, we would request that the board deny the project and at this point in time and direct that an EIR be prepared, especially on those issues that are of concern of traffic safety, even this potential conflicts with land use. I know there was some discussion about conflicts that there's some consistency with the general plan and the community plan, but there are also some really significant in terms of the commercial retail centers in these types of areas and converting a rural residential to commercial. And so you have these conflicts, and those conflicts should be resolved through the preparation of an EIR. So on that basis, we would ask you to deny the project at this time, and if the project was to move forward, that it be done with an EIR. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions by the board of Mr. Mooney? Seeing none, open it up to the public. Anyone from the public is welcome to testify. Please keep your comments to 3 minutes. And board actually we've got a lot of experience at this, so there's no need to be redundant. If somebody has already said something or explained something, you can just add that you support that if you so choose. But with that, if you want to testify, please come forward. Just state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Noe Fierros. I live in the Bianchi Estates area. I have been out there since 83, something like that. It's been a while. I was one of the persons who helped develop the community plan. And I have to say there was a lot of give and take. There was a lot of meetings with the development community, a lot of meetings with the homeowners, and there was a lot of compromises made. Things have developed out there, projects have developed out there, but right now it's going like gangbusters. These were, in the past, there were smaller projects. Now there's excavations going on just about everywhere in that area. The applicant mentioned that there was no commercial out there, nothing for the community. It's planned for the west side of Walerga. There will be commercial out there, and it has already started. They've already graded out there. Also, if you were to go on Vineyard east, about 2 miles away, there is a Chevron gas station on the northeast corner of Foothill and Vineyard. It has a car wash. If you were to go about a half a mile north of there to the intersection of Foothill and Baseline on the southwest corner, there is a Shell gas station there. It also has a car wash. If you were to go north of that intersection to the intersection of Pleasant Grove and Foothill, there is an Arco gas station there. It too has a car wash. How many gas stations and car washes do we need in the area? Especially to some commercial site that supposedly we're supposed to walk to. Also, if you are considering making a change to the community plan, should not the entire community be notified, not just those residents within 300 feet of the project site? I'm sure they would all have some comments to make on where the commercial projects come in. Lastly, if you do not give credence to what the MAC says, why in the world have a MAC? Thank you for listening to me. Thank you
for your comment. Next speaker, please. Just if you're going to speak, please be ready to pop on up and come up, state your name, and testify.
Hi, my name is Pei-Chin Chang. I'm also a longtime resident of West Roseville, having lived in Bianchi Estates since, 1997 or so. I am what Scott Cannon calls an over-empowered NIMBY. I guess you all probably understand what a NIMBY is here. He's supposed to represent us as a community, yet the recommendation of the MAC was completely ignored. He also runs a PR firm that caters toward developers to help them get past us over-empowered NIMBYs. I feel that there's a conflict of interest here. And I also feel that, so for that reason, I feel that Mr. Cannon's recommendation to approve this project should be overturned, ignored, vacated, whatever the word is, and listen to the community and really understand what it is that we want. Thank you.
Members of the board, my name is Mark Silva. I live in Bianchi Estates as well. I just had a few quick comments that I wanted to make. Number one, during Mr. Schmidt's presentation, he was describing that this is not strip commercial. He said that strip commercial are typically things like we see on Douglas where it has to be driven to. I'm not exactly sure what he expects pedestrians to do at a commercial development that has a gas station, car wash, drive-through restaurant, and oil change. But as a pedestrian, I don't see myself using those services. I also wanted to point out that the applicant and their representatives have been disingenuous, to say the least, throughout this process. Just one perfect example happened 10 minutes ago when Mr. Landgraf said that they had not started marketing for potential lessees on this lot. And I can show you on my phone right here on Collier's Property Management that they have been marketing this space for some time now. I don't know how long, but it is on their website and being actively marketed. So just wanted to point out that the applicant has not been forthcoming with everything from the MAC meeting all the way through Planning Commission and up here in front of you all. Just something from the heart really quick. I feel like you all have a moral and ethical obligation to the existing constituents that live nearby this project, and not to some developer trying to come in and make a quick buck at the expense of our quality of life. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Jerry Moore. I'm the president of the Sun Valley Oaks HOA. We don't want the project. That's very obvious. The only people who want it have a financial interest in it. We don't need the project because there's a very large project 100 yards from where we are. It's going to be 6 months. It's going to be 2 years. We're happy to wait. We've got plenty of time. We're not against progress. We're not against new things, but we certainly are against this project. If you look on that map, you will find that if you go out of baseline, the only way is to the right, and there is no U-turn. The only way back to Alurga is by going through Sun Valley Oaks, and that's a fact. Lastly, show of hands. How many of you would like to have a gas station, a car wash, a liquor store, and a fast food restaurant drive-through? How many of you would like to have it adjacent to your property? I don't think you would. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name's Sean Hilton. I'm a Dry Creek resident also, about 20 years. And for the sake of lack of redundancy, I want to say just two things. One of them, on the map, as the gentleman just spoke about, going left, going north out of Crowder, there's a suicide lane that's only about 70 yards wide. I didn't hear it talked about today in dimensions, but across from it is a commercial center that's got daycare and a few other businesses. But that sort of egress just will not work. Dangerous, and it will spill over into the neighborhoods. And those traffic numbers, the accidents, certainly will go up. As someone who walks that neighborhood, rides that neighborhood, drives that neighborhood all the time. And second thing is, we just heard about a new demand study, about 6,000 residents polled. I live there. I didn't get it. We all know there's services that need to be provided to improve the communities and the lives of neighbors, but there's nobody south of baseline that I've met, and we have hundreds and hundreds of people who have agreed to that, signed petitions and letters saying, we don't want this, we don't need it in this location, slammed into a rural residential neighborhood. It will change the quality of life for the adjacent neighbors, excuse me, and certainly the surrounding communities. And at the expense of what? If we don't do it, you don't approve it, people will still get their gas, they'll get their food, they'll get their liquor, and they can do it. And hopefully you guys, with the help of staff, can fit those services in a better, a more appropriately planned community, or parcel rather, like Westbrook and Baseline, like Pleasant Grove and Fittiman, like 100 yards across Kitty Corner, Baseline Marketplace, where it was planned for, cushioned for, and residents know it's coming. Here, the residents are already there. So I do think it would be a terrible mistake to approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? If you're planning on speaking, please be prepared to come on up and.
Is that fast enough for you?
Not quite, but
okay.
But maybe next time.
Hi, I'm William Trath, and I live in Bianchi Estates. My wife and I have lived there for 32 years. We bought the lot probably 2-3 years before we built, and we moved there just to get out in rural areas. My dad even told me, "What do you get a place like this for? It's out in the middle of nowhere." And I said, "Hey, that's what I want, Dad." You know. So anyway, our concern is the traffic, the environmental impact. You know, we're sure that people are going to be coming through our neighborhood too, and not even caring about the speed limit for one thing. And our streets are pretty narrow. So, and I would also like to know about the survey that these guys made. They had 74% of the people said they want this thing. Who'd they talk to? People in Roseville? I've been to Roseville City Council meetings, and they don't care about what us county people think. So why should we care about what they think, you know? So, I mean, I do care, but anyway, I just want to say my wife and I are adamantly opposed to this project, and I urge you all to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'm Kathy Vasquez, and I live in the Sun Valley Oaks neighborhood. And I agree with everybody that has come before me and made their points about the water, the traffic, and everything else. We don't want a strip mall here. The Baseline Marketplace is being built basically across the street, and it's going to be a duplication of services. You're going to have 3 gas stations there and a multitude of other shops and stuff. And it's like, it's not needed. You don't need 4 gas stations within basically a half a mile of each other. So we don't want it, we don't need it. And if you decide to approve the Baseline Commercial Center, I'd like to know why you're dismissing the objections and the 350 plus petition signatures of the nearby neighbors. And why is it that a developer would have a higher priority over the complaints and the concerns of the people who actually live here? So I'm urging you to vote no on this project.
Thank you.
My name's Don, is Don Witt. I'm in Sun Valley Oaks. And I would like to remind you that you're elected. And one of your primary responsibilities is the protection of property rights. And if you go ahead with this project, you're ignoring that responsibility. The person that's looking to move forward with this project bought property that was residentially zoned. He is looking to make a change there. I understand he has the right to try and get a change, but we bought recently, 6 years ago, knowing that that property was zoned residential. No. You're going to be basically taking away my property rights if you move forward with this. So I definitely think that you should not move forward with this. This is basically a shrinking of your responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. I'd like to first of all, I'm Jackie Fieros. I live on Kenwood Way in Bianchi Estates. Our property backs onto Crowder Lane. I want to thank the MAC who reviewed the project, listened to input from the Dry Creek community, and voted 4-0 against the proposed development. Even the secretary of the MAC sent a letter opposing the project, which is unprecedented. I would like to know why the developer is not being transparent. It appears that Cal Holdings was set up shortly before the property was purchased and in a manner to specifically keep the ownership private. I would think that a developer who is touting a project as neighborhood-friendly would be proud to put their name on it. It makes me question why this is being concealed. We deserve to have a planning commissioner who will be objective, fair, and open-minded, who will listen and weigh input from MAC members and residents, keeping in mind that development should enhance the quality of their lives, not degrade it. Mr. Chang's already discussed the questionable role of Sam Cannon. I want to read something from the website of Rubicon Strategies. We can help you overcome political challenges that threaten your growth by beating back the withering, unfair attacks from overly empowered NIMBYs. Is this a fair and objective attitude? Are Mr. Cannon and his associates at Rubicon permitted to consult on any development in Placer County? And if so, County Council, is this not a clear conflict of interest? The supervisors have heard directly from District 1 residents who witnessed Mr. Cannon's disrespectful treatment of MAC members, his fellow commissioners, and his residents during the March 25th Planning Commission meeting. He expressed a high level of concern about the amount of money the developer has spent in preparing the proposal. Newsflash to Mr. Cannon, we don't care. He dismissed input from fellow commissioners. About 20 Dry Creek residents who spoke and who sat through almost 4 hours of meetings for their opportunity to speak for 3 minutes. He interrupted and spoke over other commissioners, making frequent references to a personal agenda of over 20 years. When another commissioner expressed concern about the 4-0 vote, Mr. Cannon compared it to a, I believe he said, stupid vote by a MAC that occurred over 20 years ago. He disregarded every single comment from the residents whose concerns should be paramount. In my almost 4 decades residing in Dry Creek, I have not seen this level of opposition to any of the hundreds of projects that have been built around us. The light pollution, odors, noise, traffic, and increased crime will have a significant negative impact on residents in adjacent Dry Creek communities. Please vote no on this project. And we have almost 600 signatures on our petitions now. Did it.
My name is Jennifer Husted. I live on Spring Hill. If you put in this project and make a right-hand turn on a Crowder, they're going to turn on Clouds Hill, which is going to come right by my street, so they can turn onto Valeria. This is going to affect everybody on my street. It is going to affect everybody that's on Crowder, that's in Sun Valley Oaks. How are you going to stop them from going by my house? I vote no.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Kirk Euler on behalf of the Placer Business Alliance. I have a couple things here. I might keep going. Sorry, I don't have enough copies for everybody in the audience. You have copies for board members? So I have copies of aerials from 1990 and today for the board members, just for a little bit of perspective. And these were emailed to Supervisor Gustafson, so she has these as well. I'm not here today necessarily to speak on behalf of this project. I'm here to speak more to the issue of the board's not just authority, but obligation to entertain reasonable changes in land use when the conditions warrant these changes. The Business Alliance believes that in a growing county such as ours, we have an obligation to visit our plan areas and say, what was decided 3 decades ago, is that still germane today? So the first aerial that is very blurry, and I apologize, it's the best that Google Timeline could do. The first aerial shows you roughly what looked like in the area in 1990. Obviously in red is the approximate project site, and in yellow you have Fitiment heading north-south over to Willarga. Obviously the realignment hadn't been done. But what I would call your attention to, as blurry as it is, over on the right side of the page, that first little area of disturbance that you see 2.5 miles away in 1990. That area is the Bel Air Center. Other than that, there is no development north of Baseline. There is no development west of that center. In fact, if you look all the way to the left edge, you see the green splotches over here. Those green splotches are the golf courses of Sierra View and Diamond Oaks. You see no development north of those whatsoever. So a very different built environment. In fact, if in 1990 the county had suggested that this was an appropriate commercial spot, the property owner would have been in very good standing to say, you've just devalued my property by making me commercial this far away from any residential that can support it. You've just devalued my property by making me commercial in an area where there are no existing services available. There's not sewer water in the road. You've taken my land from me by zoning this commercial in 1990. Whereas today, of course, we see the other aerial, which has this area completely built out to the north, and as we know, being built out to the west. So what we're simply saying is, as this board knows, community plans are supposed to be updated every 10 to 15 years. This was adopted in 1990. The board has an obligation to look at the as-built environment and try to say, does this meet a reasonable standard to accommodate this request? The only other comment I would have is on the issue of traffic generator. No, it's a traffic accommodator. The traffic is already there. It's not going to generate traffic. So with those comments, again, we're not necessarily here on behalf of the project, but simply on behalf of the board's authority and indeed obligation to entertain reasonable land use request changes when they're made. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to testify?
3 minutes, talk fast. Hi, my name is Jill Schmidt. I live in Bianchi Estates. On the emotional part of this, I've owned 3 homes in my adult life in 1996, and they've all been within 2 miles radius of where I am now. Liquidated everything I had possibly in 2010 to buy my 2 acres in Bianchi Estates. Privileged to be there. And I'm so thankful that y'all can't get any closer than 2 acres. So I feel really bad for the people in Sun Valley. A few things off the report. Going from 16 nozzles to 12. That's 1 pump. Big deal. Yes, the access to Crowder. The last thing any of us want are the passers-by that this is supposed to be geared towards. We're okay inconveniencing passers-by. All the city of Roseville needs all their stuff across the street on that corner in the 115-acre commercial that's proposed. Great. We don't need it. We don't want it. The last thing I want is somebody from a fast food restaurant with the munchies going, oh, what's down here? I don't need that in my neighborhood. And then the examples of the Bel Air and the Safeway and the distances. The Bel Air and the Safeway were there first, then the houses. The houses here in Sun Valley and Bianchi are there first. And I tried to be positive when I first heard this. I'm like, great, maybe that tower will be gone. No, guess what? The tower's staying. And now we're going to have car washes and people. And yes, the last thing anybody wants to do is to make a left out of Crowder onto Baseline. So if we can't fight the moving forward, ditch the access on Crowder. It's not needed. You know, make the passers-by go out on Willarga and Baseline. Trash. I mean, I feel sorry for my neighbor that just paid $1 million for his house this year. Now he's going to have Crowder closer to his property line and have a fast food restaurant right behind it. And there's got to be something to be said about just willy-nilly changing residential to commercial. I mean, people look at these things when they're buying their homes. I know I wouldn't have bought if I knew there was going to be all this right behind me. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Walter Wiley. I serve on the Municipal Advisory Council for West Placer-Mac District 1. And I come today to let you know that we have worked with many different projects that have come through. Projects where the county has sold property, and in Sabre City there's an approved development of those properties. There was an agreement also that the asphalt company that was out there would increase their recycling projects. They've done that. That was approved through the MAC and came to the county for approval from them. We have expanded many different operations that we normally wouldn't want to, especially in an existing community. But because it was an appropriate thing to do, we were positive about it, which is, I think, the most important thing is that we stay positive about it. I'm grateful for the honorable supervisors of Placer County. This is a wonderful county. And I would not want to sit on any board, Supervisor Jones, of any kind, because there's nobody that ever comes in and says, you did a great job. Actually, you had 2 people say that today, but it never happens. All you ever hear is the complaint. The last time I was up here was when Rocky Rockhome sat on the council. And he actually appointed me to this council. So you have to keep an open mind in everything that you do, and I appreciate your open-mindedness about this. It is not a favorable thing for our community. I live in what is referred to as the armpit of Placer County, and that is the special planning area. And please laugh, because that's what, when a neighbor of mine went up and got his, I hope that didn't sound like Bush, but a neighbor from my neighborhood, obviously, when I was meeting him, he said when he went to get his shop approved, that's what the county said. The staff said, oh, you live in the armpit of Placer County. We refer to it as the special planning area now, due to the Vineyards project. I just find that the alternate route situation, how many of you drive the same route all the time, every time, whenever you go in anywhere? Supervisor Wangant, do you take the same route every time? Because if you do, somebody might be following you, so you better be careful. But everybody's going to explore something. Once in a while, the kids want to go a different direction. We're all kids at heart, and it's an enjoyable thing. If we don't take that into consideration, then we are impacting the existing neighborhood. I apologize for a little lengthier time on this. When they were talking about the U-turn from baseline, when you consider the closeness of this project and the proximity, I really think that they need to reevaluate this. And I would appreciate a vote of non-confirmation at this time. And so would the Municipal Advisory Committee of District 1 as we voted. And the only reason why there was not 5-0 that I know of is because the one position was vacant at the time. So thank you, and thank you to the community for standing up and doing what we need to do to keep our community wholesome and happy. Thank you.
Okay, we have at least 7 people, I think, wanting to call in from Zoom. Is everybody here finished testifying? With that, then we will take our Zoom callers.
Robin, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Robin Mitz, and I would request that you please not let these representatives from Cow Holdings pull the wool over your eyes. I find it absurd that they're stating that they've listened to the residents. For instance, the walkability to this development. What am I going to do? Walk to this development to take my daily showers in the car wash? Or maybe I should, go to the convenience store and do my daily shopping. It is absurd. And I'm going to call the developers out on this. They keep mentioning a study. Nobody in Dry Creek ever received any type of survey. That survey was performed in West Park. So they keep bringing it up, but it's not true. We are fighting for our community. If this project is approved, it will destroy the peace, comfort, and safety of every resident. You cannot ignore the fact that we actually have 557 signatures opposing this development. You cannot ignore the fact that the residents have raised legitimate objections and concerns regarding traffic, lighting, noise, and safety. You cannot ignore the fact that our community plan opposes this development, despite the last-minute attempt by this developer and the County of Placer to now, at this meeting, try to amend our community plan. You cannot ignore the fact that there is over 600 acres of undeveloped commercial land adjacent to this project. And you cannot ignore the fact that the West Placer MAC board voted against this project. It became rather obvious at the March 25th Placer Planning Commission meeting and the bias and unethical behavior by Commissioner Sam Cannon that the County of Placer has been in favor of this development from the very beginning. Supervisor Gore, I would like to remind you that when you were running for office, you asked this community for our support, and we gladly gave it to you. Now, this community is asking for your support. We are asking you to stand along with us and to do the right thing. This project should be denied. It is not suitable. And I'm asking the board to reject the rezoning of this property. Thank you.
Sarah, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi there, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, my name's Sarah Silva. I live over in the area. My property backs up to Crowder. I wanted to address a couple of the comments that, oh my gosh, I think it's Mr., I'm gonna say his name wrong, Brian, the lawyer. He had mentioned some of the comparable properties that commercial went in that was around residential. Those are not rural residential properties, so I don't believe it was a fair comparison. Those are places that expect commercial to be. There should be the neighborhood, grocery store, gas station, whatnot. What we have out here is more country. Little by little, it feels like we're kind of getting squeezed out, but we've held on pretty well to a good amount of country area, and we'd like to keep it that way. When it comes to the walkability, that's not something we're looking for out here, although I do enjoy taking walks with my kids. I have a 6-year-old and a 4-year-old, and we like to walk what we call the big loop, which is around Sun Valley Oaks. And we won't be able to do that anymore. It'll actually take away our walkability. We won't be walking where there's gonna be that much traffic, that many people, tearing around that corner, coming and going from a gas station and a fast food restaurant. That's gonna take away our ability to walk that area. I also wanted to point out that they've talked about access on Crowder and how they're gonna add a turn lane. If you think about it, people turning from Baseline right onto Crowder, they're gonna be coming around what's essentially a blind corner, and there will be people exiting that Crowder driveway from the commercial site, going left onto Crowder, heading towards Baseline. And I just see a lot of room for accidents with people not being able to stop, slow down, see each other in time. I don't see how that makes sense. And also, they were mentioned, I think it was Mr. Euler mentioned that there is no commercial north of Baseline. There's actually a CVS just down the street, right across from West Park. And it has a vacant lot that was, I believe, supposed to be a Safeway back in the day, and it still has gone undeveloped. So there's actually some great areas where commercial can be brought in that's been promised. I know all those West Park people purchased being told that there was commercial coming, and I mean, it's been decades at this point, or at least more than a decade, and they still haven't seen it. It is coming. It's been delayed, unfortunately, but I believe that's where that report or survey that they pulled of people asking for commercial, what are you looking for? None of us over here got that survey. I'm guessing they sent it over there, and that's just a different way of life. Those people are expecting to live closer together. They're expecting to have more of an urban feel, a suburban feel, whereas out here we're holding on to the rural. We love the rural. I know the community plan may change, but what it is right now has really worked for us, and we hope it stays that way and protects all of us out here that have really, we bought out here for that and enjoy it. Thank you guys so much. I know it's a tough decision, a tough job, but we really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Derek, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
All right, can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
All right, a couple things. One, hopefully you all recognize my name because I sent you a 3-page diatribe about this whole thing that I could not condense into 3 minutes. So I know I got some feedback from a couple that had been read, so I do appreciate that, letting me go into some detail. A couple things I just wanted to still say more about. The business representative, I don't remember his name, made a misstatement. He said traffic generation is not increased based on the surveys that we have heard from the developer. It actually does increase in that area. It's about 3,000 cars a day with current living situations as it is. And as you can see by all the development maps, development is going to be going crazy around that area in terms of home increases. So that's going to drive that even more if we allow this project into that corner. Secondly, I have a couple questions. I know the developer's lawyer is going to have some time here to rebut. So I'm curious, the gas station and supermarket or mini market, is that going to be open 24 hours a day? Or is that closing at 10 or 11 o'clock like the lights are supposed to shut down and everything else is supposed to stop? Or will that be open all night long? Additionally, keep going back to the survey. I'm really curious because with the 745,000 square feet across the street from this project, I absolutely think people would call out in that survey that they want some amenities in that area. When they sent out that survey, was it we're putting it on this corner of Baseline and Walerga, or is it we're putting this potentially in the Fittyment Marketplace, which is enormous commercial location across the street? Because I think that would make a difference on how people answer those questions as well. And lastly, with that 745K coming across the street, why do we need so many drive-through businesses right next to neighborhoods, right next to residential streets, right next to where kids are playing, people are walking, people with animals are out enjoying their space? It just doesn't make sense. And with that, hopefully you guys will go back and look at my email if you haven't. And if you have, I do appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cami, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, my name is Cami Bank. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I work for the government, and respectfully, I have been really surprised and disappointed at the lack of transparency for this process, and really honestly the opportunities for potential conflicts of interest throughout the process. I saw Mr. Schmidt had mentioned the community plan was developed 30 years ago in 1990, but there was no mention of the Placer County Sustainability Plan, which was approved last year. And such project really goes against the sustainability plan by adding a gas station and a lube center. And there really isn't any mention of more modern facilities such as a charging station. The land use attorney for this project said he was receptive to feedback, but I know there were several mitigating comments that were provided, and yet they were not addressed. I'm also surprised that there continues to be conversations and discussions between the developer and the county which impact the residents, and the residents are not privy to. All we see is these changes at public meetings and the outcome of discussions and decisions that happen without adequate input from the public. As for the conflicts of interest, I was surprised to see the previous city manager, Al Johnson, serve as a lobbyist and placement agent for this developer. I assume that the county is subject to FPPC conflict of interest rules, and I assume he has a ban on switching sides to prevent influence for real or perceived conflicts of interest, and these lobbying efforts should be prohibited. As mentioned, the appointed planning commissioner Cannon, who is also a registered lobbyist, lives within a 2-mile radius of this project, and he was advocating hard for the project during the planning commission discussion. And according to FPPC conflict rules, the commissioner should have recused himself. This makes me wonder if there were other instances of potential conflicts of interest such as the exchange of gifts or entertainment or campaign contributions from the developer to the representatives that are decision makers, which are all against the FPPC conflict of interest rules. Hopefully those who receive these items of value or have a financial interest in this property will recuse themselves from this vote. I'd also like to say this project is near Dry Creek and will certainly draw additional homelessness and transients to the area. And lastly, I urge you not to allow access onto Crowder Lane as it has been discussed. I understand the comments from the traffic consultant. However, these theoretical analytical reviews that they conducted really is not a substitute for the boots on the ground familiarity with this area and knowing that the increased traffic that this project will cause. Additionally, the county supervisors should require the developer, if they do approve this project, to install speed humps on Crowder Lane and Spring Hill to prevent speeding and slow the enticement of using the Sun Valley Oaks development as a cut-through. So I would just like to close in saying, please reject this project and direct the developer to prepare plans for a project that will incorporate the feedback from the community. Thank you for your time.
Sasha, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, my name is Sasha Holland. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. So I'm Sasha Holland. I am a stay-at-home mom with 2 kids. And, you know, we are outside all the time playing, and I am at the bottom of a blind hill on Muirwood. And as it is, people already cut through our neighborhood. So I'm really interested in figuring out how you are going to mitigate that traffic from Crowder, because the intersection at Crowder and Baseline with that school, the daycare across the street and the coffee and so forth, that is a intersection that gets backed up all the time. There is no easy flow there with that stop sign, regardless of if they're turning left onto Crowder or not. It just gets backed up. There's too many people even trying to get out of the daycare at certain times of day. So they cut down our neighborhood, you know, tearing through, not caring that there's kids and lack of sidewalks and kids on their bikes, on their scooters. Ours are 2 and 5. And I don't know if you have children, I'm sure you do. They run and play and are not cognizant of traffic when they're excited to see their friends and so forth. And I don't see anything on keeping that intersection flowing, as previous people have already brought up. And as far as the crime in the neighborhood, I hear that you're having security guards at that location. What about the rest of us? So you're keeping crime out of that gas station, so where are the criminals gonna go? Or the opportunists who happen in our neighborhood and don't have the memo that they're not allowed to come over. So in that questionnaire, I saw none of it, and we're just over in Muirwood. We're like literally however many feet away. So I don't know how honest that questionnaire was, if they're truly looking for feedback or if they're just looking for people to stand up their position. We strongly recommend you vote no and deny this project for the health and safety of our kids and our family. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Garabedian, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Thank you. Mike Garabedian with Placer County Tomorrow. I'm trained as a bachelor's of science degree in forestry and conservation. There are over 10,000 deaths a year from heat in the United States and the Pacific Northwest. We saw hundreds of heat deaths last week. We need to find a way to keep the trees and not take them out, like here. The trees lower the temperature of an area 10 degrees, reducing need for air conditioning, electricity, avoiding power outages. Trees are the only infrastructure that over time add value. You should need to look at them like investing in roads and sewers. It takes decades to make tree canopy. And the world heat situation of cities are increasing at twice the rate of temperature of the world as a whole. Now, tree planting, to replant or plant anew, is expensive. You have to water them heavily for 2 years. Now, the trees right now in the United States every year save $18 billion in air pollution costs, and that includes health costs. The shade that trees provide. I mean, do you choose to park in the sun instead of the shade of the trees? I mean, really, who does? And they provide physical, mental well-being. The positioning of trees on property greatly affects energy costs of a house, and reduces energy use of a building, reducing power plant operational needs. Large trees actually do more cooling and survive amidst cement. So on this point, you need to recognize that trees contribute to the county's health, safety, the public welfare, property rights, the cost of living. Now, I want to mention something that is probably contributes to this project, and that is the recent study completed to widen Baseline Road to Highway 99. There should be little doubt that study, recently completed by the Placer County Transportation Agency, or was it the SPARTA, the South Transportation Planning Agency, has obviously contributed to this, and that needs to be a consideration here that is taken into account here, the widening of Baseline and how that is now driving this change. I hope you respect the trees and look at them and do something to preserve them and not wipe them out. Thank you.
Okay, we currently have 4 more Zoom callers. Megan?
Yes, that is correct.
So we'll close public comment after those 4.
Cheryl, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, Cheryl Berkema. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. I have a couple of things. I noticed in the MND there was no mention. The concern that I have is that we just did a housing update. Placer County is thousands behind in affordable housing. We're putting in we want a commercial property. This is exactly what happened in my District 4, which you heard Kirk Euler speak. Kirk Euler was voted out of office for lack of respect for our community plan. We were fortunate that Suzanne Jones stepped up and listens to residents, and I suggest that you actually do the same. 30 years of not having a community plan update seems excessive, but it also does not justify the slide that Chris Schmidt presented that was piecemeal planning is allowed in absence of a community plan update. I think that listening to the residents is the most important thing someone can do for their constituents. Bonnie Gore and her predecessors and Cedra have dropped the ball in not getting this plan update. I agree with other callers that this should be delayed and the community plan should be updated. As far as housing goes, the exact same thing Kirk Euler did is happening here. He approved all these commercial endeavors using up commercial property that should be used for multifamily and for affordable housing. The state has already mandated that you do this. And so he used it all up for expensive retirement communities. We have almost a dozen in Granite Bay. The same thing is happening here. They're using commercial property to get away with not having affordable housing. This property, as it was described, for everything that was put forth for commercial, should work for affordable housing. If not now, when are you planning on doing it? It's not happening, and you're thousands behind. In addition, the marketplace, that's 745,000 feet with 3 gas stations, restaurants, and car wash. Recently, the board approved Carvana, 70,000 car washes a year, winery and brewery ordinance. It takes 100 gallons of water to produce a bottle of wine. we apparently are in a drought with emergency situations and we're not paying heed. And yet we want to put in a car wash so that residents can now ration their water. I urge you to vote no on this proposal and at least do the EIR that should be required with a significant impact. Thank you.
Jen, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi there. My name is Jen McMillan. I live in Doyle Ranch. I just wanted to give a voice for Doyle Ranch. It's not just the houses around where this is being built. We also do not want this built. And I want to thank everyone that was actually there in person this afternoon. So I've lived in Doyle Ranch for 10 years, and I love my little country living, which is slowly being removed by all this construction. When we moved here, we knew there was no facilities, and we're fine with that because we loved where we live. I drive through the Baseline Willerga intersection at least 4 to 6 times a day, and there's already too much traffic in that intersection. I can't imagine if that were to be built, how much more traffic there would be. And I just want to let you know, I oppose the building of the development, and thank you for your time.
David, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments. David, can you unmute your mic?
Now, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is David Metz. I live on Crowder Lane, and we're the first house that you're going to come by when you happen to come off Baseline. I want to let you know that pretty much everything that I had to say has already been spoken of. Dittos to everybody that has spoken up for us. But the developer, okay, his representation mentioned about exiting and entering this station. Okay, keep in mind, I don't believe he understood the concept that everything is a right turn only getting out of that gas station. Even if they turn onto Crowder, it's a right-hand turn to turn onto Crowder. If you're in Crowder, you're gonna have to take a left turn to get back over to Willegret or Fitterman. Okay, now, what I want to say is that with all the residents in our community, okay, before we bought our homes, we were buying into a residential area. Our home is located next to the tower, as I mentioned, and this project will be in our backyard. So personally, we have, even more stake there. Before we purchased our home through the realtors, okay, we researched the zoning of this particular parcel of land. We found it was zoned rural residential, and this helped in the decision to buy our home. We thought we were going to be left there, okay? We thought it was going to be our retirement home. And if this project is approved, the residents of our communities will be damaged in their home values, okay, from noise, traffic, and light pollution. As of right now, we cannot have any floodlights in our home. We can only have lighting to enhance our homes. So we can look up at night and we can see the stars yet. We don't need any more light pollution. Once we learned of the development, my wife and I contacted the realtors I told you, okay? And there's a very limited pool of buyers that are going to be wanting to move next door to a development. The price of our homes, we already know, the realtor informed us that it'll be devaluated. And then the noise, we can already get plenty of noise through the intersection, which was mentioned earlier, how busy that intersection is. Okay, this is just going to add to the noise. And Cal Holdings, okay, they could care less about the residents, I think. They're in the business to make a profit, develop, once it's completed, they'll just walk away with their profits. Okay, and we, the residents of Dry Creek, will bear the burden of this development every single day. So and with that, I'd like to respectfully request that this board deny Cal Holdings' request for the rezoning of this residential properties. Thank you.
Tiffany, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, it's Tiffany Stearns, and I live on Merwood Lane in Bianchi.
You butchered that. You didn't even say anything about the liquor store.
Tiffany, we're having a hard time hearing you right now. You started out fine, but we can't hear you now.
I think the last caller is still on, maybe?
No.
Oh.
You were better just now.
Okay, sure. Sorry about that. Yeah, my name's Tiffany Stearns, and I live on Merwood Lane in Bianchi Estates. And this question really goes out to you, the Board of County Supervisors. What are you guys doing to curb emissions in Northern California? Back in March of this year, Petaluma decided to ban new filling stations, and they were approved. You need to start looking at the future and what this holds for our community and where things are going. And this is a huge, huge issue. And I have to say, I'm so proud of our community standing up, and everyone did an amazing job today. And I think, you know, we have to look at the bigger picture and what are you guys actually doing to allow all these gas stations that will eventually be within minutes of each other, all within a corner, and you're not really thinking about what our carbon emissions are going to be, how the effect is. And I absolutely deny this plan to go forward. And I really, really hope you take the time and listen to everybody today and reject this rezoning of this property. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman, there's no more further public comment.
No more further. Okay, no more public comment. We will close public comment, and we're gonna allow the applicant, if they choose to address something that may be factually correction in their view, and then we're gonna allow for the same thing for staff and or of course questions by board members.
Thank you very much. I wanted to thank everyone who came and commented today too. I appreciate it. Just a quick couple items of clarification. We submitted the poll map to the county and just wanted to confirm that it did include some residents south of Baseline Road, including Morgan Creek, Riola Vineyards, Doyle Ranch. Also, another point of clarification, we did not meet with Commissioner Cannon prior to the Planning Commission hearing. He was out of town at the time, so we did not meet with him to discuss the project. As far as Attorney Mooney's comments, Attorney Mooney and the neighbors still have not raised any items or impacts that would warrant an environmental document above the standard of mitigated neg deck. We didn't have any significant unavoidable impacts with mitigation, including the measures that we've included in that proposal. And with respect to the aesthetics and lighting, we just got that letter this morning. We haven't had the chance to review it with a technical lighting expert. But as far as we're concerned, I actually think that Mr. Mooney's expert, Mr. Burnett, really complimented the county and said that the county did a great job implementing standards with respect to the dark skies. It's something that is very nuanced and something that's very difficult to implement. And so the letter itself actually said that the county's doing a good job. They did have some recommendations for some additional items that can be done and warrant some additional review by some technical experts, and we can work with the county to do that. And our present condition of approval allows us the opportunity to do that, in that once we've prepared improvement plans, we submit those improvement plans and we have the opportunity to work with staff at the design review level to look at those lighting requirements and adjust them accordingly. And so we intend to do that. Let's see, any other comments? I think that's all I have for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then Chris, is there some glaring issues that came up that you think need better clarification before we go into questions by the board?
I know, excuse me, traffic and access has been a big issue. We do have Phil Vashon online from Public Works. So if he wants to chime in, I think the big issues are safety. We do have the traffic numbers for any accidents in recent years at Baseline and Crowder. Questions about U-turns. cut-through traffic through Sun Valley Oaks. There's been a lot of discussion about that. Is the setup or the access points currently exist, there's less likely cut-through traffic if anything changes, i.e. if you drop the Crowder access. Residents come from the south of the project site would really need to cut through Sun Valley Oaks to get to Willerga to access the site. Otherwise, they're going north, exiting a left on Baseline, making a U-turn at Willerga to enter the project. And if you can address what losing that Crowder access really does. One thing I can address is, yes, we acknowledge there's 3,000 new trips. With the right turn lane added on Crowder exiting to the north, the level of service C at the intersection stays the same. So there is no impact because of that improvement the applicant would have to do. So you don't have that stacking behind cars trying to make a left on a Baseline. People can make a right, and those other people can wait to make their left. So if Phil has anything to add, he's on the line.
Phil,
yeah, Chris and board members, I would add that it's not only the additional lane on Crowder northbound, but also the reduction from 16 pumps down to 12 pumps that really keeps it at level of service C. Those two issues together. We did reach out to the city of Roseville early in the process to talk about the Crowder Baseline intersection, and they are really adamantly opposed to closely spaced signals. From an operational standpoint, they do not work optimally. They have short queuing lengths, and the queuing lengths for Willerga Baseline intersection would have been reduced, having an additional signal at Baseline and Crowder. I will also add the cut-through issue. Really, if you wanted to go south on Willerga, there's two things that you really have to look at. There is not a signal at Willerga and Spring Hill, so you're going to have some additional delay you're going to be looking at if you cut through Sun Valley Oaks. Otherwise, you could be taking the access onto Willerga from the project site, go up to Baseline, and make a U-turn if you want to go southbound onto Willerga Road. Any other questions, please let me know.
Okay, any questions from colleagues regarding Bonnie?
May I ask a quick question?
Sure.
And I think you might have addressed it, but is there an opportunity to make and work with the city to make a U-turn on Junction so that if need, people came out right on Crowder could make a U-turn? I mean, I know that there isn't currently one, and can there be discussions with the city about a possible U-turn at Junction? I don't know, but just wanted
Excuse me, the board is deliberating now, and we'd like to have our time to go through this thoroughly. Go ahead, Bonnie.
So that was my question about a U-turn at Baseline and Junction. I know the city doesn't have it.
Supervisor Gore, we really haven't had any discussions with the city along those lines. That's certainly something that we could pursue.
All right, thank you. And there is an exit on Willerga right near Building 3, correct?
Correct. It only right out.
Yes.
So you'd have to go up to, if you went ahead south, you have to make a U-turn at
U-turn at
Baseline.
Willerga, at Baseline. Thank you. Thank you, Phil.
Robert?
Yes.
Thanks. I had a couple questions too. Chris, I wanted to go back to some of the chronology and history because I want to make sure I have my dates right. So the Dry Creek Community Plan 1990, when did you say the tower went in and the industrial use of that site started? Did I lose you there?
Yeah, you're not. There you go.
There.
Yep.
So we looked at that. We don't have a use permit for Consolidated Communications on their property. So it's pre-1980 is our guess. So we have a bunch of permits for the tower, which came later than that, but them establishing that use out there predates our use permit records.
Okay.
They've been out there for quite a while.
Great. And so then the community plan designates this as residential, even though this use had been pre-existing.
Correct. So
In the
they would be a
industrial area. non-conforming
use.
Right, non-conforming. Okay, and then Walergo Road, the change, what year was that? 2002, is that correct?
2002, it was realigned, so it became a mid-block, it went from a mid-block residential site to sitting on a pretty busy corner.
Right, okay. I think those were my only questions. Thank you, Robert.
Thank you, Cindy. Any other question by Suzanne?
Thanks, Robert. First of all, I want to say to you, EJ and Chris, that any comments or questions I have, please don't misconstrue that as a criticism of anything you've done. I know you've worked very hard on all of this, and we all appreciate all that work. But I do have questions. First of all, the big shopping center that's supposed to be going in, how close is that to this one?
It's kitty corner to this site in the city of Roseville.
Okay, so this one that we're talking about is 6.8 acres, and it looks like 31,000 square foot of retail and car wash, gas station, so-and-so. Whereas the other one, I don't know the acreage of the other parcel.
I believe it's 113, but don't quote me.
Okay, so
Much
it's
larger.
over 100 acres as compared to just under 7 for this project. And they're proposing 745,300 square feet of retail and gas stations. So my question to the applicant, when you guys did this reach out to your constituents, you did over 13,000 phone calls, over 9,000 text messages, so potentially you reached out to 22,788 people. And they gave an overwhelming 75% support of this. Did they know that this gigantic commercial center was going to be going up within, I don't know, 1-2 years, maybe?
Would you like me to approach?
Sure, sure.
Yeah, that's my understanding that as we participated in different events, I think many people are very aware and reaching out to the city of Roseville all the time, asking when that Baseline Marketplace Center is going to be proceeding forward.
Right, right. So that kind of, it kind of makes me wonder if your project won't be eclipsed by that gigantic shopping mall. I mean, yours will be good and important now until the other one is built, and then, you know, will yours be eclipsed, and now everybody's going to go to the one stop, I can do everything at the bigger shopping mall.
We don't think so. We don't see that that's how people tend to interact with businesses, especially neighborhood marketplaces. And there's also the concern of, you know, when is something that large actually going to be developed? It's my understanding that generally when you're dealing with a project of that size and scale, you really need to have 2 or 3 anchor tenants locked in order to absorb the very large infrastructure cost and associated with that, and the millions and millions of dollars. So that's been difficult in a time over the last couple of years with COVID and everything like that. So that project has been approved for several years now, and it's having a hard time getting out of the gate. It's my understanding right now that it's actually being marketed for sale, to have someone else take over and try to pick up the baton and process it forward.
Yeah, I had heard rumors that it might be a Costco going in there, and if Costco goes in there with gas station, look out. Right.
That's right. Concern.
Okay, so the other thing that I wanted to express concern about is, I think, you know, I am a science major. I think some of the biggest environmentally destructive businesses that you could put on a small parcel is gas stations, oil changes, and a car wash, washing all the grime, road grime off those cars. As I understand concern by the community on this little parcel. There's also some question as to whether the timing of the community plan, and it's my understanding that that was all zoned commercial prior to Walerga being cut through like that. So I mean, the concept was already there that it was all, I mean not commercial, I'm sorry, residential, that it was all residential, part of maybe somewhat planned community, maybe not so planned. So, you know, so wanting to rezone this now and using the tower kind of as the excuse, I'm a little concerned that the tower doesn't have a a use permit, whether they're legally operating there. I mean, I don't know. He said it predated your use permit records? What did you say, Chris?
They may have a permit, but we don't have it in our files.
Okay.
Cindy, do you have more comments?
I'm not done.
Robert, I did, thank you.
Were you done?
No.
Oh.
On the issue of the road being changed and the zoning not being changed, why did that occur? I mean, why was the county, again, I'm looking for historic information because I'm relatively new on the board. Why weren't those sorts of changes considered back then?
For the record, EJ Maldi with Planning Services. So that was a realignment of Woodlarga. That was to meet up with, I believe, Fitterman Road to the north, city of Roseville. Phil Vashon, who's on the line, probably could give the specifics of how the city and the county worked together to do that realignment. At the time, we didn't look at any, community plan updates or land use changes as part of that realignment.
Thanks, EJ. I had barely started with the county back in 2002. I can only say that it was really realigned to make the intersection work better rather than have two T intersections coming into Baseline Road. So in that regard, you're eliminating one intersection to have, instead of having two, you have one. That's about all I can say about it. I don't really know any other historical data about it other than that.
I appreciate that. I was asking a question that maybe nobody had a clear answer on, but I do share the concern that this community plan is quite dated given the changes that have occurred in the vicinity routinely, it seems, for a number of years. So I just share that concern. I was also interested, Chris, whether at the MAC meeting, I saw all the issues and I heard those when I met with many of the neighbors, but were there any suggestions for improvements to the project brought forward by the MAC?
No, as a staff person, those are the things we'd like to hear, but we didn't get any recommendations of project layout changes or conditions of approval that could be modified to make it a better project. It was a blanket no. So really nothing brought forward. We did have the change at the Planning Commission to reduce the hours of the car wash and then also of the parking lot cleaning. So
right. The Planning Commission's changes. I just was interested whether the MAC had any feedback on improvements to that project. Okay, thank you.
Public comment is closed, so.
Not public, I'm part of the MAC.
You are part of the public, and I'm conducting the meeting, so if you let me run the meeting, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, yeah.
And I'm going to get back to you, Susan, just so you know. Yeah. So you can ask a question, Jay. So, Cindy?
Yes?
Did you have anything else on that?
No, that was it. Thank you, Robert.
And then Suzanne?
Yes, I wanted to go over a little bit of this stuff. First of all, we're being asked to amend the Dry Creek West Placer Community Plan land use designation from rural, low-density residential to commercial. We are also being asked to rezone the Baseline Commercial Center project from residential, single-family, combining agriculture, combining minimum building size. We're being asked to approve a minor boundary line adjustment, to approve a tentative parcel map to split 6.8 acres into 7 lots for commercial development. They're asking for a conditional use permit to allow the proposed project and uses within the community plan development. And it also mentions the second 2021 general plan amendment round. So I know it was mentioned a little bit earlier as to, you know, our community plans and everything, they just need to be updated. But my question is, if residents are happy with their community plan, who are we updating it for? Are we updating it to allow more development? If we already have processes in place to allow for development to come in and buy places, there's tons of commercial parcels everywhere. I don't, you know, this is a huge problem that I have had in my district as well. And then I know the developer, or the applicant, you did say that you took the comments to heart at the MAC meeting, but I'm not sure how you could do that when they voted 4-0 to not recommend approval.
Well, I think as Mr. Schmidt pointed out, we were trying to glean changes to the project that we could make in light of the not a lot of substantive responses. So we did the best we could under the circumstances.
I know you're up against a wall because nobody really wants it, but I did take your words. You said that in thinking about this plan, you wanted to push the more intensive uses as far away from the homeowners for the least impact. Based on your statement alone, I could construe that to show me your consciousness that this really isn't a good project. If you're having to push this stuff as far away as you can, but you can't eliminate it because that's what it is. So, and then I will just finally say that personally, I think the worst development strategy that any county can have is one where we just willy-nilly, we rezone and we just, you know, we end up with this patchwork quilt of all this here and this there. Community plans, the general plan, this is the reason Placer County is what it is, a highly, highly sought after county. Everybody wants to live here. So anyway, I'm sorry.
No, I appreciate it.
I can't support this.
Thank you.
Jim?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, Chris, excellent presentation. Your professionalism is at the top of the list. And I really appreciate the staff report, went through it thoroughly. To the applicant, I know you've tried to mitigate any of the concerns of the neighborhood, and I appreciate that as well. And the community, thank you all for coming and expressing your concerns. So I appreciate that very much. I went out, met with the neighbors some time ago, heard their concerns, and then yesterday afternoon, I actually drove out there again and drove around the area. And what I see is what concerns me is not only for this project, but other projects that I've seen is the inevitable urban encroachment on rural lifestyles. And thinking it through, I come to a decision actually yesterday afternoon, and goes back to the question Mr. Moore asked us. If I lived in that neighborhood, would I want to see this there? And I would not. So I will not be in support of this project.
Bonnie, then Cindy.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say thank you to the residents for coming out. I had a chance to go out and see the project, meet with you all, and I've driven by the project a number of times, especially after I heard from you and the concerns. And I certainly heard concerns about noise, traffic, VMT, and a parcel of land with a really big tower. And as I looked at that location, and heard your concerns, came back to staff to ask about what are we doing with traffic? How do we address the traffic to keep traffic from coming through the neighborhood? And there was talk about what do we do with Crowder Lane, which means allow Crowder to have access so that you don't have folks driving through. And so there's the issue of traffic, the issue of noise. It's a noisy corner. It's a very noisy corner. And that whole area is slated for development that was decided upon prior to my purview of being on the Board of Supervisors with all the development going through Placer Vineyards. And so as I looked at that tower, and a lot of folks asked about what about affordable housing and additional housing there, right? It's ag residential. I don't know anyone who would choose to build a home at that location. I don't know anyone who would choose to build a home at that location with thousands of cars coming by already, whether or not this location is developed. And then we talk about VMT. And folks from Roseville are driving over to Baseline and Foothills to shop, etc. And this is an opportunity that reduces VMT for folks in the neighborhoods below. And the Walerga Road issue really did cut off a portion of land that would have ended up being developed originally with the Sun Oaks neighborhood, got cut off. And so you've got this island with a really, really ugly cell phone tower, communications tower, that our board chose to vote on another project to oppose an AT&T tower because folks didn't want it in their backyard. And I can't see anybody wanting to have that as residential. I really want to be empathetic because it's very frustrating to have land uses change behind your home. I understand that completely. At the same time, I look at the opportunity within that community and that piece of land being developed. I don't see how that changes the beautiful property, 2 acres, et cetera, in that community. As I had a chance to drive through the other day, and it doesn't, I think this project addresses the issues and mitigates the issues. I think that's all I have to say. I would say, Chris, if depending on what the outcome is of the board, if we do have issues with traffic, I always want to readdress and look at, do we have to change this, or how do we change this to better make sure that we address those concerns?
Thanks. Cindy.
Thanks, Robert, and thank you all to the neighbors and the public that have testified today, and to staff for the excellent presentation and the proponents. And this is a hard one. Obviously, the easy ones get dealt with before they get to the Board of Supervisors, right? And it's only on appeals that they come here. And I've been out to the site several times now, and also met with the neighbors close by, and agree with a number of the comments that have been made by my fellow board members today. A couple things I may disagree with is that in this situation, I don't know that this process, we could say, is willy-nilly in the sense of we've had a lot of public input and a lot of thought into the situation that exists today with the Walerga Road movement, with the volume of traffic there, and with the industrial uses that are on the site now. And have pre-existed for quite some time. And also to the point of urban encroachment into our rural areas, this is going to be completely surrounded by development on all sides. And so whether it's on this site or 100 yards away, this area is changing very dramatically. And I think that's maybe a lot of the frustration that we're hearing as it relates to this particular site. One thing I don't know that we brought up and that I'm cognizant of is there's a difference between the big box store commercial that may be 100 yards away and the local serving types of offices and services that we need in our daily lives, and that will reduce our VMT and our greenhouse gas emissions by being able to get to those quickly with shorter trips to take care of our businesses. And driving around the region, around that area in particular, I could see the need for that with the growth and development. That those types of businesses are typically not in your big box store developments. So I saw the need in this area for that. I understand the concerns. I do understand that the world is changing. That intersection is key to a lot of changes that we're going to see coming down the line. I think that's all I had to say, Robert. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. So I have a couple of questions, Chris, and or first staff, just finishing up, make sure we're crystal clear on this. One is the mitigated neg deck choice for an environmental review. In one of your slides, you know, we've talked about this also, but it said all impacts can be reduced to less than significant with mitigation measures. So the mitigation measures, of course, are identified, and you're saying that with this project, with that, there is no need for the board to make any findings of overriding consideration because the environmental impacts have been reduced below a significant level for, and you delineate them all well, but for habitat, traffic, noise, etc. And just to use as an example to make sure I understand your thought process, in your traffic slide, which I can't seem to find right now, but the modeling that was done for the traffic and thereby drove the traffic improvements that have been articulated and are included in the staff report. The current, let's say, for example, on Baseline Road, vehicles per day are 14.6 thousand. And this project is, in fact, going to add 2.6 daily trips, correct?
2,963 new trips.
And so that's about 20% of existing, and that's about 6% of build-out, correct?
Right.
Okay, so that similar thought process was applied to all of the other mitigation measures that you have in there as it related to the environmental document. Is that accurate?
Yeah, we take a look at what's proposed, what our standards are, and try to mitigate those to meet our standards. Some require mitigation, some just meet it the way it's designed.
Yep. And so, you know, this is a culmination of a particular approval process or not, but going forward, if the project were to continue, things like lighting, there still is some discretion and negotiations that the staff would have as it related to making sure that we had best management practices for those kinds of things if we went forward.
Yeah, so if it gets approved, they submit their improvement plans, their designs, whole nother multiple rounds of review of project plans to make sure it meets conditions and meets all our basic county plates, county standards.
And so specifically we have renditions of design, but you would actually have a voice in the final approval of the final proposed design as well as the lighting, et cetera.
And we spent a lot of time on the conditions to basically lock them into what they're proposing and not allow significant deviations. So the design you see today, we're not going to go to stucco and brick. It's going to, we have language in there that says it shall substantially conform to. And we have a whole bunch of nuisance conditions about noise and lighting and litter and security. So trying to, you know, anticipate what can go wrong here and what can we have to point to if things go wrong, saying you're not meeting your conditions. So it's been a lot of give and take between the county staff and the applicant to settle on what staff believes are fairly strong conditions.
Well, and using the words "what could go wrong" in a process that some of these things are going to be explicit, some of them are going to be more interpretive.
Right.
But could you develop then more? Example was brought up by Supervisor Holmes with regards to this. Could this become an automotive repair facility, and/or how does oil changing, as compared to filling a fuel tank, as compared to rebuilding an engine, how does that fit our code, and what is addressed by you in that regard? Because it sounds like there is a delineation between automotive repair not being allowed, but that could be interpreted. Somebody could argue that changing the oil is automotive repair, and somebody could argue that it's not, I guess. So could you drill down into that a little bit more for me?
Yeah, and that is a good catch by Supervisor Holmes, that the applicant, the original conditions did read, and they still do read, oil change, auto repair building. The staff report doesn't talk about auto repair. The applicant's intention is oil change only, no repair. So if the board chooses, we should strike auto repair out of condition of approval 1 and just strictly say oil change facility.
Okay.
So it's those kind of conditions that we have that basically steers this project to be what you're approving or what you think you're approving, and just basically locks it in with the use permit.
And then one of the Zoom in callers, I believe it was Mr. Garabedian, made comment about Sparta fees. So I'm just presuming that any and all fees that would be applicable under any of our code
Right.
for the impacts a development is causing would have to be paid by this project for anything that we have codified.
Correct.
And or was additionally negotiated.
And commercial traffic fees are fairly high.
For everything.
For everything.
Yep, thanks. Okay, I think that resolves all of my questions at this point in time. So, we have.
Mr. Chair.
A step at a time. Supervisor Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The question I brought up about quick lube or oil change facilities, having been in the industry for many years, every one of those that I've seen go into place end up having to do auto repair. So it's not just coming in and get your oil changed and selling you an air filter. They always end up with brakes, air conditioning, some sell tires. Every one that I've seen, in order to make it work and make a profit, that's what they end up doing. That's why I brought that issue up.
Suzanne.
Yeah, I wanted to make a comment on the idea that this little shopping center is something that the constituents need because they don't have it. But if I'm not mistaken, we had constituents just testify that there were, I think, 3 gas stations with car washes within 2-mile proximity. So I would say if these were some kind of specialty boutique businesses that maybe, was different from the norm, I might be able to say that. But it's not. It's the same thing. And this other development, the other mall that they're building, it's going to be 745,000 square feet of retail, gas stations, everything. So I can't justify this little small parcel when it's going to be repeated with the big, huge development.
Mm-hmm. And did you have a clarifying comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that, to Supervisor Holmes' point, it was always our intention to limit in the condition, the CUP language, which is part of the package that you're approving today, to just the oil change facilities. I understand your apprehension, but we can do that through the language in the agreement, and for whatever the fact that the auto repair was left in there, it was by mistake only and not our intention. And so we would be amenable to clarifying that. There are, a Jiffy Lube kind of facility that only does oil change, and that was our intention, just,
Thanks. See no other questions or lights on at this particular point in time. But of course, the board has in front of it a recommendation by staff that has several items that we need to take one at a time, one way or the other.
Chairman, if I may, I want to make a clarification. What you see on the screen is a recommendation that we're forwarding from the Planning Commission. Item number 1 says adopt the mitigated negative declaration and addendum. That should be errata. That's wrong in the PowerPoint slide, but it is correct in your staff report packet. So the environmental document is composed of the mitigated negative declaration and the errata and mitigation monitoring program.
Yeah, thanks, EJ. Okay. Bonnie?
All right, well, I'll go ahead and maybe we can have Megan just read each one, but I'll go ahead and make the motion to move forward with the action. I would like to strike, if we could, the issue of the auto repair, please, wherever that is.
I have language to add to the action regarding the conditional use permit, but we really need to take these separately.
Right, so I don't want to read them all, but I'll let somebody else read them.
Adopt the mitigated negative declaration and the mitigation monitoring program prepared pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act.
And I'll move
that's
approval.
including the errata.
Including the errata.
And I'll second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second, and I'm going to make an additional comment as we go forward with the votes, just to explain my vote, because I think the public deserves that. So a lot of testimony, appreciate everybody's participation. I also went out and did a site visit. And I think the compelling question on this project for me is the general plan amendment and the rezoning. And so typically, those things come about as a result of arguments that have to be made to meet the threshold as to why the general plan, if you will, got it wrong. And the zoning in the general plan got it wrong. So why should we make a change? And I understand that this is a difficult decision, but in my view, this site actually fits that argument. The change in Fitment Willegra is compelling. It dramatically changes the traffic pattern and the flow. Retail sites need all of that. The market's eventually going to determine what build out looks like on commercial. But more than that for me, I think it's just when the Dry Creek Community Plan was completed and projects started coming forward under it, there were a lot of elements in it that I thought were very good and in perpetuity, in value. Like, for example, honoring the Dry Creek as the primary amenity planning-wise in the project itself by not allowing any construction or building in the floodplain of Dry Creek, because that was a controlling amenity to that community plan. And that has not changed, and that should not change. But things like this that come about as a result of behavioral changes over a long period of time, I think do fit that threshold. And so the other one is the cell tower use. I think frankly it's just going to make it difficult for that site to build out residentially in any form. And if it was to be built out residentially, it would probably have to be a very dense residential use that I think would be more controversial than actually what's proposed here, particularly with the existing buffers and setbacks and the layout of the property as to what exists out there currently. So we have a motion and a second as it relates to adopting the mitigated declaration as the appropriate environmental document. Could we have a roll call, please?
Gore? Aye. Holmes? No. Jones? No. Gustafson?
Aye.
Wygant?
Yes.
The next action to consider is adopt a resolution to amend the Dry Creek West Placer Community Plan land use designation of the Baseline Commercial Center project site from rural low density residential to a commercial. The existing DCWPCP land use designation for the southeast remaining parcel would not be altered.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion Gore, second Gustafson. Roll call.
Gore?
Aye.
Holmes?
No.
Jones? No. Gustafson?
Aye.
Wygant?
Yes, motion passes.
Adopt an ordinance to rezone the Baseline Commercial Center project site from residential single family, combining agricultural, combining minimum building site of 40,000 square feet, combining planning, residential development of 1 unit/acre, to commercial plan development, combining use permit, combining design science corridor. The scenic corridor. The zoning for the southeast remaining parcel would not be altered.
So moved.
Second?
Motion Gore, second Gustafson, roll call.
Gore,
Aye.
Holmes, Jones, Gustafson,
Aye.
Wygant.
Yes.
Approve a minor boundary line adjustment to combine 0.8 acres of APN 023-221-020-000 with the 6 acres APN 023-221-021-000 to create the 6.8 acre project site and a 1.1 acre parcel.
So moved.
Second?
Motion Gore, second Gustafson, roll call.
Gore,
Aye.
Holmes, Jones, Gustafson,
Aye.
Wygant.
Yes. Motion passes.
Approve a tentative parcel map for the subdivision of the 6.8 acre site into 7 lots for commercial development.
So moved.
Second?
Motion Gore, second Gustafson, roll call.
Gore,
Aye.
Holmes, Jones, Gustafson,
Aye.
Wygant.
Yes. Motion passes.
And I'll take the next one. Approve a conditional use permit to allow the proposed project and uses within the CPD zoning district, subject to conditions of approval, amending condition of approval number 1 to delete, quote, auto repair, end quote.
If I could just make a small modification, the map motion that was taken before also would have that same amended condition with it as well.
Thank you.
And I'll move approval.
Second?
Motion Gore, second Gustafson, roll call, please.
Gore,
Aye.
Holmes, Jones, Gustafson,
Aye.
Wygant.
Yes. Motion passes. So with that, we have concluded our business of the day, and the meeting is adjourned. Thank you.